The reason being that if the case is such that even if all the prosecution witnesses are believed, yet the offense as charged is still not proved, then the accused may get away with the risk of resting his case on that of the prosecution. By that choice, the accused will have decided not to explain any fact in rebuttal of the allegation made against him. See also the position of the Supreme Court in the case of Ajibade and State Citation Supply, where the court held, and I quote, "Appellant elected not to give evidence in his defense, but to rest his case on that of the prosecution. The election is within his rights under the law, but the legal effect of the said election is to leave the court of trial free to accept the uncontroverted evidence of the prosecution in proof of the charge, which the court rightly did, in my view," unquote. See also the case of Hakim Ibiseyin versus Olajide, citation supplied. The defendant in this case deliberately refused and failed to call any witness and present evidence through his witnesses in rebuttal of the case of the prosecution. The implication is that he admits the case of the prosecution, and the court is entitled to rely on the uncontroverted evidence led by the prosecution. With respect to count one of the charge, the defendant is facing a charge of committing an act in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria by making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria with intent to intimidate the population and threaten that people will die and the whole world will stand still, thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(b) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. The subsection provides a person, body corporate or who knowingly in or outside Nigeria, directly or indirectly, willfully, b, commit an act preparatory to or in furtherance of an act of terrorism, commits an offense under this act and is liable on the conviction to maximum of death sentence. The ingredients of the offense as drawn from the above are: 1, the defendant must be a person or body corporate. 2, the defendant must have done an act preparatory to or in furtherance of an act of terrorism. 3, the defendant must have done the act preparatory to or in furtherance of terrorism act knowingly or willfully, and same may be directly or indirectly. See the case of Ada versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied. Looking at the first ingredient, there is no doubt that the defendant in this case is a person. He is known as Nnamdi Kanu. A man is in 50 who stood trial before this court. Thus, the first ingredient is resolved in favor of the prosecution. For the second ingredient, the prosecution led evidence showing that the action of the defendant in making broadcasts threatening that people will die constitutes a terrorist act. Terrorism or a terrorist act, according to online Oxford Dictionary, is, I quote, the unlawful use of violence, intimidation, especially citizens in the pursuit of political aim, unquote. It is also important to explain what constitutes terrorist acts. Section 1(2) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013 provides us, and I quote, in this section, act of terrorism means an act which is deliberately done with malice, aforethought, and which A, may seriously harm or damage a country or international organizations. B, is intended or can reasonably be regarded as having been intended to, 1, unduly compel a government or international organization to perform or refrain from performing any act. 2, seriously intimidate a population. 3, seriously destabilize or destroy the fundamental political, constitutional, economic, social structure of a country or international organizations. 4, otherwise influence such governments or international organizations by intimidation or coercion. C, involve or causes, as the case may be, 1, an attack upon a person's life which may cause serious bodily harm or death. 2, kidnapping of a person. 3, destructions to governments or public facilities, transport system, and infrastructural facilities, including an information system, a fixed platform located on the continental shelves, a public place, private properties, likely to endanger human lives or result in major economic loss. 4, the seizure of an aircraft, ship, or any means of public or goods transport and diversion, or the use of such means of transportation for any of the purposes in paragraph B4 of this subsection. 5, the manufacture, possessions, acquisition, transport, supply, or use of weapons, explosion, or of nuclear, biological, chemical weapons, as well as research into development of biological and chemical weapons without lawful authority.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't buy a domain name. My advice, head to Wix and grab yours now. It's quick and it can make all the difference. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same business I planned, and now they're making all the money that I could have been making. And that's why I'm sharing this. Locking down your domain name is crucial, and on Wix, it's super fast. They handle all the tricky tech stuff for you, making it seamless. And honestly, having a domain name gives your idea instant credibility. A domain name isn't just a name, it's a way to claim your space and take your idea seriously. Because once it's taken, you're stuck paying a premier price for it or losing it. So go to Wix right now, search your idea. If the domain is available, grab it.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Well, at iPostal One, we can help with that.
A terrorist act or participate in it facilitates the commission of a terrorist act, commit an offense under this act, is liable on conviction to imprisonment for life. Section 46 of the act provides terrorism means any act which is a violation of the criminal code or the penal code and which may endanger the life, physical integrity, freedom of, or cause.
I believe that what we are hearing now, and the justice is taking time on the charge of terrorism, is mentioned it multiple times that it carries life. So I hope this is not a prelude to say that he will be found guilty on terrorism charge, because if he does, he is preparing the ground to make pronouncements, in my understanding, that is going to carry a life sentence. But again, this is the reason why I said there will be on this platform by 6 o'clock Nigerian time, we will have legal experts here to take these charges one by one and look at what next. So let's go back to the studio.
Or to create a public emergency or create general insurrections in a state. Any promotion, sponsorship of contribution to command, aim, incitement, encouragement, attempt, threats, conspiracy, organization or procurement of any person with the intent to commit any act referred to in paragraph A1, 2, and 3, unquote. It was further added, and I quote, the crucial aspect of offense of terrorism is the creation of intense fear and anxiety, both physical and psychological, in the mind of members of the public, which has the effect of coercing, forcing, intimidating them to do or abstain from doing any act or to adopt or abandon a particular view, policy, or position to act according to certain principles, unquote. See also the case of Berende versus Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied. In my research, I came across a handbook from the United States Institute of Peace titled Teaching Guide on International Terrorism. Definition, causes, and responses, where several definitions of terrorism were given as follows. I quote, the calculated use of violence, the threat of violence to inculcate fears, intended to coerce or to intimidate governments or society in pursuit of goals that are generally political, religious, or ideological. Terrorism constitutes the illegitimate use of force to achieve a political objective when innocent people are targeted. Terrorism is defined here as the current use or threatened use of political motivated and clandestine organized violence by a group which aim is to influence a psychological target in order to make it behave in a way which the group desires. See JMD drag. The unlawful use of force or violence against persons or properties to intimidate or coerce governments, the civilian populations, or any segment thereof in furtherance of political or social objective. This derived from Federal Bureau of Investigations. What therefore, unquote, what therefore constitutes a terrorist act from all the definition above is an act of violence. Threat of violence intended to cause fear, puts the recipients of such violence or threat in a state of fear. Applying the above definition to the facts of this case, the defendant in several of
for those asking, the law does not allow the face of the judge to be shown
to the federal government of
whenever
the general
cameras are allowed,
including its own people who claim to fight for, who he claimed to fight for. In an interview with Sahara reporter, in an interview with Sahara TV, contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant was interviewed by one Rodolphe Okonkwo. He was introduced as the founder and director of Radio Biafra. When the defendant appeared on the screen, his nameplate was Nnamdi Kanu, director Radio Biafra. While speaking on the national conference in Nigeria, which was organized at that time, the defendant mentioned the name of some of the representatives from the Southeast as the conference, and he said, if you go there and negotiate any other thing apart from Biafra, you better not come back because our people will be waiting for you, that very person, unquote. When he was asked about the consequence for this representative, including one Ike Nwanchuku, the defendant was unequivocal when he said, things have changed, and that because the only language that people in the zoo understand is language of violence and force. After all, that very contraction was put together by Frederick Lugard by force. That is what many people don't understand. Lugard killed many people to put Nigeria together, and the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to the zoo. It is a promise. It is a pledge. Also a threat to them. They must understand it, that we have had enough of this nonsense. Unquote. It is not noteworthy that defendants in the said interview kept referring to the southeastern part of Nigeria as Biafra. The defendants made some comments, such as the governor of the southeastern states being the stooge of Hausa Fulani godfathers. He even stated that Rochas Okorocha, former governor of Imo, had institutionalized the entire state to satisfy his Hausa Fulani godfather. He said nobody had asked Governor Peter Obi about Izu River and the person dumped in the said river. Further, during the interview, defendants, while answering a question about whether he will embrace a peace separation or choose a violent path, stated at about 7 minutes, 30 second mark of Sahara TV interview in Exhibit PWW, which is a flash drive containing all its broadcasts, said, and I quote, "If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo called Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you," unquote. He also made reference to the Nigeria Civil War when he said, in 1967 to 1970, it's not 2010 to 2015. Then we had scientists, but now we have people who can make things happen even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring a warning that we are not joking. 8 minutes mark in the flash. He said, "I do not believe in peaceful actualization of whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you will become free by peaceful means," unquote. The defendant also lent support for violent acts when he said he welcomed what a group known as Biafra Zionist group did when they unleashed violence at the Enugu State Government House. He even said he hoped more people will come out to join his group to overthrow the corrupt and inept persons in administration of the government, stating that Biafra must exist and it is their right to make sure it happens. In the broadcast of 16th May 2021, also contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant in the beginning of the broadcast stated thus, "My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. I will remain a loyal servant of the people of Biafra." He further stated around 51 minutes mark, and I quote, "If God is..."
With dozens of templates and tools, it helps me write whatever I need. I can generate emails in just a couple of clicks and turn a few words into full-blown sentences and paragraphs. It checks for grammar, spelling, and tone, and provides personalized suggestions based on my writing style. My favorite feature is the chatbot. I can ask it anything and it responds in a conversational way. I use it to write proposals, do market research, and generate new ideas. HyperWrite has allowed me to cut down my workload and get ahead in my career.
People are dying every day. We have to develop the mindset of after this, which even though NATO is there, NATO is there. We say that we are ready to die, and everyone that comes to kill us will die also, because things will start happening in the next 14 days. In the next 2 weeks, the slaughter will begin to happen. You see those CNN that have refused to come to Biafra. We come by force to see what is happening. We make sure that every Nigerian soldier on Biafra soil will die. God is my witness. I will lead this burial myself, unquote. Around 55 minutes mark to the exhibit, he said, and I quote, I want the United Government to understand that we are ready to die than be slaves, unquote. At about 1 hour mark, he said, and I quote, Israel was named Palestinians by the Romans because they were too stubborn. Go and ask how they did it. They bombed them, the Romans, away. Not these roadside bombs. Every road leading to Biafra will be man, landman. Everything that is Nigeria, whether it is police, army, will blow till the kingdom come. Every neat and simple. Very neat and simple, unquote. The defendant also stated in that same broadcast, and I quote, we are asking for our freedom, and they aren't listening. But when we start doing what we want, the whole world will start begging us, and then I will come out from wherever I am and tell them that it's too late. Throw away your phones. Remain incommunicado as we are in the state of war. It will not kill you to do away with your phones. All people should go into the bush and stop the advance of this army, or else they will kill you, unquote. These words spoken by the defendants in those broadcasts were not mere words, as they bear every traces of threats to harm people, including international representatives representing their nation in Nigeria. The said broadcasts were several in numbers, and defendants kept repeating his rhetorics that people will die if Biafra is not created. The defendant plan to commit the terrorist act did not only manifest in his broadcast, but was shown in a meeting he had with other Igbo people in the United States. At a World Congress, Igbo Congress meeting held at the 4 Points Hotel in Los Angeles, in the United States of America, as contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant, while speaking to the audience, stated, and I quote, we must not miss this golden opportunity. We are bound to suffer in this time to come. You must come out to support what we are doing. We need guns and we need bullets. I know we love life so much. Without it, Hausa will overrun us. They have succeeded in imposing Okoroshan on us. They are coming. Boko Haram is coming in Igbo land, unquote. A female participant stood up to ask the defendant of his objective, as well as why need for weapons. The defendant responded, and I quote, we now know that the best way to defend ourselves is to be armed, because Boko Haram is everywhere in Zoo, called Nigeria. So we need guns and bullets, and those of you in America will give it to us. Also, on the 22nd day of this month, something will happen called the blood moon. Most of you don't know that just before the Civil War, there was blood moon. There was blood moon in 67, and it only happens once in a while, because after this year, we will be free, no matter what happened. If we don't get Biafra, everyone will live to die. We are not joking, unquote. His intention was quite clear. He believes only in violence as the solution to the creation of Biafra as a nation. And at the said World Igbo Congress, most of the participants were quite alarmed by the expressions as is planned, and so they kept asking if he had considered the option of peaceful dialogue to which the defendant was adamant that only violence could lead to the achievement of his aim. These threats of violence are nothing but terrorist acts, which was duly carried out by his followers as will be seen later in this judgment. The defendant knew what he was doing while making these violent statements. He obviously had an objective which, one, the face of it is political. That is, secession of the state of Southeast, South-South, and some middle belt states from the Federal Republic of Nigeria to form Biafra. The defendant was also bent on achieving his objective with the use of violence, and he didn't mind if his own people die in that process. As one of the crucial elements in establishing crime, the intention and the knowledge with which defendant carried out the acts can be expressed by him. If not so expressed, can be deduced from his conducts or activities or other connected circumstances. See Berede and Federal Republic of Nigeria. From the uncontroverted evidence led by the prosecution, particularly the broadcast contained in Exhibit PWW, it is clear that the defendant committed acts preparatory to and in furtherance of terrorist acts. The defendant had the opportunity to explain, but failed and deliberately refused to take that opportunity. Thus, he did not place any evidence before this court to explain the contents of the context of the said broadcast or any reason which may be exculpatory in his favor. Having failed and deliberately refused to enter defense or give explanation, the court will rely on the uncontroverted evidence of the prosecution. This court therefore holds that the prosecution has established count one of the charge beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted in respect of count one. With respect to count two of the charge, the defendant was charged with making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria with intent to intimidate the population, issue deadly threats that anyone who flouts said a sit-at-home order should write his will, as a result of which banks, schools, markets, shopping malls, fuel stations, domiciled in the eastern states of Nigeria were not opened for businesses. Citizens and vehicular movements in the eastern states of Nigeria were grounded. This offense is also punishable under Section 1(2)(b) of the Terrorism Prevention Act 20 Acts. The ingredients are similar as contained in count one, except that the prosecution must establish that the defendant indeed issued a threat to anyone who flouts his sit-at-home order in the southeastern state of Nigeria. The evidence as led by the prosecution shows that the defendant issued a sit-at-home order wherein he threatened the residents of the southeast states from going out. He further threatened that any church, markets, schools, banks, or shops which opened will be destroyed. This was the purpose of his broadcast of 30th day of May 2021, where he stated that he had an announcement to make regarding the shutdown of the entire Southeast. He stated exactly at 9 minutes 10 seconds in the broadcast contained in Exhibit PWW, and I quote, "Tomorrow being the 31st day of May, there is complete lockdown, no church, no market, and nobody should be seen outside tomorrow. I do not want violence. I do not want anybody to resort to violence. I condemn it completely and totally. We do not want to spill the blood of the innocent. Therefore, I am urging restraint across board. I am urging our people to honor the memory of people who died. There will be no school, no church, market, banks, car on the roads. There will be complete shutdown. If you want to be alive, do not come out tomorrow. What I'm saying is that do not come out tomorrow. If you value your life, there will be complete shutdown of Biafra land tomorrow. Any community that allows vehicles to pass tomorrow will be in trouble. Anybody in any car or lorry except in ambulance will be in trouble. I know some people are very foolish, trying to open their shops around 12. If you open that very shop, we will burn you inside it.
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi tomorrow?
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of September, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
First sounded peaceful and even seems as if he was only persuading people to honor the memory of some people. However, the defendant, in his typical aggressive way of speaking, began issuing threats to those who might want to obey his order, that might not want to obey his order. The people of the Southeast are Nigerians, and I take judicial notice substantially are Christians who go to church, and merchants that are into trade, and there are children who were threatened against going to church, their places of business and schools. This cause wonders if this can be said to be agitation for self-agitations. Unequivocally, I say no. The people of the Southeast of Nigeria are entitled to their right to personal liberty, freedom of movement under Section 35 and Section 41 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. The same section provides, and I quote, every person shall be entitled to his personal liberty, and no person shall be deprived of such liberty, save in the following cases and in accordance with the procedure permitted by law. A, in execution of the sentence and order of court in respect of criminal offense of which he has been found guilty. B, by reason of his failure to comply with the order of court and in order to secure the fulfillment of any obligation imposed upon him by law. C, for the purpose of bringing him before a court in execution of order of court or upon reasonable suspicion of his having committed a criminal offense. D, in the case of a person who has not attained the age of 18 years for the purpose of his education or welfare. E, in the case of person suffering from infectious or contagious disease, person of unsound mind, person addicted to drugs or alcohol, vagrants for those people or purpose of those care or treatment or protection of community. F, for the purpose of preventing the unlawful entry of any person to Nigeria or of affecting the expulsion, extradition, or unlawful removal from Nigeria of any person or the taking of proceedings relating thereto. Provided that a person who is charged with an offense and who has been detained in lawful custody awaiting trial shall not continue to be kept in such detention for a period longer than the maximum period of imprisonment prescribed for him. Section 41 provides, every citizen is entitled to move freely throughout Nigeria, to reside in any part thereof, and no citizen of Nigeria shall be expelled from Nigeria or refuse entry thereby, or exit therefore. They are also entitled, unquote, they are also entitled to their right to freedom of religion as expressed under Section 38 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The right to personal liberty, movement, religion are complementary of each other. Court jealously guides these rights and they are basic rights which belong to them as being human beings. These rights are so fundamental. Kindly see, my Lord Agaku JCA has initiated on this in Okafor versus Lagos State Government and another citation supplied. The people of the Southeast cannot be ordered to sit at home by a person, especially for someone who is not a legally recognized official of the federal government or an official of any of the states. The only person entitled to restrict movements of persons within Nigeria is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under emergency power under Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The President can order for a coffee area where there is a crisis or natural disaster. The defendant is not the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thus lacks any power to so declare a seat at home in any part of the country. The defendant arrogated to himself power to he lacks, and with the threat of violence, order the residents of the southeastern states to stay at home or face the consequences of their disobedience. This is an unconstitutional act which is subversive and amounts to nothing more than a terrorist act. It is also a notorious fact that the people of Southeast have been subjected to sit-at-home threats on Mondays for years now. PW4, who stated that he was stationed in the Southeast, especially in Imo State for some years, gave evidence that Monday sit-at-home is a usual occurrence wherein the town are deserted, even the farmlands. PW4 also gave evidence on the death of one Ahmad Goodluck, a former aide to the former President Goodluck Jonathan, that the said Ahmed Goodluck had been killed by airports meant in pursuant to the order of defendants. Ahmad Goodluck was trying to catch a flight out of Owerri on the 30th day of May 2021 when he ran into a checkpoint by airport and was shot dead. PW4 stated that he was one of those who got to the scene first. It must be noted that 30th of May 2021 was a Sunday, not a Monday, but notwithstanding, it leads to the death of a person trying to move around due to the directive of the defendant as shown in Exhibit PWK. Is a medical report from the Nigerian Police Medical Services, Owerri. The report is dated 18th July 2021 and it states, to whom it may concern, medical report. Late Ahmed Goodluck Ahmed, hospital number. The victim allegedly shot dead by hoodlums suspected to be IPOB/ECN members on 30th October 2021 at about 7 hours along Airport Road, Owerri. Picture of lifeless man seen, body of disease, buried, information. The above medical reports, duly signed by the medical practitioner, clearly states the immediate cause of the death of Ahmed Goodluck and links him to the defendant as leader of IPOB and ECN. The action of the defendant cannot be excused under any circumstances. The declaration of a sit at home without any constitutional power, especially the accompanied by the threat, is a terrorist act. The defendant did not present any evidence to rebut this case, the case of the prosecution. Consequently, he admits the evidence as presented by the prosecution. The prosecution has successfully proved count 2 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of count 2. With respect to count 3, the defendant is charged with professing to be a member and leader of indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, a proscribed organization in which thereby committing an offense contrary to and punishable under Section 16 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013. Section 16 of the Terrorism and Prevention Amendment Act provides, and I quote, any person who is a member or professes to be a member of terrorist group commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a time not less than 21 years. The ingredients of the offense from the above provisions are: 1, the defendant must be a person. The defendant must be a member or professes to be a member of a terrorist group. 3, the terrorist group must have been proscribed as at the time the defendant professes membership of such group. As earlier established, defendant is the to second ingredient. Prosecution has led evidence showing that the defendant was not just a member, but he was the leader of a terrorist organization known as Indigenous People of Biafra. Indeed, in the broadcast of 16th May 2021, as contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant in the beginning of the clip stated this, and I quote, "My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of Indigenous People of Biafra and director of Radio Biafra Television. I will remain a loyal servant
Why
of the people."
is the
Unquote.
judge trying to
He further
mimic the
stated
voice
around
of Nnamdi
51
Kanu while
minutes
he's reading, even when he
mark
wasn't
into the video.
eloquent in his reading?
He-
I'm quite
If God
certain
is
about
on
that.
our side,
God
which I
is
know
not
He is, the
eloquent
army of
speech.
Nigeria will die in Biafra land. Everybody will die. I will be the one leading it. By God's grace, everything called Nigeria will perish in Biafra land. The world must be prepared for what is to come. Unquote. In several other broadcasts,
Count
the
1 and
defendant
count 2.
admitted being the leader of indigenous people
Not good.
of Biafra. There is no fact before this court showing that the defendant is not member and in fact leader of the said group. The defendant from the evidence before this court also possessed power to order the coordinator of IPOP in a broadcast dated 11th May 2021 in Exhibit PWW. The defendant, while commenting on the meeting of Southern governors held in Asaba, stated around 35 minutes to the exhibits. Why plead? And I quote, "Concerning the lockdown announced yesterday, I urge all people of Biafra and all those in Biafra land to disobey the lockdown given by the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. The reason is because they want to use the dead of the night to move their fighters into our forest because we have defeated their foot soldiers. Metiala, we must resist this stupid lockdown and it will not hold in Biafra. I am calling on all the coordinators, deputy coordinator of..."
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape.
SN and IPOB not to sleep in their houses today, but to look for somewhere else to stay. Because now we are in the trenches. Now you will know what is freedom fighting for. It is not comfortable. It is not rosy. Do not sleep at home. Do not sleep at home. Change your phone and even your phone itself. The defendant no doubt belongs to the group and belongs to the professing to be a member. He is the leader of the group with the influence of commanding the coordinators of the group. Not only IPOP, but even Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of IPOP. In the broadcast of 12th December 2020, the defendant made an announcement in inaugurating the military group known as Eastern Security Network, which is the armed wing of the indigenous people of Biafra. He stated, and I quote, "We have cowards, spine-line idiots as governors. They have given over our land to the Janjaweed to occupy in perpetuity. This very generation, this very IPOB will not tolerate it. Not now, not tomorrow, not forever. We will rather all perish and die than to allow our land to be taken over by the Janjaweed." This is a warning to all the governors who are conspiring due to one political consideration to give our land to infidel and blood-sucking demons from this time. It cannot happen, not under our watch. We are being told that some of these invaders come from Senegambia, Mali, from Niger Republic, and some from Chad, according to Governor of Katsina State, El-Rufai. Therefore, we are setting up the Eastern Security Networks to combat the excesses of these vagabonds, criminals from crossing the Jail along the same line as Amotekun, the one set up by Metiala. What we are launching before the world today is Eastern Security Network, not a Biafra army, and we will let the world know when the army is too much. But for our present purposes, we are setting it up to defend our land, Biafra against Maronda from the Shahid and the Islam incursion led by terrorists, Fulani, to be precise. In the coming days, you shall see them in their uniform, performing the critical issue of providing security for our land, unquote. The defendants who was visibly agitated continue in the broadcast by stating, no governor in the Southeast and South-South have been able to form a security outfit. Therefore, IPOD must defend our land to the very last blood. We shall not stop, not now, not tomorrow, not forever, until our land is get rid of 20 of these Fulani terrorists. In the third video broadcast, there was a side video of the man of the Eastern Security Network dressed in black with red cap, waving black flag with insignia of Eastern Security Network. This is therefore no doubt that the prosecution has established the second ingredient beyond reasonable doubt. With respect to the third ingredient, the evidence before this court shows that IPOP is a proscribed group. I take judicial notice of under section 122 of the Evidence Act of the order made by my learned brother Nyako J in suit number FAC/ABJ/CS/A71 between Attorney General of the Federation versus Indigenous People of Biafra, dated 20th September 2017, wherein the activities of Indigenous People of Biafra were prescribed. The said order crystallized into PWJ, which is the Federal Republic of Nigeria Official Gazette number 99 in volume 104, dated 20th September 2017, titled Terrorism Prevention Order number Terrorism Prevention Order of 2017. The Gazette reads, and I quote, notice is hereby given that by the order of Federal High Court in suit number FAC/ABJ/CS/A71/2017, dated 20th September 2017, as per the schedule to this notice, the activities of Indigenous People of Biafra are declared to be terrorist and illegal in any part of the country, Nigeria, especially in the Southeast, South region of Nigeria, as prescribed pursuant to Section 2 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2011 as amended. 2. Consequently, the general public is hereby warned that any person or group of persons participating in any manner whatsoever in any form of activities involving or concerning the prosecution of the collective intention or otherwise of the said group will be violating the provision of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2011 as amended and liable to prosecution.
I think if I review the count
the import
so
of the
far,
above is that beginning from the commencement
This
date of
judgment might have wider implications
20th
for
September
any
2017.
IPOB members,
person claiming to
especially
be
those in the diaspora.
a member
We
of
would
IPOB
look at
commits
the legal
a terrorist act. The defendant, by his broadcast of
affirmation
11th
and
May
legal
2021,
explanation to it
12
later.
December 2020, professed to be a member of proscribed group.
Please,
Thus,
those of
he is
us
in
in the
breach
comment
of
section, can we keep
Section
it civil,
16(1)
please?
of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Consequently, he is hereby convicted of count 3. On count 4 and 5, which are closely related, the defendant is charged with inciting members of the public in Nigeria to hurt and kill Nigeria security personnel and their family members,
Convicted on
thereby
count 1, 2,
committing
3.
offense under Section 1, Sub 2H of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. The section provides as follows: any person or body corporate who knowingly in or outside Nigeria, direct or indirectly, willingly incites, promises, or induces any other person by any means whatsoever to commit the act of terrorism or any of the offenses referred to in the act, commits an offense under the act and is liable to
if these convictions stand, if that was not removed from the Court of Appeal, my estimation is that those those who identify themselves as IPOB members within and outside Nigeria may also have
directly
cases
or
to answer.
indirectly incites, promise, or
That means if the state
induce
decides
other
to.
person by any
So
means
for some of you
whatsoever
who
to
do
commit
not
the
hold the
Terrorism Act,
passports of
3,
some of
the
your
defendant
nations
must have
where you are
directly or
resident in,
indirectly incited,
you
promise,
may
or
have to be
induce
careful
other person by any means whatsoever to commit the
whatever you
Terrorism
do.
Act
There might
willingly
be
or
consequences.
knowingly. The defendants have been established to be a human being by the prosecution.
And by this,
But the second
what the
ingredient
judge
is
has also done
important
is
to
to
understand what
reestablish
incitement
and
means. According to Supreme
indirectly
Court by
reaffirming
Nikitovic,
the
DSC of
gazettes that
Blessed Memory,
IPOB,
the
or
Incasa
rather
and
the
the state
prescription
citation supplied,
in this case,
both, and I quote, and
it brings
encouragement
that
here
back to the
means
fore that
an act of making someone to
if
feel
this
brave
count
or
now with
confident enough to do
count
something
1,
by
count 2,
giving
and count
active
3,
approval.
and in this convicted,
In
if
support
this
of the crime,
count stands, that means
incitement also have the element of encouragement. By incitement, the
be
person is
careful.
provoked
This is
by
not
a
about
strong
emotion.
passion or feeling to commit an offense. The word set is a word of quite a number of synonyms. The two words set on connote the resemblance of causing to attack or chase, like one may be, say, the fisherman prepare the bait to set on the fish. It also has the element of antagonism and instigation. The act of instigating means something happened by the actions or conduct of a person who is the starter. By the act of instigation, the co-accused is prepared or gingered to commit an offense, unquote. Likewise, the online Oxford Dictionary defines incitement as follows: the action of provoking unlawful behavior, urging someone to behave unlawfully, unquote. The Cambridge Dictionary also defines incitement as follows, and I quote: the act of encouraging someone to do or to feel something unpleasant or violent, unquote. Drawing from the above definitions, the incitements involve provoking or instigating people to do an unlawful act and in their instant terrorist acts. The prosecution has led evidence showing that the defendants made broadcasts inciting public to take up arms against the security personnel in Nigeria to kill them and their family members. The broadcast of 21st day of October 2020, as contained in the PWW, the defendants said, and I quote, Radio Biafra is now in the hand of the enemy. of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that Britain spent over 4.8 billion a few days ago to suppress what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix,
have now come with their clamp down, but they are now going, they are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is it not playing out our program right now, unquote? The defendant also stated, I am telling you people to go to the bush. Whenever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army in any army uniform is an enemy of the people, unquote. Around 57 minutes to this video mark, the defendant stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu. It is surprised that after British High Commissioner came to Tinubu, they opened fire on protesters in Lagos. You should know, you should not by chalk that the woman is a devil, a big devil. She too will go, will get a comeuppance, unquote. The defendant was referring to Katrina Link, the British High Commissioner at that time. The defendant also said, from what will happen in Aba between today and tomorrow, we tell you how serious we are. Every police officer with uniform, once you come out from your house with police uniform, you are dead man walking, unquote. Callers were calling in from places like Aba, like toll gates and other parts of Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja, Jos, Abia State. Even one Jacob called from Nasarawa State. And the defendants kept giving orders for these callers and other listeners to kill every police and soldiers. The defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to a filling station to get fuel in a bottle and put a rag in it. Then they should set the rag ablaze and hold it at soldiers. In responding to a caller call from Abuja, in that same broadcast of 20th October 2021, the defendant, while inciting his listener to attack the relative or security personnel, stated, and I quote, that every commander they have given his name, find his children. I want to get him in trouble. When they take me to court and ask why I said such thing, I will tell them why. Find the commander. His name is Ifu Umata. Find his children. Find his children. The commander of those on the ground. Find their children. Very, very important. Find their children. Unquote. The defendants went for that, and I quote, start attacking the police, take their guns, use them against them, manufacture motor tours, cocktail, manufacture bombs to bomb them, unquote. The defendant at about 2 hours, 44 minutes, 35 second mark, while concurring with a caller who informed him of the intention of him, other IPOB members, to burn down the Ezima police station, stated, not only one, I want every police station in Aba to be destroyed, completely destroyed, and burn them down. It is an order destroying them completely. Anybody who sees them with police uniform, kill the person. Nigeria wants anarchy. We will give them anarchy. In another broadcast, the defendant, while responding to a caller, stated this: you people must devise strategy to feed the army. There are some guns in Edo State right now, as we speak. Use those guns to kill one or two of their army officers. Take their guns and begin to kill other people as well, because they cannot sustain this protest for 3 weeks. There are guns in Edo State already. Kill the army whenever you see them. Take their guns and kill them, unquote. The incitement of the defendant for the public to kill security personnel is quite clear from his big blockers. Not only incitement to kill security officers. The defendant even went as far as inciting the public to destroy all properties of federal government during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020. The defendant, in another live video dated 20th October 2020, the defendant, while responding to calls from his foot soldier during the NSAS protest, stated, and I quote, "If you leave the Janjaweed and their agents the way they operate, if you leave them, believe believe me, you will suffer. That very hotel must be brought down. I did not say set ablaze. It must be demolished as an example to the rest. If you have not dealt with Tinubu in Lagos, the other will not learn their lesson. Tinubu is an evil man." The hotel referred here to is Oriental Hotel in Lagos, which the defendants alleged belonged to Tinubu. While responding to a caller, the defendant urged his callers to ambush the security forces during the protest and cut them off. He said, and I quote, "Go to the bush. You need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. They are animals and not human beings. They may be wearing uniform like police or soldier, but they are animals. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to escape, your life is over. And I want Lagos airport to be on flame. Breached the perimeter fence and burn down the Lagos airport. If you have double barrel or pistol, go to the airport and burn it down. Set Muritala Muhammad airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed. They do not reason, unquote. It is important to state that the said hotels and Muritala Muhammad Airport and other property in Lagos, they are not in the north, where it seems to hate with passion. Even his own fellow Igbos people have property in Lagos. With destroying the property is said to be agitation for self-determinations. The threat and destruction which follow were corroborated in Exhibit PWD2, which is a pictorial pictures of the assessment of damage done to the Nigerian police alone in the state of southern states. So many of these police stations and even police officers were killed as a result of the incitement by the defendant. Also, Exhibit PWD2A, which is a compilation of death reports and certificates of death of security officers in the report. The number of police officers who were killed was given as 128. Military officers were 37. Other security officers as 10. Number of police stations attacked were 164. INEC facilities destroyed were 9 in number. This clearly shows the extent of damage caused by the defendants through his inciting statements. Another caller called into the program informing the defendant that he was at Oshodia Papa Expressway and that they are killing them. The defendant, annoyed by this information, stated for, and I quote, "How many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill? Unquote. The caller then responded that they have burnt the Orile police stations and Ilasa police station. The defendant then told the caller not to wave the green, white, green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to another caller by saying, what I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world that people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritalem Wane airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and ambush them. Unquote. The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria. According to PW5, he led a team of officers to investigate the destructions and killing of the security personnel that occurred during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWD2 and Exhibit PWD2A. The results were quite alarming. The court is mindful not to attribute all the happening during the NSAS protest on the defendant. However, there is no doubt that the incitement by the defendant contributed likely to the killing of security operatives, as well as destruction of public properties. The defendant incited people to destroy property such as the Lassa police station, other police stations, and properties of the government. The evidence before this court shows that the said properties were actually destroyed, such as the Lassa police stations, the High Court of Lagos in Igoshere, as well as PRT buses belonging to Lagos State government in Oyinbo. PW2 also testified that military corpus were.
Bro, you're done already?
Yeah, bro.
How?
I hired Motion to hire AI employees.
AI employees?
PW4 stated that his driver and one of his tactical officers were killed as a result of the incitement. The action of the defendants were clear, as it was aimed to cause anarchy by killing security operatives in Nigeria, which would in turn lead to breakdown of law and order. The defendant had an evil intention to wreak havoc on the people and government of Nigeria. All these actions consistent with agitation for self-determination. The actions to this, the answer to this is in negative. His violent outbursts, as well as his instigations of the public to attack and kill security officers in southern Nigeria without provocation, was downright barbaric and without any conscience whatsoever. The defendant did not feel any concern for the family of the officers who were slain. He turned himself to a tyrant who could take life anytime he pleased. Such persons cannot be allowed to remain in society of sane minds. His shocking instigations to kill other human beings was incomprehensible, and this court hereby condemned it. But I must say that the evidence extracted is minute compared to the avalanche of. I must say that evidence extracted in this judgment is minute and very small to the avalanche of evidence and broadcast before these courts by the defendant. The defendant made extremely threatening statements, incited people to violence. The prosecution has successfully discharged its burden of proving counts 4 and 5 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of the said counts 4 and 5. Now, count 6. For count 6, The defendant is charged with the offense of making a broadcast received an ad in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court in furtherance of an
Wow.
act of terrorism against the
This
Federal
is
Republic
this
of
is
Nigeria
unbelievable.
and the people of Nigeria,
Nnamdi
in which
Kanu
he
has been
directed
convicted on
members of
count
the
1,
indigenous
2,
peoples of
3,
Biafra,
4,
a
and
proscribed
5.
organization, to manufacture bombs,
What?
thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1, 2F of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Section 1, 2F of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013 provides a person or body corporate who knowingly in or outside Nigeria directly or indirectly, willingly, assists, facilitates, organizes, or directs the activities of person, organization engaged in any act of terrorism. The ingredients of the offense expected to be established are: 1, the defendant must be a person or body corporate. 2, the defendant must have assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of person or organization engaged in terrorist activities. 3, the defendant must have willingly assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of persons, organizations engaged in terrorist acts. The defendants herein have been established to be a human being. As to the second and third ingredient, the prosecution has led evidence to show that the defendant has directed members of the terrorist organization to build bombs, other explosives in order to attack security operative. Indeed, in furtherance of its terrorist actions and following the incitement of persons to kill defendant security operative, the defendant also directed his members to build explosive devices, particularly motorful cocktail. At about 1 hour, 30 minutes, 36 seconds of the broadcast of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant, while responding to a caller about ENSA's protest, stated, and I quote, "Now, this night, I want graduates to go to work, graduates of chemical engineering, those who were born as engineers, manufacture any ordnance you can, because they are coming to kill you anyway, regardless of what you do. Go and manufacture any ordnance. I am calling on the youth in the middle belt, and I want any bridge that they can use to reinforce to be destroyed. They are going to come from the middle belt. This night, we have engineers everywhere, people who are intelligent. Go back now and give us your own version of Mototo Kote. We must destroy them before they destroy us. Every youth tonight, anybody with a police uniform, anywhere, especially in Aba, in Lagos, once you have police uniform or any army uniform, that person is your enemy. Attack them, because if you don't, they will kill you. If you are a graduate of physics or chemistry, no sleep for you tonight. Go and manufacture something to destroy the police and every army police position starting from this night, unquote. During the said broadcast, while responding to a caller named Jacob from Nasarawa State, the defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to a filling station to get fuel in a bottle, put a rag in it, that then they should set the rag aflame and hot it at a soldier. A Molotov cocktail, according to Wikipedia.com, that I accessed at 1 a.m. on 20th November 2025 is a hand-drawn incendiary weapon consisting of a fragile container filled with flammable substances, equipped with a fuse. In use, the fuse attached to the container is lit, and the weapon is thrown, scattering on impact, unquote. The online Britannica dictionary defines Molotov cocktails as a crude bomb, typically consisting of bottle filled with inflammable liquids and a wick that is ignited before throwing, unquote. Applying the above definition, the directive of the defendant to members of the group to build improvised bombs such as Molotov cocktail is indeed a terrorist act. A Molotov cocktail is capable of causing explosions, damage like any other bombs, which aim is to cause destructions. This
I don't understand why.
directive, like other directive, is the manifestation.
I don't understand why that word is so
anarchy-minded
hard
of
to
the-
pronounce, even when you've done it one,
sorry,
two, three,
of
4, 5,
the
so you keep making the same mistake.
Anarchy-minded
Come
of the
on.
defendant, which is set out to express through his Biafra radio, which he claimed to be the founder and director. The defendant, through the Radio Biafra platform, carried out so many terrorist attacks, which led to the destruction of lives and property in Nigeria. The defendant is not only confirmed to local terrorists, but I hold without hesitation that he is an international terrorist, flowing from his threat to attack British High Commission and the American Embassy, as well as his incitement against the British High Commissioner to Nigeria at the time, Catherine Lyons, a known woman of peace. In a broadcast of 21st October 2020, the defendant stated thus, and I quote, Radio Biafra is now in the hand of the enemy of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that Britain spent about 4.8 billion a few days ago to support what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what is happening in the zoo, and you thought that it was a joke. They have now come with their clampdown, but they are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is it not playing our program right now, unquote. The defendant also stated, I am telling you people to go to the bush. Wherever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings, and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army uniform is your enemy. Around 57 minutes mark into that video, the defendant directed his threat at Catherine Lyons, the British High Commissioner. He stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu. It is a surprise that after the British Commissioner came to Tinubu, they opened fire on protesters in Lagos. You should not be shocked. The woman is demon, a big demon. She's too. We go come repentance. And 1 hour, 8 minutes, 35 second mark. The defendant also stated, and I quote, the same thing that Britain did to Biafra in what they are doing to us now, media blackout. Do you want the world to report this issue? Take over the British High Commission. That is all. Take over the consulate in Lagos. Take over the one in Abuja. Every newspaper in the world will report it in the morning. If you march on the British High Commission in morning, front pages in the world will carry it, and the world will ask why is British Commission in Abuja and Lagos under occupation by Nigerian youth. Then it is over. I'm giving you a master strategy of how you should be done.
If you're within 5 years of retirement, it could be a good time to understand some of the key components that could factor into your future income.
On air, so you understand. People should go to every weather shop around you. You know those who build bullet-proof door. I don't care how much it costs. We will pay. Everybody who is a welder who built bulletproof. People should take those doors and put nails in front of them and stand in front of protesters so that bullets cannot go through. Push the door, get the weapons, and deal with them. When you are marching to the British High Commission tomorrow, form 3 lines. They will have the army surrounding them. They will send a cable to London that British High Commission in Lagos is under attack. They will be forced to release it. Then the whole world will know that a revolution is going on. Without that, you cannot succeed, unquote. Even recently, in this courtroom, on the 7th day of November 2025, when the matter came up before this court, the court wondered the kind of malice and hatred which the defendant had for Britain. I will produce same parts of the proceedings of that day here too. Defendants, he says, there are issues at play which my Lord has not able to overcome, which even the prosecution has not even attempted to overcome. My Lord, are you asking me to go into the doors to defend myself on a non-existing law? If you can state that for the record, my Lord, I will be most grateful that you are going to try me or ask me to enter my defense where no law exists. Because if that is the position, my Lord, that means that the outcome of very trial is predetermined. A man of my station and caliber cannot be tried without any valid law. It is impossible, my Lord. I will tell you why. This was the case. This very case is bigger than this court. The case of mine started in 1957 when some brave men and women in this very country dared to ask the British to leave. The funniest thing is that all of them that pioneered that very effort, they all went to jail and were killed. Court, I'm learning this now. Then ask the British to leave. Defendants, yes, in 1957, Dr. Antonia Nao moved a motion at the House in Lagos, asking the white men to go and leave us alone. From that day, trouble started. Even before then, the like of Abat Macaulay was jailed, honorable men that fought for the indignity of the black race because they want me convicted. They told me so. Absolutely, my Lord. Absolutely, 100%. They told me. They said, I will come to court to see, to hear your case. When you take your plea, when persecution opens, then their case, when prosecution
Execution or
opens
prosecution?
their case,
I mean,
when you start your cross-examination.
Edo people, pardon me, but this is sounding like
your
your governor now.
submission,
Sorry.
I am telling you,
Huh?
what
It's like your
happened
governor when
a
he's
year
reading
and
budget.
half ago, when you file your no case submission and is rejected, you will not go into trial. You will be there during the verdict. You will be there during convictions. The court now responded. Let me just clarify this. It is also on record. You said that the British said that 1 year and a half ago that I was not the one presiding here. I want to say this, that I know my brother too, that was ascertain it will not get into that level of having anything to do, anything, because the way you are putting it. I want to say this. I do not have any relationship with the British. I have come here to do justice. I reiterate. Can you commence your defense so that if you commence today, I can extend time for you because your time has ended today. For the U.S. Embassy, it would have been attacked if not for the closure as a result of the protest. The defendant at about 2 hours, 24 minutes, 50 seconds, mark of the video of 24th day of October 2020 broadcast in Exhibit PWW stated, American embassy is shut down. Why won't they shut down? People are protesting. This statement regarding the embassy of United States of America is quite loaded. The statement could mean several things, none which are palatable or peaceful. What exactly does the defendant mean by the American embassy is shut down? Was he trying to attack the embassy if it has not shut down as a result of protest or incite others to do same as he did in British embassy? The inference to be drawn from the statement is that the defendant meant to do harm to the embassy of the United States by attacking or invading the embassy. Under international law, the premises of an embassy or high commission of a foreign nation is deemed invaluable. That means that even though the land belongs to host country, it cannot invade such premises. See Article 22 of Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relationship, or Article 22 of Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. It provides thus: the premises of missions shall be inviolable. The agent of the receiving state may not enter them, except with the consent of the head of the mission. 2, the receiving state is under special duty to take all appropriate steps to protect the premises of the mission against any intrusion or damage, and to prevent any disturbance of the peace of the mission or impairment of its dignity. 3, the premises of the mission, their furnishings and other properties thereon, and the means of transport of the mission shall be immune from search, requisitions, attachment, or execution, unquote. Thus, from the above, it can be said that the defendant incited for people to invade British High Commission and is threat against British High Commissioner Catherine Lyons and American Embassy is an act of international terrorism. This is the purpose of Section 3 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, which provides, and I quote, any person who intentionally murder, kidnap, commit other attacks on persons or liberty of an international protected persons, B, carries out violent attack on official premises, private accommodation, or means of transport of an international protected person in a manner likely to endanger his person or liberty. C, threatening to commit any such attack, commit an offense, and is liable on conviction to life imprisonment. The High Commissioner is an international protected person, being the representative of the British government in Nigeria, as well as other staff of High Commission and Embassy of the United States of America, leaving the defendant to continue his terrorist activity who have led to an international incident involving Nigeria and other foreign nations who are good partners with Nigeria. The question to ask again is whether bombing or attacking embassies of high commissions constitutes an actor consistent with agitation for self-determination. Again, the answer is no. All these acts goes to show that the criminal tendency of the defendant, as well as show concrete proof of his terrorist acts. Therefore, I hold without hesitation that the prosecution as successfully established can cease against the defendant. Consequently, he is hereby convicted of count 6 of the charge. With respect to count 7 of the charge,
count 6.
The defendant is charged with importing into Nigeria and keeping in Ubuluzo in Ihiala, local government of Anambra State, within jurisdiction of this honorable court, a radio transmitter known as Tram 50 concealed in a container of used household items, which is declared as used household items, thereby committing an offense contrary to Section 47(2)(a) of Custom and Excise Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004. The dispute as to which law provides for the offense in Count 7 has been conclusively decided by the Supreme Court. In case of Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu Supra, where my Lord M.L. Gaba, JSC, while reading the lead judgment, heard, and I quote, a calm reading of the details of the facts stated as constituting the offense mentioned or named therein would clearly and undoubtedly reveal that it deals with the offense punishable under the provision of Section 47(2)(a) of the Custom, Excise and Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of Federation of.
It is truly a privilege and an honor to be able to take this moment to lift you up and extend my deepest gratitude.
A, imports or causes to be imported any goods concealed in a container holding goods of different descriptions, or he shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years without the option of fine. It follows in the above circumstances that the mention of the Criminal Code Act as in Chapter C45 or Chapter C45 in Laws of Federation of Nigeria, 2004, is a mere mistake in place of correct law. The Customs and Excise Management Act, under which the facts alleged to constitute an offense in Count 15, is punished and punishable. The offense in Count 15 is consequently recognizable and grounded in an extant existing law in Nigeria in which it was defined and described, unquote. Thus, the court will follow the decision of the Supreme Court and decide Count 7 based on Section 47 of the Custom and Excise Management Act. The ingredients of the offense are: the defendant must have imported or caused to be imported goods concealed in a container. 2, the imported concealed goods must have been of a different descriptions. The evidence led by the prosecution through PW4 is that the defendant imported into Nigeria a radio transmitter known as Tram 550L concealed in container which contained used household items which he described as such. PW4 stated that indeed the Department of State Service had tracked the transmitter of Radio Biafra to a compound in Umuluzino in Ihiala, local government of Anambra State, belonging to one Benjamin Madubulu. The officer secured a search warrant, exhibit PWT, and proceeded to the compound where they recovered the container. Prior to going to the scene, PW4 testified that he watched a video of the defendant inspecting the container and the transmitter with Benjamin Modubugu. The court visited where the container was kept in the custody of the DSS, and same was admitted in evidence in the presence of the defendant as exhibit PWY, and he did not object to same. The container itself contains several household items which appear to be covered for the transmitter concealed in it. The prosecution has led evidence to show that the transmitter was smuggled into the country without same been declared to custom, that the cover of the household item was used to disguise its true content. The surrounding facts also show that the purpose for which the defendant intended to use the transmitter was to broadcast program on radio diaphragm, and this makes it concealed the transmitter. This is also not, there is also no evidence that Radio Biafra is registered with the Nigeria Broadcasting Commission, as stated by PW4. Thus, it is safe to conclude that the concealment of transmitter is in furtherance of the illegal operation of Radio Biafra by the defendant. The defendant, as a consequence of resting his case on the prosecution, did not call any witness to report the evidence of the prosecution, neither did he lead any evidence to counter the evidence of the prosecution. There is no evidence before this court stating the transmitter was lawfully imported into Nigeria. The defendant had the duty to present evidence and failed to report the allegation made against him. But he failed and deliberately refused to do same. The court is therefore bound to believe the evidence of the prosecution. Consequently, the court hereby convicts the defendant of count 7 of the charge. I must say here that defendants have always claimed to be a freedom fighter. He is only seeking justice for his people. Indeed, this is known in law as the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination is a political right recognized in several international instruments. Article 1 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, provides, and I quote, all people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural developments, unquote. The right to self-determination also entails the right of a group of people to form their political entity or their own governments. Article 20 of the African Charter on Women and People's Rights also provides, and I quote, all people shall have the right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. They shall freely determine their political status and shall pursue their economic and social development according to the policy they have freely chosen. 2, colonized or oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bond of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. 3, all people shall have the right to the assistance of the state parties to the present charter in their liberation struggle against foreign domination, be it political, economic, or cultural, unquote. Nigeria has domesticated the African Charter, which is known as the African Charter on Women and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Rights, which means the provision of the Charter are enforceable in Nigeria, provided they do not conflict with the clear provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Section 2.1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended makes it clear that Nigeria is an indivisible state, which means there is no room for division. The said section provides, and I quote, Nigeria is one indivisible, indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the name Federal Republic of Nigeria, unquote. This means that anyone agitating for a breakup of the Federation of Nigeria is going against the Constitution. However, any person agitating for self-determination can do so through the National Assembly seeking for amendments of the Constitution regarding the indivisibility of Nigeria and to reflect the recognition of the agitating states. It is after this that the procedure can be said to be completed, but not excluding a referendum. Any self-determination not done in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the country will be illegal. The defendant is not only agitating for secession of the state of the Southeast, South, and some Middle Belt states. He is doing so using terrorism as a weapon. Terrorism has become a monster in the world today, and several groups have continued to use this weapon form of weapon to form separate governments. In Nigeria, groups like Boko Haram, Lakurawa, IPOP have in recent years troubled Nigeria with terrorist activities. This terror group, by their activities, has denied innocent people the enjoyment of their fundamental rights. The action of the defendant and his terrorist organization have led to the bloodshed of innocent citizens, as well as security personnel who were going about their legitimate duty. His incitement through the broadcast on Radio Biafra, as well as the social media platform of the group, has led to the destruction of lives and property, as well as affect the daily life of his people of Southeast. The defendant did not only threaten the government of Nigeria, but his own people. This is seen in a broadcast while addressing the death of one of the commander of IPOP, named Ikozo. The defendant on 25th day of April 2021 made a broadcast where he stated, and I quote, Ikozo was not killed on the battlefield, but was killed in his village in the middle of night. Not only battlefield because
Ikonso, not
battlefield,
because
no army or police can defeat him. Ever since Eastern Security Network was launched, I have not seen anybody tell me that their life have not improved since it was launched. Around 21 minutes marked, the defendant stated, vengeance is a monster of appetite, forever blood-tasty, never filled. Ikozo is in heaven. He is going to be revenged, and by God, he will be revenged. All those who had hand in Ikozo death are all dead. People walking, all of them. He also stated that Ikozo will be mourned in a special way, just like how the Oba of Bini is buried with human heads. That they said Ikozo is more than an Oba.
Up Nepa.
Thank you.
Up Nepa in the court.
There is no doubt that this is contained in the broadcast. The defendant's statement was corroborated by PW4, who stated that upon the arrest of one of the IPOP commander named as Onyem Army, he informed them that they were only to get 30 heads of human out of 2,000 heads of as ordered by the defendant. This court is aware that the said Onye Army was not caught as a witness in this case, and this may affect the probative value of his evidence. However, the evidence being used, this evidence is being used as corroboration to the statement made by the defendant himself, admitted by the statement of, and is admitted as a defendant for that purpose. Corroboration refers to supporting or additional piece of evidence that supports another evidence. See Ogunbayo and the state citation supplied. Where it is.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Means no more than evidence tending to confirm, support, and strengthen other evidence sought to be corroborated. This evidence is to corroborate the evidence, the statement of the defendants. I must say here that the prosecution witnesses were consistent and calm in the giving of the evidence. Their calm demeanor, despite provocative questions under cross-examination, shows that them to be witness of truth. I carefully observed them, and the only conclusion to reach is that they are witness of truth. And this court readily believe them. The defendant, on the other side, from his attitude in court, was truly very cocky, arrogant. He even stated that no court can convict him. This is a direct affront on the power of the court, which this court will not take for granted, but will do justice. It is interesting to note that the defendant, who claimed to be a freedom fighter, has even caused more harm to his own people who are predominantly Christian faiths. Can this be said to be agitation for self-determination? Not at all. Agitation for self-determination cannot be to the detriment or to be detrimental to people who are supposed to be beneficiary of that said self-determination. The usual sit-at-home order primarily affects his own people of the Southeast. The killing of people who disobeyed the order are his own people. Ordering of closure of churches and schools as well as markets also affects his own people. They are unable to trade, go to school, farm, even worship on such days. The threats of violence and death have prevented these people from going about their legitimate businesses. Are these acts of the defendants consistent with the agitation for self-determination? The answer is in the negative once again. The defendant was not elected by anybody, also cannot dictate for the people of Southeast, especially through intimidation and threats of violence. He's a terrorist. He must be treated as such. In final analysis, the prosecution has successfully established the 7-count charge against the defendant beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, he is convicted on all the 7 counts.
Jesus. Verdict
By
now.
the time the next just 30 minutes, I go to the chambers. Anybody is free to come and get a certified true copy of the judgment.
As the court pleases,
May I get to the chambers, the next 30 minutes, it will be signed.
Thank you, my lord. May I
Jesus.
invite your lordship's
He's been
attention to the
convicted in
title
all the 7.
of this case. It is Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu.
I'm coming, sir.
So in this case, when is the pronouncement going to be made? I mean, how long since he's been convicted in all 7 charges? Some of them carry
Lord DB, people,
life
200
imprisonment, some
million
of them
people
carry
of
5 years.
Federal
So how is
Republic
it?
of Nigeria have brought Nnamdi Kanu before this court for acts of terrorism. And my lord, in the last few weeks or last few days, Nigeria has been a season of victims of and are victims of terrorism. But my lord, this afternoon, this honorable court delivered its judgment in which the convict Nnamdi Kanu was found guilty and convicted of offenses under Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. He has accordingly been convicted and it is now to be sentenced.
Okay.
My lord, the prosecutor has a duty to invite your lordship's attention to a few points that with judgment just delivered, this court has again affirmed the long-standing principle that whenever Nigeria as a nation is confronted with moments, actions, and events that pose grave danger to its existence, independence, and unity, the judiciary stands firm at the stabilizing force of the country, guided by the wisdom, courage, and integrity of judges who serve within that arm of government. Terrorism, my lord, remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. It is among the most devastating of atrocities in human history. As the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, the convict, through his broadcast on Radio Biafra and through the group Armed Wing, the Eastern Security Network, repeatedly attacked Nigeria and took active steps to desegregate the country. By the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu for acts of terrorism, it is clear that justice has been served to the thousands of innocent Nigerians who lost their lives as a result of the inciting broadcast and violent activities of Eastern Security Network. Their blood of those who have died cries to heaven, and God in his mercy has given them justice. Justice has honored their cry. The families of more than 75 security officers who were murdered in the service of their fatherland will now find some comfort in this conviction. Those whose relatives were brutally killed and buried with counsel of the order of the convict here have not died in vain, because justice has been done. My Lord, the record before these courts are replete with the losses suffered by citizens of Nigeria residing in the interstates of the Federation, citizens who, through no fault of their own, were forced to live in fear, had their businesses destroyed, and were reduced to paupers as a result of stay-at-home orders issued by the convict and violently enforced by the commanders of ESN. Justice has today set them free from oppression and economic strangulation caused by the terrorist activities of the convict. The convict now knows that the law is greater than any individual. Therefore, justice has been done to him too, and that Nigeria has both the power and the capacity to punish anyone who, through deliberate, reckless acts of terrorism, seeks to divide the country by attempting to create the so-called Republic of Biafra by force out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My Lord, consequent upon the conviction, as nothing further remains but the lawful imposition of sentence. The punishment prescribed for the offenses in counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 is death penalty.
What?
Pursuant to Section 1(2)(h) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, my Lord, with all sense of humility, I say, sir, as a prosecutor, that this court has no discretion in that regard, and that the only sentence that your lordship will impose for counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 is death sentence. This court has the power to do so, and with respect must do so.
5, 6. 1, 2,
The
4,
language
5,
of the
6.
act is clear, and the court is urged to apply it strictly without deviation. For the offense under count 3, relating to membership of IPOB, a proscribed terrorist organization, the punishment is imprisonment for a term of not less than 20 years, in accordance with Section 16(3) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. We urge your lordship, in accordance to this sentence, to also pronounce and impose the sentence as prescribed by law, having found him guilty and convicted. For the offense under count 7, the punishment is 5 years imprisonment without the option of a fine, pursuant to Section 46 and 47 of the Custom and Excise Management Act, C 45 Laws of Federation. In sentencing, this honorable court is obliged to consider the nature and gravity of the acts of terrorism committed by the convict. It was against, the acts of terrorism were against innocent Nigerians who reside in the southeastern states. It is also a terrorism act against Nigeria, whereby nobody felt safe and secure in Nigeria, having regards to the activities of IPOB and ESN. The court is urged to note that the company has shown neither remorse nor penitence for the innocent Nigerians who died as a result of his directives and incitements. He has demonstrated no respect for the administration of justice. His conduct, even within the court, has been marked by arrogance and a heart far removed from humility. When he was going out, he looked at me and said, God will bless me. He won't say God will punish me. He say God will bless me. And I say amen. Because I'm a blessed man. It is not him, a convict, who can now put a curse on me. He cannot do that. So in any event, my Lord, I'm not being persecuted.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Also shows from remorse, or to throw away arrogance and self-serving attitudes. The court is further urged to take judicial notice of the fact that the convict established Radio Biafra, a broadcasting platform operating on several digital channels, including mobile radio, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, blogs, and Instagram. It is a station with global reach. Evidence before the court, my Lord, shows that when the convict was arrested on 15 October 2015 at the Tulip Hotel in Lagos, he was found in possession of broadcasting equipment. The conduct of the defendant through online publications, live broadcasts, and social media communications constitute act of incitement, encouragement, and provocation of terrorism as defined under the Act. It is the view of the prosecution, my Lord, that without the instrumentality of the internet and social media platforms, the magnitude of destruction, division, and human losses recorded in southeastern states of Nigeria, including Lagos, would not have reached the level it attained. The digital platform becomes tools in the hand of the convict, tools of radicalism, ethnic hostility, and incitement to terror. Their amplified reach resulted in a coordinated transnational militarism or militarization of violence and destructions of public property across several states of Nigeria. The court has both the power and the duty to restrict further access to digital media who are committed by others that prevent the commission of similar or related offenses, including forfeiture, confiscation, or restrictions of the means used to commit the act of terrorism. As a form of preventive control, the prosecution praised this honorable court to impose restriction on the convict's access to digital devices, online accounts, or internet facilities. In other words, my Lord, anywhere he may be kept until his execution in obedience to the sentence, if he has access to these devices, and they are cheap and easy and available everywhere in Nigeria, there will continue to be broadcasts. Maybe he will claim he was not the one. At the moment, if you open to YouTube, you see a lot of rascals talking about the proceedings of the court, trying to twist and mislead the people with what happened in court. So we're asking that your lordship should restrict him from having access to these devices. This honorable court, my lord, has the statutory power to prevent convicts from further committing offenses by making orders for the forfeiture, confiscation, and restriction by any means used for communication. We therefore pray that the court to order the forfeiture of all the broadcasting equipment, digital devices, and all electronic materials seized from the convict and currently in the custody of the Department of State Security, State Service, In particular, the radio transmitter, Trans 50L, unlawfully imported to the country, should be forfeited to the federal government of Nigeria. My Lord, we want to say, sir, with all respect, that it might be argued that access to information, access to digital devices may be argued within the constitutional rights, but it's not absolute. So therefore, sir, if your lordships want to order his restriction, your lordship may give him a right to acquire any, but with the permission, with the authority of National Security Advisor and the Controller General of the correctional facility that he may be put. Therefore, my Lord, it's not an absolute or free right for him to begin to acquire those digital devices that may encourage him to reenact or to begin to commit the same or similar offense under his right freedom of speech. So we are saying, my Lord, that your lordship should restrict it. My Lord, considering that the company has to be in a custodial facility, we are asking your lordship to direct that for the safety of the convict, for his safety, for his security, and for the protection of his life until your sentence, I respectfully, sir, as prosecutor, plead with your lordship to direct that he be kept in the safest custodial center area, because his safety is very important. Your lordship need to take judicial notice of what happened when Simon Epa was sentenced in Finland. There were lots and lots and lots and lots of talks and talks. The convict has enemies. He has friends. But no one can say the volume or the number of his enemies who may want to eliminate him. So we're asking, my Lord, that your lordship order the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to keep him in the safest custodial center anywhere in Nigeria. You know, and if I may say with all sincerity, I am not too sure that Kuje, where there have been jailbreaks, will be the ideal place. So I'm urging your lordship with all sense of responsibility to preserve his life until he answers his sentence. So I thank your lordship, and I pray that the incidents of terrorism will from north to east to northwest to north central, and as we see, may God spare Nigeria of disintegration. I want to thank you. I want to appreciate you on behalf of my colleague, Adebayo Ojo and Suraj Saida. We're grateful to your lordship for a well-researched, a well-reasoned, and a courageous judgment. Thank you, my Lord.
So what will remain in a sentence?
There is no doubt that the convict has waived his right to be present through his unruly attitude, the habitual unruly attitude to be in court when the judgment was read. But we must still give him opportunity to hear one or two things from him, but not personal, through his person. Since his consultant is here and the offense has to do with death sentence, I will call his consultant, that was his lawyer before he converted to consultant, if he has any allocutors to make on his behalf. Mr. Jimako, do you have any allocutors to make on his behalf?
My Lord, being an officer in this temple of justice, properly dressed, and not being his counsel or record, I will yield this very task to Honorable Obina Agocha, who is better qualified than me being the member of House of Representatives who represents Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
It's okay. Honorable, let me have your full name and restrict yourself to allocutors.
Yeah.
Allocutors is what we mitigate the sentence. Is our brother. Let us hear you. You tell us your name. We can't, because of your ruling behavior, deprive him of allocutors.
Allocutors.
Can I hear from you?
Thank you, my Lord. My name is Right Honorable Obi Agocha. And the good people of Iguano, Umuahia North and Umuahia South Federal Constituency in the 10th National Assembly. My Lord, I am the direct representative of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That's why you see me here almost every time, showing presence and also showing with him. The matter has come to a closure for now. I'm not his lawyer. I wouldn't know whether they will seek appeal. But for now, the Lord, he's my brother. He's my friend. I went to school with him. We attended primary and secondary school together, though he was my junior. But it is my responsibility and obligation as a member of the National Assembly to represent him as well. The Lord, I plead for mercy, I plead for clemency, and I appeal for peace and for stability of not just the Southeast, but as well as Nigeria. Like the prosecutor said, Nigeria is bleeding over the last few days, and we must bring some of these issues to bear.
Gum shrinkage and why we need temporaries. So you will see there are some people out there promoting.
I also wish to appeal to the prosecution team that it has been done to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. The other people out there also doing more worse than him.
Please,
sorry, sir.
I asked for a locutor.
Yes, sir.
Please don't.
So, I apologize, sir. So I want the court to take judicial notice of that this trial has gone on for almost 10 years. Mazen Kanu is almost 56 or 57 years old now. He has been absent in his family life, his children, his community, his family. So I plead for the Lord to show mercy, to temper justice with mercy. And as we move, it shall be great for our country. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm a friend of the court, having come from the other side of the government. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the court. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will consider all this, and I will rise and come back by 10 minutes to 4. You may go and come back 10 minutes to 4.
For the judgment,
sentencing.
for the sentence.
I will rise and come back.
Wow. People, I don't know what you think. You have read, you have heard what, I think it's better to input this now. Okay, so you have heard what the prosecutor is requesting. The prosecutor is requesting. Okay, let me give you a recap. As a result of as a result of an altercation between Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the trial judge, the judge walked him out because he started pointing at him, in his words, according to the judge, making unruly remarks, and he was asked to leave the court. Okay, he was asked to leave the court. Now, as a result of this, he read out all the charges. That was 7-count charges. And in these 7-count charges, Justice Omoto Osho has convicted Nnamdi Kanu in all the 7-count charges, 7 terrorism-related charges. Now, on count 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, these are death sentences. Basically, it's a death sentence. Basically, right? 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. On count 3, it carries 20 years imprisonment. Then on count 5 years imprisonment for count 7, right? So looking at this, the prosecutor is now making made a submission that he should be on count 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 as the as the law prescribes that Nnamdi Kanu should be given death sentence. Now, on count 3, that he should be given 20 years imprisonment, and on count 7, he should be given 5 years imprisonment on count 7. So if we put all this together, and I read what people are saying there, in the comment section, and the judge also made very clear that I think while he was reading count 2, 3, that he gave him enough time to get a defense lawyer after he fired all his defense team. And at the beginning, I said, while I'm shocked, I never expected that we will be getting to the point of the question of death penalty. But one thing is very clear, that it is very likely that the I don't know. It's very likely that the judge may agree with the prosecution team. You know why I said this? If you pay attention, all the counts that the prosecution team presented, argued, the judge gave, basically agreed with the prosecution team. Now, in judgment, if you agreed within the trial, in judgment, I do not see any room for wiggle or maneuver. Even when allocutors was given recent now to barrister Ejimako and his House of Rep, Ejimako yielded to the House of Rep, who made a plea for the judge to tamper justice with mercy. So we are going to see that justice being tampered with mercy, hopefully in the next 1 hour, because that's when that's when they resume, in the next 1 hour, right? So we will see 10 minutes to 4, then we'll come back. But at that, I don't know what you think, and I'm going to do this. We may have to wait, stay here if you guys want, or we go and come back. So let me take your, how are you feeling? Because for now, I don't know how I'm feeling, because I didn't expect this. I'd already, by 6 o'clock, I'll have I see if his lawyer had already reached out to Maxwell to join me, Maxwell Opera, to join me, and I already reached out to other lawyers as well. So we'll be having a program by 6 p.m. And I think the team are trying to set the live stream so that it's going to be easier, and you guys will see when the live stream is up here and to join. So this, life imprisonment. Now, it also, if I stay with Nnamdi Kanu's case, then the question that would actually come to my mind, remember that I think yesterday or day before yesterday, one of the Boko Haram terrorist leader was sentenced for 20 years imprisonment. So I haven't read the details of that judgment, but for life imprisonment and death sentence for a case that is argued to be the same, one took active participation, the other one was through audio messages and visuals to incite for certain things, for the unaliving of people to happen. So either way, people died, no matter how you look at it. Either way, people died. So the question is it then fair? Then I'll ask, in all this and beyond this, our conversation earlier today will center around what happens next, right? If you ask me, I think this judgment is for a reason. The government wants to do the following. One, send clear signal and message to anyone who is wanting to follow this path that we are not going to tolerate any more nonsense. Many have argued to me in private that as a result of Owazirike's case, going through a political process is the reason why the second phase of the agitation got to the level where it got. Why so many have also argued that the failure of the previous government to prosecute people like Asari Dokubo, Ateke Tom, and Tombolo, it's also because in their argument, the school of thought that if these individuals were prosecuted and jailed or not jailed, convicted, right? That if they were convicted and probably eventually as a political negotiation tool and granted bail, certain things may have ceased that you will not see next generation carrying out with that. So if you ask me, I think this is what the government is trying to do, to send a clear message, be it north, south, east, west, we're not going to tolerate this, so you better stop. Now, and in stopping that, it then means a greater consequence, in my understanding, for those who now identify as IPOP member, especially those of you in the diaspora, United States of America, UK, and many countries in Europe, that by this sentencing today, or rather by these judgments today, that it is going to be very clear that these countries are going to be told that Nigeria is reaffirming that IPOB is a terrorist organization. And by that reaffirmation, it has their consequences to you watching me now, if you are a member. Depending on your job, many of you work in places where you need high level security clearance. You got to be very careful because that can affect your job. If you're a nurse, that could also affect your job. There are some jobs, especially within the IT, where you need access to clients' data. It can affect your job. So at this point, caution is demanded. The choice is yours. Especially, you can also pray that the government stops here. If the government ever demands that those who have contributed monies to fund the ESN, if they ever demand that they prosecute them, that means you might be innocent, but you may have aided or I'm not saying, this is in the context of what has been decided today. It's not my judgment.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can
said that in the comment section is the link for you to join me here while I take some of your comments. Damian Ibazu said, let me take some of your comments here. Hold on. Damian says, Mazik prosecution now can't solve the problems. Rather, the social justice will heal the wounds of the agitation. Of course, there's never a time anyone would argue that this prosecution would solve the issues. But even the issue of agitation and marginalization, as many do cry foul, again, it depends on where you're standing, right? Some have argued that in most cases it's not the issue, but again, that's a story for another day. We will keep, we may come back to that. But it is quite instructive that even the decision or this prosecution, the date coincides with a time that there is a heightened tension in Nigeria with the Christian genocide happening in the Middle Belt and some parts of northern Nigeria. If you look at the one that happened in Kwara in a church where certain individuals marched in a church, story has it that three people died and the pastor was kidnapped and a couple of others. You see the old woman on a blue wrapper that really, I think anybody with any atom of sense in them would really be broken by that video, looking at that mama trying to run and she couldn't. And that broke me because I'm like, this is just a mother who has just gone to church to pray. Her crime is coming from this part of the world, right? Looking at the fact that Donald Trump had made the statement he made on the Truth Social, which was reposted on X, and the actions by the Nigerian government telling them, oh, we are doing all our best, doing this. So you can also understand that the Nigerian government would want to do anything to say, okay, we are not terrorist enablers. But in all, my prediction is this sentence might stand according to what the prosecution team is arguing. But for those of you who, especially those of you who are from the Southeast, I can certainly guarantee that there will be a political solution to this. But for that political solution to come, sometimes some of us are quick in this keyboard to write and insult people. I had a program here when I said, if we are paying attention, listen to what Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, and listen to what Senator Ojus Okalu, who is very close to Tinubu, what he has said. Recall there was a time that Ojus Okalu mentioned that he was going to. Temia, I've seen you. I'll let you in shortly. Recall there was a time Ojus Okalu mentioned that he had seen Tinubu and they would discuss about this. Eventually, time passed. And the last time that he was asked, Ojus Okalu said that he is not going to comment on something that is before the court. Again, if you take a back seat, recall that when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested the first time, and when it came to the perfection of his bail, not many of you know the role played by the former former DSP, Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu, who is now in jail in the United Kingdom. Ike Ekweremadu eventually got a beating of his life in Germany, but he played a pivotal role in ensuring that Nnamdi Kanu came out then. If you then backtrack a little bit, you now begin to understand that in all these things that is happening, there is something that the government wants to do in all this. Government, like I said before, I can guarantee you there will be a political solution where Nnamdi Kanu will be released or no, will be pardoned. Because the tension, I mean, the noise and the tension, this judgment and the sentencing will send across Nigeria will be deafening, right? So, irrespective of the fact whether he will be pardoned or not, there are still consequences for those of you, especially I can't warn you guys enough. You may insult me, but I can't warn you enough, especially those of you in the diaspora. The consequences, because you may not have the resources to go to court and start defending yourself, because these nations will act based on rulings from Nigeria that this entity is classified as because with this, you can no longer go to court in any court in Europe and say, I do not belong to any group that is classified as a terrorist group. No, it can no longer, because in the country of operation, it has been designated, gazetted, and by those designation and gazettes that they got, the court today relied on it to now say on count 2 that this is so. Therefore, when they review that in any court anywhere across the world, they will say, well, I mean, based on this, recall that even when the judge talked about extraordinary rendition, he mentioned a case in America, someone who was illegally abducted, but he faced judgment in America. So, citing that, in as much as that extraordinary rendition is illegal, Maz, you have never lived in the US, and that's why you're saying, well, I'm not in the US. I don't live in the US. But Pansat, the only thing I can tell you is be careful. In Igbo, we say, Atwalo malo, Atwalo feke. Ofenyi isi n'ọhịa. If you know, you know. Right? If you know, you know. Watch yourself. Ignore whatever Pansat is saying, please. If you live in Europe, I'm begging you, pay attention. If you live in Europe, I am begging you, pay attention. Ignore this. I don't live in America. I've never said I lived in America. But I can tell you this. With this, what has happened today, with the conviction of Simon Ekpa, come on. I guess do you want it to be drawn or what? You guys should, we should be smart, right? You put one-on-one together. You may not like it. I may not like the outcome. But it's not about what we feel, what we like at this point in time, right? It is about what could be of, what could affect you somewhat. And this may affect you. If you think it means nothing, then of course, I mean, when it affects, not be me and you, it's you. But I'm just telling you what I think. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. What I think could be the consequences of what has happened today. Yeah? Well, I'm as speaking as a Anambra politician. Okay. What do I know? I won't say more than that again. So, if, like I said, if you want to air your view, if you're not a keyboard warrior, you want to show your face show, right? Come online and let's have this conversation. Powerful Saddam Hussein of Iraq, who could eat Tinubu for lunch, was dismantled by Iraq's American diaspora. I don't know what that means. Okay, King Boy, I have no say. It says, Oga, we will continue to contribute for our freedom and can't scare anybody. Okay, good luck with that. Go ahead and do your thing. We shall see. Well, right now, the spotlight is coming from the US and the evil government and You know what everybody's asking? I hope you guys are aware, and I hope you know the implication. When the government is saying that there is no Christian genocide, that the Christians are not being, there is no genocide being committed against Christians, right? That's what the government is saying. And the same government, oh, Rudy. Rudy.
Yeah, man.
I am fearful. Oh, your name was mentioned when the judgment was being read, and I said, you are. I hope you have not. You haven't entered trouble. Rudolph, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm trying to. There's an echo. Yeah, man.
Okay. So, I mean, I said your name was mentioned, though. I chuckled and I said, now so Rudolph take enter trouble for waiting in honor.
It's been, I've been getting calls from everywhere. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So I've been getting calls from everywhere.
What's the call about? Are people scared of? Oh, I mean, what's?
Yeah.
Anyway, now, I was saying, Rudolph, but I think a lot of people who joined didn't, or who are commenting, either they don't understand it, or because I was saying before you joined that my brother Frank Onero, you're welcome. I was saying to
So I have a hot take. AI is not just a buzzword if you use Monday CRM.
I'm so glad you said that.
By this judgment today, the federal government has kind of tripled the affirmation. Okay, yeah, hello.
All right. Welcome everybody. Thank you. It's a small. Okay. For those watching us, thank you so much, Mr. James. Thank you, Uche. Thank you. I was streaming from Njenge Media's platform, but when I joined him, I was hearing echo. I couldn't do that, so that was why I actually, because today is Thursday and I teach on Thursday, I have to leave for school. I have been up to follow this. So, but I just wanted to say that we are going to have a live broadcast at 2 p.m. Nigerian time. So we are planning to have a show 2 p.m. Nigerian time, so that we can hear from everybody and get their take on what has been a very interesting day. Mr. James, I will just give you 2 minutes and Uche 2 minutes so that I can round up and get ready to leave. Go ahead, James.
Actually, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you see, I'm disappointed, not with the judgment, but the judge himself. How can a university graduate compose a judgment he finds difficult to read? He was stammering, which means that, in fact, it's likely he's not the one who composed the judgment. That is the kind of education we are receiving today. For somebody who read law at the university in Nigeria and attended Nigerian law school, I expect him to spice his judgment with Latin expressions as a mark of scholarship. There was a man they called Mimo, George, who tried Awolowo those days. Go and listen to his judgment and compare that judgment with this very one we are hearing today. The difference is as clear as crystal. So that is the extent we've gone in Nigeria. As I wrote on a platform not long ago, in the language of Zebediah, Nigeria is dead, died. If these are the kind of people managing the affairs of the country, it's not only the judiciary, because actually the judiciary It's not a conglomeration of what I call senior advocates of nuisance. But you see them wearing their wig with the gowns and everything. You think that these are well-read, highly educated ladies and gentlemen, not knowing that they are all empty heads. How can this man be on the bench, the Nigerian bench of a common law country, reading that kind of judgment he was reading? So there is need for us to close all Nigerian universities, reorganize them, and if possible, merge them. And we need fewer universities, because all the universities right now are wishy-washy. That is just my opinion. It's so sad. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone.
Thank you, Mr. James. Uche, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Rudolph, good afternoon from here, the land of Europe. I greet you, but today is a Black Thursday. A Black Thursday for Ndibo. I will not say much. Mazi in Ginger Media, we know your stand from the beginning because your platform already, Igbo people have already rejected it because this is a platform that you give to people that are against Nnamdi Kanu. So they come there, they talk, whatever. So, but it's not today. Nigerian government have labeled the IPOB terrorists. It's not today. What happened? The whole world nowhere accepted that that IPOB is a terrorist. So this is a play. They are just playing. This is a man that put a problem some days ago. This Justice Omoshoto, what do you call it? Put a problem between Wike and so-called criminal politicians. Go and see old people pushing them from steps. Some of them fall down. They have injury on their waist. Look at what is happening on that PDP secretariat. What do you call it? This Omoshoto give such a judgment to Wike. This is. I want everybody to understand this. That this judge Omoshoto, everybody should understand that any justice, any judge that accepted to take this Nnamdi Kanu case, watch, all of them rejected it. Many judges rejected that when Binta Nyako was take her hand out from the case. Nnamdi Kanu asked her, leave this case. She leave this case like a bread to her because she's finding a way to leave the case. At the end of the day, this man accepted to take the case. That the day he accepted to take is the day we know what he's going to do. So I want to let every Igbo, this is nothing to us. It's a mind to us because already it's happening to us for a long time. But I want to let Nigerians to know something. Those that believe in one Nigeria should accept these things happening there. The people that don't accept this one Nigeria, have patience. It will happen everybody in eye. Biafra we take their part out. We take their stand out of this Nigeria. We don't accept it. This is a justice. It's a justice against humanity. That the person you are judging asks you one question. You couldn't answer the question till today. You denied him everything. You don't want him to defend. You don't want you don't even give order and the way you make your judgment the court, you don't back it with order. DSS allow these barristers to follow up the case with the client. Rather, they will do the more you look, the less you see. The judge will give a judgment, allow him to have conversation with lawyers. At the end of the day, he will keep silent, and the DSS will be manipulating the man. That is why he said his barrister should keep aside, let him defend himself. And he have made his stand. That any judgment that gave in this court today is not acceptable. And anybody did not accept it. And I want to say something here. Everybody should be aware. They are making the more injury to Ndibo. The more injury they are putting on Ndibo. And we will not accept it. Because of what? We didn't believe in this one Nigeria. We did not believe in this one Nigeria. They should go ahead and do whatever they want to do. We don't appeal them. They only appeal to us to forgive to everything they did against us. Rather, they keep on doing the worst. Like, what are we going to do? Our ancestors, we raise people, we raise a spirit that will back us to achieve what we want. Only thing we want. Listen, in South Africa, Nelson Mandela spent how many years? They call him a terrorist. He spent how many years? At the end of the day, they take the terrorists out. He's a man of resolute. Nnamdi Kanu is a man of resolute. We stand with him. We can never jeopardize. He did not accept everything they did. Let me tell all of us, if Nnamdi Kanu accept what they gave him, this judgment will not be carried on to them. But he did not accept it. He rejected it. He told them, go to hell with these things. It's a material case. What I need is the good of my people. 7 things he demanded. Those 7 things. Till today, after 10 years, all this court, all these things was delayed. They did not do anyone. Give us a better water. Give us a good school. Give us train road. Give us a better road. Give us everything that works for humanity. Go and check everywhere southeast. There is nowhere. Ojukwu asked them in Aburi, let us restructure Nigeria. Did they do it today? No. Rather to marginalize an Igbo man. We are not going to do anything. But they should remember, this is the same Igbo that went with you people. After 3 years, we survived. We are here looking at you people, Nigerians. And these evil politicians, Ojuzokala and Iko, go on and do whatever you are doing. We are watching. Our eye is very clear to watch. Thank you so much. There is no happy. Today is a Black Thursday to hold the whole Igbo. Let's be looking on. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Uche. Righteous man. Welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good afternoon from here, Lagos, Nigeria. I think I should be short of words, but at the same time, I want to make some references as regard to the trending issue right now. Dr. Damages, I want to make reference to your interviews, which were made reference to today by Justice Omotosho. I remember the last interview you conducted with Simon Ekpa. After that interview, Simon Ekpa was picked up in Finland and he never returned. Today he's serving a jail term. And the same interview you conducted with Nnamdi Kanu, maybe when you were in Sahara Reporters, were made reference of today by Justice Omotosho. So it seems you have become an epitome of reference points in anything that have to do with people that are seeking for their right of existence or freedom. Your interview have been, if you go to the internet space now, is trending. The interview Dr. Rudolph had with Nnamdi Kanu was made as a reference point. I don't know what you asked him there and what he answered, that in all the interviews that they have granted to Nnamdi Kanu, both by BBC and the likes, it is only your own with Sahara Reporters they are referencing as a point of guilt against him. Anyway, that is my personal acknowledgement of the event of today. As regard to the judgment of today, I am not shocked, I am not disappointed. like I told my wife, fortunately, it happens today. Today is my rest day. I didn't go to work. I told my wife right from yesterday, I said, well, while I will be resting today, nobody should come and wake me up and say, they have convicted Nnamdi Kanu or the rest of it. Because in the last, I think it should be last month or thereabout, when Omoyele Shoro, Omoleye led the protest, Shore led the protest, he did make it known to the whole wide world that he got an intel that they will convict, there is nothing that will be done for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. That he has an intel. Shore said that intel, he was informed that he will be convicted and later this president will now grant him pardon. He said it in many interviews that he was granted. So I'm not shocked. It is already a script. It's a judgment against a race, a people, a tribe, a language. Is a judgment that does not reflect sincerity. It's a judgment that even if he's sentenced to death, many thousands of the likes of Nnamdi Kanu will still come out of the southeast. That is definite. Because nobody agreed or will had a foreknowledge that after 50 years of the civil war, my family lost my father lost 7 kids, lost properties in Port Harcourt where he started his life, was devastated. After the war, he lived only 10 years and he gave up the ghost due to heartbreaking. What a young man had labored in his life, built, were all seized as abandoned property, children lost. A well-to-do man became wretched as a result of that war. But nobody knew that after 50 years of this massive loss of lives and properties in the Southeast, that somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, will be a voice again to say, give us Biafra. I remember one of the interviews I listened to the next to Ojukwu, Effiong, General Effiong, who said that if you do not treat these people and bring them into the Nigerian mainstream as part of Nigeria, what we have fought for, their children or children after them will still come up to mention about Biafra. And that is what we are seeing today. So ideology does not die. Sentencing him to death or life imprisonment of 50 years will and does not stop that ideology. In as much as the Nigerian space and the Nigerian government continue to marginalize the Southeast in every aspect of governance, in the number of states, we have the list. In the number of local government, we have the list. In the number of constitutionally approved appointment of federal ministers, we have the list. Each state in Nigeria should have at least a representative of one minister holding one ministerial position. But the only person that was given was Dave Umahi. While Ogun State has 4 federal ministers, 4. We're not saying minister of state, I mean federal ministers that do not take any directives from a higher authority except the president. But a whole 5 Southeast had only one. That's Dave Umahi, the Minister of Works. So that is marginalization. The railway that have been constructed, modern railway.
Righteous man, I am sorry. I have to stop you because it's unfortunate. Today is the day I teach. I'm about to leave for school, but I just want to hear from you guys. Like I said, there will be a broadcast here at 2 p.m., which is another probably 4 or 5 hours. So let me give everyone a chance to say a few things. I have to get out in the next 2 to 10 minutes because I have to get ready. I'm going to the city to teach. I'm sorry, but there will be chance for us to weigh in details on all the other issues around it. Comrade Omore, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Damages, and my fellow panelists. Greetings to our esteemed audience across the globe. Yeah, I think, like the last speaker said, we have respected this day. He said that Daniel has come to judgment. There's something I'll not be comfortable about. There was a twist in this case. The moment he said he was going to defend himself, I woke up that morning. I was shocked to my bone marrow. I quickly put a call to my friend CM, like, why will he take this decision? Where is this decision coming from? In as much as I understand the frustration of the defense counsel, defense team, I know what they have passed through. I know the environment, they were trying to do their best and everything. I understand, what they said, according to what Oyemoyele Sowore said a few weeks ago, even before the protest was organized, and the loyal of Ejimako status was forced to hit the street for a protest. I knew they were dealing with a lot. But in order to, for want of time, I want to say that the decision to defend himself, to me, wasn't the best in this scenario. Considering the sensitive nature of the case, I think it would have been in a better position for a professional, a lawyer, to have a way around the case, no matter how, sensitive and dicey the chances are. I want to say, the moment he told me, he has a reason for saying that, there are things the lawyers cannot say because of their professional ethics. I also question the temperament with which Nnamdi Kanu will be able to deal with that in that environment. So, if you see the altercation between him and the judge, since he took over, environment has not been conducive for, a palatable judgment. He foresaw the handwriting of the world. Let's see what they're going to say. I hope they listen to the parliamentarian who has spoken to temper justice for mercy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Omori. Let me see. Dominic, how are you, Doc? Sorry, guys.
Don't skip the line, Rudolph.
No, I'm not skipping the line. What I'm trying to say is that can you moderate while they end? Just the people here, because I have to run. I want people to speak, but I
yeah, Rudolph, one more thing. You have not committed an offense for interview him. If they use what interview between him and Nnamdi Kanu to do whatever they do, you are not responsible for anything. So let nobody throw stones at you for conducting an interview. You are doing your job. Nothing more than that.
Thank you, Omori. I wasn't worried.
That is a great responsibility, Rudolph.
Yeah. So just the people who are here. Did you come in as a moderator?
I didn't come in as a moderator. That's why I stayed in.
just to move people around. But okay, just let them.
I don't mind staying for a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. You see, I'm trying to do something as they're speaking. Let me get Tony. I'm not skipping lines. Let me get Tony to speak. But I'm happy you're here, so you can at least. Go ahead, Tony.
Yes, greetings, everybody. Greetings, Rodolph. Sad day, but it adds further complications to the tension already in the land. While we await what the sentencing would be, I just quickly want to say, to agree with a comrade that, the dismissal of his counsels and failure to address or counter the charges that were made against him was fatal to his case. I also think that his conduct was very hostile. I think that shouldn't have been that way. But all said and done, I've always believed that this is likely to be something that will be settled politically. And so I think it looks like the stage is now set to use him as a bargaining chip. That's all I think. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. I think, let's see, Ndawisi, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Hello to everyone in this studio. This was not unexpected. The judge just followed. The judge just followed the script that was handed to him. We know Nigeria. There's truly no justice in Nigeria, particularly when you're up against a government that wants to find every means possible to find you guilty of any charge they put forward. The whole world is watching. They know that. I don't know if anybody took notice of how the judge talked about his comments during the NSAS and spinned it to mean that he targeted to attack the closed American embassy, and now linked it and said it was a sign that he's an international terrorist. So things like that will show everybody that there's no justice was not planned to be delivered. Whether he discharged his counsels from continually pleading or attending trial on his behalf or not, that one is his own decision. It may not have even, whether they were there, this verdict that was delivered today would have still been the same. The only thing everybody should be thinking of now is what next? The country is volatile, and many of us want peace to return across the country. This one will be an added pressure on not just the Southeast, but the country as a whole. It's left to the government, if they really want reconciliation, to look at it and see how this whole tension can be doused down. What I feel they want to do is to convict him first and then measure the amount of plea for clemency, plea for pardon, plea for reduction of sentences and all that from wherever. And at some point, they will now give conditions to his reps or people who come to them behind closed door to plead, to say this is what he's going to do for us to release him. Then at the end of the day, probably they will now pressurize him to accept those conditions and he will not be pardoned. But even after the pardoning, it will be on his record that sentence of conviction will be attached to him. That identity will be on him permanently. So that is probably what this government, and knowing how reckless this government is. And the other question of the bigotry this government has been exhibited clearly showed. You could see what the prosecutor was saying. The prosecutor was demanding maximum sentence, the death sentence on him. And later he went and started saying, for the time being, where they will keep him, they should deny him of all forms of communication so that people would not have access to discuss with him and maybe him making more broadcasts. So everything is just, to me, it's a sham trial. We know that is how it's going to be. But the contention now is what next? How will the government, if they are truly a responsible government, knowing what is going on in the country, the killings here and there, the terrorist attacks almost on daily basis, how they will align it with this sentence and try to calm tension down. That is what I think should go on now. For him, I think his next move will be to appeal the matter. But from what I'm seeing, with this kind of government we have, even if it goes up to Supreme Court, they will find, even if it's one of the 7 counts, they want to find him guilty on that. But the government has responsibility to show, at least for once, that they want unity, not by saying it by mouth, because everything around this whole thing has a lot of issues. It is political in many ways. There's no doubt about it. The only way to tell Nigerians, not just Igbos, Nigerians know that the government wants to really find peace in this country is to find a solution to this Nnamdi Kanu's issue, a political and peaceful reconciliatory solution. Whatever the judge is saying is what they have told him to do. I don't blame him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Dominic.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. What a day to be alive. I didn't even know this was going to hold today. It was by chance that I was checking, and I saw this, and I listened to almost all of it. I missed the part where they mentioned you. Rudolph, if you don't mind asking, when was that interview? I know it was when you were still in
At Sahara, yeah.
Yeah. But what year was this?
I don't remember. 2000 and during Jonathan's time, 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was before the. Okay, gotcha. Buhari's election. There are different ways to analyze this case, and I want to choose my words carefully because you're a seasoned journalist. You've been doing this for many years. I am a civilian just like everybody else, so I'm not trained in the study of journalism. So I'll choose my words carefully. You can judge this case from its merit, whether or not Nnamdi Kanu is actually a terrorist. Obviously, a terrorist, some terrorist acts are pretty glaring, and sometimes it becomes a little subjective based on who's defining what terrorism means. You can judge it from that merit. You can judge it from the merit of marginalization and unfairness. And you can judge it on the merits of, does this court have any standing, which is something I think Nnamdi Kanu has pushed, given the extraordinary illegal rendition from Kenya. So if you go from that angle, then it would suffice to say that whatever has taken place is improper or illegal. And so anything that has happened after he was extradited rendition from Kenya to Nigeria is void. But then I heard the judge make some references to US case and things like that. So trying to say that he knows what all the opinions that are out there and he's trying to counter it. If you want to talk about analyze it from the level of unfairness or marginalization, I always try to, I think, my opinion, put a distinction between what people call Southeast or Igbo marginalization with IPOB activities. Because if we're all students of history, if you go back to just before the military, Abacha's military regime ended, I don't think I heard anything about Biafra or IPOB, Biafra or any kind of Biafra agitation. It wasn't until, I think, after the civilian government, and people correct me if I'm wrong, civilian government took effect that we have Mosob. And then from there, Azuike, whatever happened to him. And then things moved on to IPOB. But the reason why I mentioned it is it's almost, when you equate and put IPOB and Igbo marginalization together, it almost seems like Igbo marginalization or Southeast marginalization was something that started happening recently. This is something that has always happened since after the Biafran War. Going into, if you can go as far back as saying when Biafrans were only offered £20, right? Or Igbos were only offered £20, and how people had to start relying on, on their pure grit and resilience to be able to overcome this. So I always try to separate both. Now, you can say that what is happening now, or what's happened since the civilian government came into effect, Mosob and IPOB, is a symptom of a long issue that has not been addressed by the Nigerian government, be it development, be it representation through federal means or federal character. You can define it in many ways, but it's only a symptom of something that has been sitting like a gunpowder for a very long time. Be it suppression of of historical events, because people always say, when you refuse to be a student of history, you are bent to repeat some of those things. I talk to my father quite often, who was part of the Biafran struggle and Biafran army when it happened, and he would always tell me a lot of the things that are happening now. If those people saw the maiming, the beheading, the catastrophe that happened, nobody will be agitating for Biafra. Not to say that it is wrong, but if you speak to the older generation, that scar, that psychological scar is still there. And if we teach history in a very good way, I think there'll be a better sense of people's perspective on how to go about things. I will always tell you, and this is as far back as when Nnamdi Kanu was talking about Jobril and all whatnot. I don't agree with the means of how he does things. I don't agree with the means. I don't agree with his rhetoric. But I don't have to agree with the way he does things or his perspective to see the unfairness that is being meted out right now. All criminals, even in the US, terrorists, they always, at least, even if paying lip service, they always try to, in some sense, show some level of fairness. For example, they will capture a terrorist in the Middle East. They will send the terrorist to Guantanamo Bay, and they will send the terrorist to the US, and they will try the person. Because regardless of how severe someone's actions or crime or anything they've done is, for any democratic country to maintain some level of validity or grandstanding, they always have to show that, oh, even to my worst enemy, I am still showing fairness. I don't think that fairness was meted out today. And that is to the second aspect. There is no fairness. As I'm looking into the recent media, I'm seeing things like the former leader of ISWAP or Boko Haram was sentenced to 20 years. I haven't verified that news. We've all seen pictures of repentant Boko Haram. We've all seen allegations or conspiracy of Boko Haram being subsumed into the army because they are repentant. And then, there are, suspicious cases of information leaking out to the terrorists. How would terrorists know where the Nigerian army is? We heard of the brigadier general that lost his life, and some people have suggested, hey, maybe there was some kind of intel being given by even his own military, maybe those who are mole in the military. So at the end of the day, you guys saw when the House of Rep member wanted to give allocutos, right? And then the judge was very strict to give only allocutos. So he was going to pivot to talk about the unfairness, and the judge shut him down. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how allocutors go. But there's that, even if not intrinsically, just by the way things are, there's some level of unfairness. And I haven't even started talking about whether or not what Nnamdi Kanu did is actually terrorism, or whether what he did is right. Now, there were things that I noticed, which I think is very scary. It's almost like the Nigerian government is trying hard to send certain messages to the international community, talking about NSAS, how trying to link Nnamdi Kanu with NSAS, which I found very strange because I've never had that connection, that kind of connection before. Trying to link him to being a danger to the American consulate and the British consulate. You guys know what happened in Benghazi and how it got dragged out in America because they were saying that certain aspect of the government at that time did not try to protect the Libyan prime minister and things like that. So it's a very, very, very huge allegation. And you guys have to remember, Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. So in some sense, I almost think like the Nigerian government is trying to say, we know he's your citizen, but he's even a danger to you. So it's not in your interest to even meddle in our affairs. And also it's telling America, at least in my opinion, that I know you guys are talking about looking into unfairness against Christians and people in the South and stuff like that. But even though this guy is from, well, he's no longer Christian, he prescribes to the Jewish religion. Even though he's from that aspect of the country, he's also a terrorist to the country. So it's a very, very interesting case. There are so many ways to analyze it. But one thing that I see just as a layperson is, and I don't want to sound petty, but the way the judge was reading this case, there were a lot of emotions behind it. And the reason why in this neck of the woods, like in the West, why we have trial by jury, and defendants can also choose to do trial by judge. The reason why there's trial by jury is you are tried by your peers, people who understand the social, political, and religious aspect of being part of your community, right? They try to judge the case from an outsider perspective. I wish he was tried by a jury and not by a judge, because you're all dependent on one man to prescribe judgments. His emotions, the way he was reading it was almost like he was part of the prosecution. Very interesting. And I'm not laying any allegations of blame here. Secondly, the way he was reading it, I mean, he's supposed to be a learned judge. He was stumbling over words. I would think that if you wrote something as grave as a sentencing for someone who may end up dying, and you took your time, hours, to write it, and some judges sometimes use their subordinates to write these things, but at least you've read it. Shouldn't there be some level of fluidity in the way you say things, like a Molotov cocktail? Even I am not a military guy, but I can say that word very easily. So it's a it was very interesting and weird, and it opens a lot of doors to call this a kangaroo court. Lastly, I didn't see the part where Nnamdi Kanu was belligerent or being disrespectful to the court. I don't know whether he was, said to be in contempt, but for some of the videos I've seen, I can sort of infer his attitude towards injustice, and he's always a little bit hot-tempered. But we're all human beings. Who would not be hot-tempered if it feels like there's injustice being meted out to him, or if it feels like the Nigerian government is not even following its law? Is that a justification for his outburst? Probably not. I personally think what he should have done is gone through this process of a kangaroo court, not to give it legitimacy, but to show the world what is happening. Because I would have wished, even though he may think this is unfair, to have heard his defense. Because the court, I don't know to some extent how the logistics of the court works, but I would think that no matter whatever he says, they would allow him to say his piece without interrupting him. I would have loved to see his counter. But now I don't have that counter. So I can't be able to say anything about that or have an opinion on that. But I'll go back to try to see what has happened in court. But for those of you who have been following this case more than me, I'm interested to know, have all his court cases been televised, or is this the only part that has been televised? Who is next? NBC, have you spoken yet? Okay, Righteous One, have you spoken? Mr. James, have you spoken yet? Okay. Comrade Omori, I think you've spoken. Tony, have you spoken yet? Okay.
All right, just before I have to leave,
no worries.
There's a Fulani boy that is
it's not loading very well.
Yeah, if it comes up, you can let him speak. Or the rest they've said something. You can go around again if you want to. Whatever you want to do it, and let me know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'll see you guys.
No problem, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you.
Jen, I'll probably be here till I think we have 12 more minutes before the court comes back into motion. All right, Rudolph.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, NWC. I don't know. What do you think about some of my submissions?
Okay, I should speak. Oh yes, you made very valid points. The bottom line in all this is that the seeming, unseen, or clear marginalization of some groups, particularly the Igbos, is shown clearly in this verdict. This government is a bigot government. The section of the man in power, the people that supports him, some people that supports him, they are clear bigots. You could see it in the way they talk. So they must have, like I said earlier, the judge must have been handed an instruction to convict him. And this is what he just did. Like I said earlier too, I don't know where he got that idea of saying that Nnamdi Kanu is coming during the NSAS protest in 2020, in October, maybe days into that October NSAS protest, were plots that intended to attack the U.S. embassy. How can somebody be crazy to think of that? So they try to spin this thing, trying to get, if the US or some foreign powers hear that aspect of the judgment, it will not convince them further that this man really is a terrorist. And then if people start pleading that he should be released or so, and if they were even in that mode, they will wash their hands off. This is a part of the thing. They try to spin this politics. Everything to this government is politics. They are clearly playing politics with this, and it's very clear. So I will still repeat what I said earlier. The sentence, the verdict has, the conviction has been done. We are waiting to hear what the sentence will be, whether it will be death sentence all the way, whether it will be life, whether it will be some years in prison or whichever. So, but for now, I believe everybody should be calm and wait to hear the sentence. I urge our people in the Southeast to remain calm. No need going to start protesting. It will not amount to anything. In fact, if our people in the Southeast or any part of the country start any protest, particularly in the Southeast, this government will meet it with the kind of force that they've never seen. So everybody should just calm down and allow these political actors from the East and some other parts of the country who are sympathetic with Kanu's plight to start talking to the government. And probably there may be an international angle to it. Maybe some international pressure may come on the government to calm things down. I don't know, but this is where it would go. But knowing the reckless, I'll still use that word, knowing the reckless use of power, impunity this government is well known for. They may not want to take any action. Like Mr. Tony said, Kanu will now become another bargaining chip, political bargaining chip for this government, because everything about them is trying to play politics. Kanu's rhetorics, the way he acted in court and all that, it is clearly the actions of an angry and frustrated man. His lawyers have talked about the case where they cited that the charges, terrorism charges they took out from where they started trying him are unknown to the law. It has been, I think they said it has been reformed or so. I can't remember the legal word they used for it. But that is, they didn't even use the new one. We are still using that to try him. And like I said, the judge followed the script. Whether his lawyers were in charge of his defense or not wouldn't have made any impact. In fact, it is meant to convict him, disgrace him, and shame him. That is what they did here. But the after effect is what I'm saying, that people should calm down. In the country, it's difficult to overcome a government in this kind of issue. The only thing you can do is to start pleading. So I will say, everybody who wants peace, who mean well for the country, and who knows that there is injustice, should start talking to the government to tamper, to find a way to resolve this. I mean, if the government is serious in reconciliation, within a few months, this man can be freed and things will die down. But I'm sure they are going to give him some conditions, which I'm sure people who are talking on his behalf will put across to him and begin to ask him to accept, if really. But I don't know. But I want people not to react. People should just calm down, because harm has been done already. People should calm down across the country, not going into any form of argument that will cause chaos across the land. Let's maintain peace while the political actors and those who are fighting for him, I mean the top guys across the country or so, begin to plead with government. Thank you.
Before I let Righteous Man speak, I think there are a couple of people who didn't get to watch the conviction pronouncement. So Kanu was convicted of counts 1 through 7. Counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 have a prescription of death penalty. Count 2 has prescription of 20 years in prison, and count 7 has a prescription of 7 years in prison. And the prosecuting counsel asked the judge to met out the maximum punishment, which is counts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, which is death penalty. So now the judge is in.
Count 7 is 5 years imprisonment.
Yeah, count 7 is 5 years. Count 2 is 20 years. So right now, we have 5 more minutes before the court comes back into session. Nnamdi Kanu was not allowed to give his what I call allocutors, which I, from my understanding, are things to either counter some of the things that were said, or maybe to appeal for justice to be tempered with mercy. And then the judge said that was because he was belligerent before the conviction was read out, so he was sent out of court. The judge said even though Nnamdi Kanu no longer has a defense counsel, that he was going to turn to the lead former defense counsel, I can't remember his name, to see if he can say the allocutors, of which the counsel himself stood up and said he is not properly dressed, that he doesn't have a right to give any allocutors, and he deferred it to a gentleman next to him who was from the House of Representatives. And that's how everything went. So we have 5 more minutes, but I just wanted to pick on something Ndubuisi said. You talked about this government being full of bigots. I wanted to see if you can expand and sort of give examples of what you think the bigotry has been so far. The only reason I'm saying is I feel like, whatever we all say, we should always at least try to give some sense of evidence or expansion of why, even if it's circumstantial, why we say such things, just for our audience.
Yes, the government has not shied away or has not run away from its show of bigotry against some segment of the Nigerian ethnic population, particularly the Igbos. We saw how, and this we are part of as a result of the 2023 election, we saw what they did in Lagos after the presidential election, how they prevented people from, how they tried to prevent people from coming out to vote on that day, but it didn't work. But in the governorship election, we saw what they did. People were scared of coming out, and we were using all sorts of comments against the Igbos. They even went ahead to burn a particular spare parts shop in Ajegula. I know the place very well. I grew up in that area. This is a part of what they wanted to do. And we've seen how they've been making comments. His own section of, not Yorubas are very nice people. I was born in that land. But there were some people who has bought into his brand of bigotry, and they keep using it, promoting it everywhere. And since this man has been in power, we've seen how he has killed development in some parts of the country. The comments he makes, the comment they make, anytime some people who are his opponents from the southeast or other parts of the country speak, the target is always on one of his opponents in the presidential election. Obi. If Obi speaks, they counter, they talk, they speak, they say all kinds of things against him. But when others speak, nobody talks. So the government has shown some, and even, I don't even talk about appointment, because appointment is just by the side. He can appoint anybody he wants to appoint, but let the person do the work. But we've seen how they've been doing the work. The country is not moving forward. Okay. He has clearly shown some bias against some ethnic groups, particularly the Igbo ethnic stock. And this Kanu's case, even though it was not started by him, it was started by the previous person in power, but they continued in that mood. One would have expected that having come in and really wants unity, he would have found a way to find a political solution to it, to not allow it to get to this level. But like I said earlier, they wanted this to be so that stain of conviction will be on him. Whatever they want to do later, whatever the constellation they may plan to do later, but they want that identity, that record of conviction to be on him and the stain on him.
Sorry, for some reason I can't hear. Can we all hear in the BC? Okay. Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah. You see, for those of us that lives outside this country, may not understand what those who are living in Nigeria were passing through. And sometimes maybe you have your relations or your family members or friends. Sometimes when you call them and they lament or tell you what they're going through, you may think because they want to get some cash from you. I've lived in Germany before, so I know this mentality that when you're abroad and anybody in Nigeria calls you, you think that the person wants to siphon or take money from you. Life is terrible in Nigeria, very much terrible. Irrespective of your tribe, language, race, religion, life is terrible. Then, coming down to the issue of being an Igbo person, see, there is no way, there is no good thing. It doesn't do anyone good. We are not going to live in this world forever. At a certain stage in life, one by one we will depart. So if you say the truth, you die. If you didn't say the truth, you die. So it is better I say it. There is no need of painting it. The ordinary Nigerians love themselves. But the governing elites have some marginalization policy against the Igbos. I will say it as it is. No sugarcoating of it, no painting of it. It is not the issue of grammar or educational fluency. No, it is a reality that we're facing here on daily basis. If you're living in Lagos here and you're an Igbo man here, you own a property or you do one business or the other, the way you be treated is quite different from
I
how
apologize.
others are being treated.
It seems that the court is now about to deliver its judgments right now on counts 1 through 7. I think for those who did not have a chance to tune in, Nnamdi Kanu was tried on 7 counts. I don't have the details of each of the counts, but hopefully I'll pull it up soon. But per what was read in court, counts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 bear a prescription of death penalty. Count 2 bears a prescription of 20 years in prison, and count 7 bears a prescription of 5 years in prison. So, Nnamdi Kanu was not allowed to give allocutors or speak after the pronouncement was made, and this was because prior to the conviction being read by the judge, he had been allegedly, I didn't watch that part, been unruly in court, and so that was the reason why he was not allowed back to speak on his behalf, because he is currently his own defense. So give me a moment. Let's see if we can get the sound on this. Give me a second. Sorry, Righteous Man. Hopefully we'll get back to our discussion once this is court session has been. Yeah. Oh, Rudolph. Are you trying to talk to us because you are muted?
Okay, just to give you updates, I'm about to step out. This is the live feed, but it hasn't. They are yet
Rudolph,
to start.
for some reason I can't hear you. Let me mute you and unmute you again. Go ahead.
I can hear him.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the live feed
Give us
from.
a few moments, everyone.
I can hear you, Dominic. Dominic, can you hear me? Dominic, can anybody else hear me?
I can hear you, Doctor.
Okay. So it's Dominic that is not able to hear me. All right, this is the live feed. I think they are waiting for the judge to begin to read out the sentence. So what you can do is you can continue your conversation. I'm trying. Thank you, everybody. We are trying to, because I have to go, we are trying to, can you guys hear me? Because I have to go, we are trying to get someone who has moderating rights so that he could be able to bring people in and take them out. For those who, the other alternative is Dominic is going out and trying to come in as a moderator. So he might be able to bring people in. And also when this live show ends, the feed from the courtroom, if he just starts talking, he could mute people and you guys can listen to the judgment, to the sentencing. And after that, if you want, you can continue your conversation. So we're trying to get that taken care of. But that's why there's people are asking why they silence. I think they're waiting for the judge to come in and read his judgment. In the meantime, I see Fulani boy. Dominic, you are back. Can you hear me, Dominic?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Dominic, take it from here. I don't know. Did you come in as a moderator? No.
Yes, I have privileges. Yes.
Okay, good. That's it. So you can end it whenever you are done. And thank you, everybody. I will see you guys at 2 p.m. KJ will host a show. I may join if I have a break from school, but if I don't, we'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Saturday. All right. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
All right.
Okay. All right.
So, right, Trustman, you can go ahead and finish your submission.
Yeah, so
oh, sorry.
Did you?
I muted you by mistake. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I was actually saying was that things are not well in Nigeria, and things are not
gives you the power
well.
of AI to build the website you need.
Hello?
With full business functionality and a
Can
design
we all make
tailored
sure everyone is muted?
just for you. Customize every element of your website. And
There is still another voice coming at the background.
Minutes.
control everything from the biggest tasks.
Hello, Dominic.
Oh, sorry, I was Regisman, go ahead. Sorry, I rectified it.
So generally, what I was saying is that the problem in this country, our political leaders, they've decided to turn their eyes off from it and they don't want to solve it. And let me remind every one of us, because it is always good to go back to former statements made by individuals. If you listen to what Nnamdi Kanu said in his previous broadcasts, in one of those broadcasts, he said that two options are left out for him. And out of those two options, one must happen. Either he is lowered down to the grave or Biafra given to him. These are words from his mouth, which means he is not ready for any political bargaining that will tell him to drop the agitation. He's not ready. There are some information trading on the space, social space, where one of his counsel, Maxwell, was saying that they came recently to offer him to drop the agitation so that he would be released. And he vehemently refused and rejected that offer. So he said, one of these options must happen. Either he's lowered down or Biafra given to him. So that person that has that kind of mandate or mindset towards what he's pursuing, he has made up his mind, no matter what the outcome is. But he wanted equity, justice, fair play. I think that was what the young man was pursuing. Now, what we are facing in Lagos here, particularly Lagos here, is an unimaginable marginalization. If you have, for example, now you have a case and you are not a Southwesterner, when they discover those who are seated to handle that case, when they discover that you are not a Southwesterner, the way they will handle you and the way they will treat that case, in fact, you will regret being a Nigerian. This issue is not, it is beyond what we can imagine. I'm telling you, you will never know who you are, whether you're a Nigerian or not, until you have a case in this country. It is only when you have a case, you will be able to know, actually, am I a Nigerian? Have I been accepted as a Nigerian or not? This has nothing to do with infrastructure or development. If the treatment method on you as a human being, supposedly as a Nigerian, will tell you, come on, something is fishy. So Nigerian state need a proper reorientation. Those leading us, they have misled this country into a different thing entirely. It's no longer what it used to be.
All right.
The Nigerian experience, as I was growing up, is not the Nigeria I'm seeing today.
Man, give me a second. Rudolph, I think there's a bit of a. I'm talking to Rudolph in the background. I think there's a bit of lag because on my phone, the court has started. But let me see. Let me put the sound on. Give me 1 second. Can you all hear?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rudolph. I'm
Okay.
trying to put the audio on for the court. Let me see.
Let me see. It's on here.
It's on now.
Yeah.
I can't
Maybe they
hear
are not
it.
speaking yet. Let's see.
No, but on my phone I can hear it.
Okay.
Let me check.
There will be a delay from one side. I'm not sure from where, but okay.
So I can hear on my phone.
The peace fellowship. Lord, my name is Adegboyega Awomolo.
Okay.
Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Siraj Saida, SAN. Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN. SH Bakun. Abbas A. Olaiwola. Akiyosoye Arosain.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so you're
Preparing for the prosecution, my lord. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me say this. How many people are here as consultants to the convicts? Can you stand up before I call you? You have four. Okay. Can I meet you? Give them the microphone. You are legal consultants to the convicts. They were lawyers to the convicts before he converted them to consultants.
Yes, my lord.
What is your name?
My name is Dr. Maxwell Opara.
Yes, the next person.
Along Ijimaka is my name, Lord.
Thank you.
P-A-N Ejiofor.
Yes.
Prince Mandela.
Thank you. I just want it to be a record that it has a representative in court that will go and tell him, please, you may sit down.
Sorry, my lord. My lord, I don't have his brief to represent him here.
It's okay, you may sit down.
Azeko, please.
My Lord, shame, we don't have his brief.
Why are you here?
We are here as consultants, my Lord.
I'm coming. This morning, when we started, you acted as consultant, you went to him, tell him to inform the court. I have the video here. You moved from that place, you went to the convicts. You told him what to say. And I have to say this.
I have to take your direct instructions and directives.
But you are the consultant, are you not?
I am.
Thank you.
But we don't have his brief.
It's okay.
In the real sense of it.
So it's okay. I'm just telling you so that you go and send him tell him this sentence. And I must say this. It is becoming getting to a level that I have to say this. We must act professionally. It is unheard that a defendant will, even in the open, slap his counsel to keep quiet while he's talking. The counsel must not talk. This counsel was disengaged, and some of them were converted to consultants, and they come to court to act as consultants, and they are lawyers. And Ejimako acted as consultant this morning and telling the court now that he does not have his brief. I'm not calling you as a lawyer. You have been converted to consultant that you ought to be, you ought to be. Please, I'm just telling you, get the sentence to him. That is an order from this court.
Very well, my lord.
You are already here. Your name is on the list as consultants. As consultants all along. While he disengaged you, most of you have been coming as consultants. And I have it on record. It's not that the defendant has no legal access. He has access to legal experts. Please, you may sit down. Thank you.
My lord, we're just concerned that we're not being put in some kind of legal jeopardy.
You may sit down, please.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Sentence. I read the entire file from the time the matter started in 2015. No doubt, the convict has not acted well throughout this period. He has caused delay severally. He caused delay. And started crying that his head unlawfully without trial. And also his unruly behavior from the beginning down today, even today, is noticed. However, this court will not consider that in sentencing, as our God himself is merciful. He has been convicted, and this court is only being merciful to him because we have to be merciful as enjoined by our Lord Christ, Jesus Christ. The court is minded to sentence the convicts to death due to the atrocity he committed. The convict has not shown any remorse whatever for his actions. He remained arrogant, cocky, and full of himself without realizing the magnitude of his crime and the effect of what he has done against his people or representative representing the constituency of the convicts. Although I'm not really persuaded, but I must temper justice with mercy. The court is moved by chapter 23, verse 23 of Matthew, in the book of Matthew, to the fact that who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and has omitted the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, instead of death sentence. Life is sacred to God. With respect to count 3, he is hereby sentenced to 20 years imprisonment without no option or fine. Officers here. This morning, kept in facility that is suitable for his custody, as putting him in Kuje Correctional Center may not be appropriate.
Wow. Wow.
And also, I take judicial notice and that for conclusion of the judgment and from the exhibits that I've analyzed in my judgments, substantially, the convicts made use of computer device like phones in making broadcasts of these atrocities. It is based on that without hesitation, I agree with the counsel to the prosecution that the convicts must not be allowed
Have
near
access to gadgets.
any digital device, and if he must be closely monitored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. And also, with the atrocities, the number of killings, and the effect of the acts of the convicts on the people of Southeast, I think it deserved protective custody. Due to this offense, I ordered that if the convicts be kept in protective custody in any custodial center in any part of the country. And also, the objects of crime in respect of Camp 7 that has to do with the transmitter. The transmitter is hereby forfeited to the federal government.
Everyone over 18 can be a student, no matter the background.
I want to be a student here. What do I need to do?
You have to play 2 online games.
Thank you. And regards other exhibits, if at the expiration of the 90 days is statutory time for appeal, if there is no appeal, an application may be brought for necessary consequential order. Yes, thank you.
Let me again, on behalf of the people of Nigeria, thank the judiciary for this development. It is now clear that law has its consequences. And anybody who breaks the law must be ready to face the consequences. And besides, law must be obeyed for the peace of the society. Law and judicial institutions must be respected to avoid anarchy and lawlessness. I want to thank you again on behalf of the people of Nigeria, the judiciary, for this judgment. I hope and pray that many others will still learn from this decision. And I pray also that the Lord will give you health, strength, and advancement in your career. My Lord, 9 months have been very challenging. I'm grateful to your Lordship.
Thank you.
We're on this side.
Once again,
Thank you.
in the next 15 minutes, you can collect the certified copy of the judgment. Thank you. All right.
Okay, people. It's not 25 years, it's life imprisonment. Is because even when they run concurrently, what it means is that the 25 years, 20 years for count 3, 5 years on count 7, 5 years on count.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I will hand it over to. Can you see me? Oh yeah, I'm here. Hand it over to Dominic to guide you guys for the rest of the conversation. I gotta go. Thank you. I'll see you. Go basics. How are you? Okay, Dominic, can you hear me? You're muted, Dominic.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Take care, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. Sorry, we had a little bit of wait. Are there two of my voices? I don't know why. Because at the defense, there's no death sentence. But life imprisonment. So while I know something like while I had to handle some technical issues, why don't I had to go business? Let's go to you will basically any talk.
Pass for the moment.
Okay. Tony, can you go ahead?
I think I was speaking before the. Okay.
Oh, go ahead, righteous man, if you want to speak. Go ahead.
Okay. I did not hear all the sentencing because the network was not that good. It was breaking, I'm just hearing it from the background here, life imprisonment or whatever. I don't actually know. But whatever it is, just like I said initially, the young man is prepared to face whatever, because he had said it with his own mouth. He said one must happen out of the two things. Either he's lowered down to the grave, or what he was agitating for is given to him. So for me, I have no shaking. It's not shaking me. I'm not feeling too bad, because when somebody have told you that I am ready to die, I mean, the person knows why he's saying it. So I have no kind of regret, especially when Shore had already said it previous weeks ago, that he got intel that this present government want to convict him, jail him, and then grant him pardon. That is it. So since then, I just made up my mind. I say, whatever the outcome is today, it's not going to cost me a sleepless night per second, whatever. No. It's just part of the script. It's part of what is expected to happen. And it has happened. There is nothing new there, So that is just it. It's just that the unfortunate thing is we find ourselves in a society where some people are more superior to others, where if I say A, I will go to jail. Another person from another tribe say A, it will not be considered as an offense. So look at these terrorists that they sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, that have led gang of criminals that murdered a lot of Nigerians. But he was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, not life imprisonment. And look at somebody who did not kill, and there is no evidence of him killing. And all those things they said, life that were lost in the Southeast, nobody have come to give a testimony that I murdered somebody because Nnamdi Kanu instructed me to murder. We've never had such thing. So, and this judgment is telling us that the appeal court that acquitted him 2 years ago that appeal, is it 2 years ago, 3 years? I think 2022. I think that this High Court judge is telling us that those people erred in law, that they made mistake to have acquitted him and discharged him and said no trial of this issue should continue. So it's just Nigeria, it's just it. It has happened to an Igbo man and it will continue to happen. We are in danger species as far as the space Nigeria is concerned. Every Igbo individual is a danger species. Remember when Ojus Okano cried when they were doing a Senate election to become a Senate president? Ojus Okano cried, an old man of that nature. He cried openly, shedded tears, cried. Why was he treated? How? Because he's an Igbo man. Those who didn't contest election won election that they didn't contest because they are not Igbos. So Igbos are endangered species, and every Igbo individual should be very careful in whatever you are doing in this nation called Nigeria, because what will be meted on you as a Nigerian, as an Igbo person, will be different from what will be given to others. That is just it. It's a bitter truth, but we have to face it. That is the reality of life we are facing here. And nobody should color it with any coloration. No, it is real. It has happened to me severally. You'll be treated differently from every other person that is called a Nigerian, just because you bear that name, different from other tribes. You are marked out. So it's just it. It's quite unfortunate. And sometimes I ask God, why is all these things happening? But he has not given me an answer why it's happening. But unfortunately, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do. It's just the way I see it. I also advise my children, oh, come on, as long as you live in Nigeria, you have to be careful. The Nigerian state does not see you the way you see yourself in this country. They see you differently. So you have to be very careful in whatever you do. So that is just it. The judgment that have been read, you see that the judge is struggling. He was struggling with words, as if someone else wrote it and he's trying to read it. You could see the fluency is not there. The boldness is not there, and all this and all that. So it's just an unfortunate thing, and the world is watching and they'll be laughing at us. When they mentioned the issue of US embassy, you think that these people in the Western world, they are stupid or they are foolish? You think that they don't have data of what is going on? You think you can just cook up some things and they will begin to act on it? Americans are not like that. Europeans are not like that. That you try to drag in America and the consulate and the embassy to NSAS and then to Nnamdi Kanu and or whatever. You think that the American government will sit down and look at it and say, you have made a point? Or they don't have embassy here? They don't have their security details here? They don't know what is happening?
Man, give me a second. Give me a second, Watchman. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm not moderating. Right now, I'm trying to see if I can pull up the part that we missed so we can all hear the judge read each count and the charge that is attached to it. So after Right Trustman, Tony can go ahead while I try to figure out this in the background. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you unmute me?
Go ahead.
Okay. There was a statement you made in your first presentation. You said you may not like the way he was doing his campaign or his agitation or whatever. A lot of Nigerians, a lot of people have made this statement. But the question I keep asking, after making this statement, nobody has been able to present to us a better way to agitate, a better way to ask for your rights. Nobody have ever mentioned it. They will only tell you they don't like the method. So which method is better? Because when this agitation started, there was nothing like shedding of blood. These people were holding ordinary flags, and they were praying in Abia State, and a lot of them lives were wasted there. This agitation did not start by carrying of gun. What led to carrying of gun and killing, that is what they have not explained to us up to today. So which other method is preferable to agitate when you are asking that let there be equality? There is no railway functioning in the southeast. We don't have a seaport functioning. Appointment of ministers were less, even when it is statutory, it's constitutional that each state should have at least one federal minister. We're having only one in 5 states, while Ogun State is having 5 federal ministers. Four federal ministers. Ogun State, just 1 state in the southwest. In all the this luxury and profitable appointments in the federal government appointment, how many people from the southeast have been appointed? Just look at it, go through it, and we are one Nigeria. We work here, we labor here, we pray for the country. At least if you say, what are we contributing? My state is the highest in West Africa, if not in Africa, with the highest gas deposit. The Nigerian state is making billions of dollars from, apart from the oil. How about other resources? And yet the people from this zone have nothing they can say, we are proud of this. No good road in the southeast. Federal good road is not existing in the southeast. Look at gullies everywhere. Other region has 6 states, we have 5. So when you look at this, that is what we're calling marginalization. You have to score 200 and something for you to gain admission, while some people from some regions in Nigeria will just score 80 or 100 and they have gained admission, and tomorrow they gain employment before you. They work in the choices, in the very fruitful and profitable organizations in Nigeria, occupy top positions. So there is no equality. Absolutely no equality. It looks as if the space, the geographical space called Nigeria, has gotten to a level whereby somebody will say, are we actually an irredeemable people? Because I can't understand what is going on. Are we irredeemable? Can't we reason and see how other nations are developing and follow their footsteps and harmonize and become a very one glorious country that everybody will be proud of? Instead of tribalism, sectionalism, instead of religion dictating the order of the day, and tribe and tongue dictating how things should be done. Are we the only country on the surface of the earth that has order, that has multiple tribes forming a nation, or multiple nations forming a nation? Are we the first? So why is our own different? Why are we too tribalistic? Everything is done, you can see clearly that no, this thing is not right.
Sorry,
it
Dominic.
is quite unfortunate.
Dr. Dominic, I beg your pardon, and I didn't mean to cut in at all. My big brother there.
Jackman, you have to wait. Jackman, you have to wait for your turn, please. You have to wait for your turn. I'm sorry.
Wait, please. All I wanted to ask you, a question.
What is it?
Simple. I was waiting in the background for a long while before you brought me on. When you brought me on, I think you just saw me. I haven't written a few times. I just wanted to make my comment, but everybody else has spoken before the new people came in. If not, no problem.
Yeah, I just wanted.
I'm done.
I'm not used to running the stream, so I'm trying to figure out something in the background, which is why it seems like I've allowed Radisman to keep talking, and I didn't notice the private comments that you made, but I later saw the comments, and I allowed people to come in. But Jack, why don't we move on to someone else?
I'm done.
Okay, Ibo Basis, are you ready to speak now?
Yes, I could speak
Go
briefly.
ahead. And I'm also going to share the comments.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we let Igbo Basics talk for now?
I'm truly anguished. I would say just a word or two. The song goes, if you fetch an infested firewood, lizards will come to feast in your place. Righteous man has spoken, and he mentioned a whole lot of what the background of this whole matter. Having come of age for a long time, a couple of days ago, I read something about the amalgamation of Nigeria, 1914, and those who signed, who were signatories to the 1914 amalgamation. That out of, was it 28 or however number of them there are, majority of them were British, and only about 6 or 8 were Nigerians. And out of those signatories that constituted what we now call Nigeria, there was not a single Igbo man. Let me be very specific. There was somebody from Cross River, Gabon. There was somebody from Sokoto. There was somebody from Kaduna or Kanu and the rest, and so on and so forth. So let it sink in to everybody east of the Niger. In the presentation of Righteous Man, he made mention of OUK crying on the Senate floor. Let me be specific that the people of Igbo land, eastern Nigeria, have come a very long way. Here you have Mwabara as Senate president at some point in time. We've had people like Chibo Akadibo. We've had Zik. We've contributed our quota to the country called Nigeria. There is no such thing as equity from my own observation in Nigeria. But having said that, that's an adage. If you've been refused by a people, in spite of your ingenuity, in spite of your gift, in spite of whatever you bring to the table, you don't refuse yourself. The case of Nnamdi Kanu has been adjudged today. It reminds me of a judge in the 70s who, after passing judgment, he was on this way, that was in eastern Nigeria again, and I think his whole family perished after his judgment. This is not a case of whether Nnamdi Kanu was right or wrong. No, far from it. There is something that is embedded in the country called Nigeria, of which all of us are part and parcel of. There is nothing like equity. Be that as it may, this should be a very serious, not just challenge, a very serious wake-up call to the people of Igbo land. Igbo Basics, by the way. To the people of Igbo land, get your acts together. Politicians are not. If, again, the governors, the politicians of the 5 eastern states, if they band together and don't sell themselves out and say, we have spoken, if you like, give us only 5 states. If you like, give us only 2 states. If those can stand and link their hand together and say, this is what we stand for, our people, I always say that Nigeria as a whole will listen. And until Nigeria begins to utilize the ingenuity of every part of Nigeria. Be you Igbo, be you Hausa, be you Yoruba, be you Efik, whatever you are, until Nigeria begins to harness the great gifts that has been given in that land, we are going, I wouldn't say backwards, but we will continue to mark time. Let this be a lesson, once again, to Ndibo. Put yourself together. If you don't say, here I am, nobody will say, there you are. If we are so gifted in commerce, why don't we focus on what we are so gifted in? If we are so gifted in Ekbosun, why don't we focus on that? If you are so gifted in producing Obunigwe, why don't you produce Obunigwe in order for Nigeria to be able to use that as a part of what you negotiate on the international scale? Yes, we are Nigerians. That's what we are. So the case of today, in my own view, having lived through the Biafran War, and at my age, I always say, a hunter never says everything he sees in the bush. The best advice that I will have for the Igbo land, let's not deceive ourselves. Let's go back on the ground. Let's do our homework. I will not even mention Sunday Boho. I will not mention any other person that has committed similar offenses, whatever you may call it. But if you keep pushing, there is no better way of crying than shedding tears. There's no better way. We have had Sam Bakwe, who used to be called the crying governor. He earned for his people. For all our governors in the Southeast, this is a message. Go back home. Think twice. If your brother is in jail, you are not breathing free. If your brother is in jail, you should do everything within your power to secure the release of your brother. And if anybody thinks that they are going to use that to appease, don't even think about the case of Abiola or before. If anybody thinks, okay, I will sentence Nnamdi Kanu and I will pardon him, as to be able to gain the favors of who is fooling who, we shall not be. So, my dear brothers and sisters, fellow Nigerians, for the rest of the time that God has given to us, let us try to be fair to one another as we are in different countries. When you see a Nigerian, you don't say it's Yoruba, you don't see it's Igbo, you look at them as a Nigerian. And if they're in trouble, if there's anything you can do to assist, you are right there to assist. Until Nigeria begins to realize that this is not a soccer game that we are in now. We are in a different climate. I will not even talk about what America can do or what America cannot do. What you cannot do yourself, don't expect anybody to do it for you. Even if you like, live under the sea. We have survived this far. We will continue to survive. Let us look at our offsprings abroad who have been scattered, and let us make sure that we do not forget who we are. Because whenever you forget who you are, if you begin to answer Mr. Brown, you may not know the way back to your village. I am very appreciative for what this channel has been able to present today. And for whatever I have said now, it goes back to everybody. And this is not a day of joy. It is not a day of joy. Rather, it is a day of reflections. We should all reflect and then ask ourselves, how best do we do these things? Underground. Underground. You don't shout everything that you're going to be able to do. You can make so much impact without making noise. And that will be felt all as a result of whatever you're producing. Let us go into production and do what we have to do. God bless you all. Dr. Dominic, it's good to see you again.
Likewise. Thank you, Igbo Basics. I'm going to pivot to Jagun because he hasn't spoken at all. And I'm gonna also share the link so people can join in.
Dr. Dominic, you are avoiding me because I gave up my time to Righteous Man because he's speaking from Lagos, from Nigeria.
Why don't we allow? Why
The
don't we
thing is,
allow
brother Tony,
to speak?
brother
And then
Tony.
Yes, but no, Jagun can go ahead. Jagun can go ahead. Let him go ahead because
All I want to say, let's not do this too much.
Yeah, I was already rectifying it. So you speaking, it makes things a little bit more disorganized. But go ahead. I couldn't. Unfortunately,
Okay. I'll try and go ahead. I'll try and be brief. I've got a lot hanging. I mean,
no, you have time. That's fine. Go ahead.
Brother Igbo Basics. I listened to every word you said, and every word you said touched me. Not because you said it precisely, but yeah, no, actually, it is your character to speak as balanced as you do, and it was what you had to say was extremely balanced, extremely. I want to say I want to be shocked, as I wrote in the comments earlier. I want to be shocked because the disgraceful play that we've just witnessed. I've not been following this whole thing. I've been looking at it every now and again and seeing and thinking really the way this court case has gone, they can't hold this man in actual fact, in what they've presented and how everything has gone along. I even heard, I was looking at, listening to someone's show, and whilst I was kind of snoozing, I heard, I've forgotten this guy's name, a very good journalist, great journalist, Igbo guy, I've forgotten his name, man. He does a Rise TV, glasses, very well spoken. I think he used to work in the UK before. In any case, I heard the guy's voice coming through and saying that Nnamdi Kanu has been released of all convictions. And then because it came through another show, I thought, that's not real. I didn't wake up and check it or anything. But in my mind, it just set me thinking about what's going to take place today. And the fact that, to me, for the little I've seen, the little I know about the ridiculous court proceedings that have gone on since his captivity, I will put it like that. It's not even a kidnapping. It was a captivity. They brought him into the country and wasted a lot of time going up and down, right around, doing nothing, not proceeding in any way that looked as though we are looking at a real court of law. Given in a person like a person like myself, in my mind, what I saw on the 2023 court case dealing with the actual winner, I suppose, of the 2023 elections, that was complete rubbish. It was so much rubbish. It so disheartened me about the fact that each of us as Nigerians have about 5 lawyers in our family. There's a million and zillion lawyers in Nigeria. And if you look at what they're doing, this is rubbish. Is this what our parents paid all this money for? To send us to law school and all the, just crap you're putting in front of me. And you want me to be able to consider how to judge such a case. For me, that is the most alarming thing. So when I now look at how they are actually giving judgment and sentencing, I'm saying this is beyond any kind of, thing I want to consider. What is this? People can't even speak English properly. You can't speak English properly. For me, I'm afraid I can't have it. How can anyone else have it? I mean, what I mean by that is, to me, there's no way they can try me in a court like that. I will call that a banana republic's court. I will not accept their ruling. I cannot. Just as an individual like myself, I don't care whose side you're on, and all this rubbish that people consider in their minds as to what's right and wrong, and they'll be talking, and they're talking out of tune. Man can't even understand what you're really saying, let alone what now you are proceeding to do. The two do not equate in my understanding. So when I check this kind of thing out, and then he called him first a convict, and in my ears that didn't sound polite, even though I know it's not a position of being polite. I'm just looking at this case was tried today, and conviction was made, and in this conviction they're talking about life, and I'm thinking, for what? I almost want the case to go back and start from the beginning again, so I understand what's actually gone on, if anyone can make sense of this, because to me it's rubbish. And for the level of that rubbish, in my mind, what I felt is that somehow he would leave there free. I can't say I know exactly how that would have panned out, but in my mind, he was supposed to walk from there free, given the considerations of the time he's been in there, so many mishaps that have taken place, and me thinking, basically, like a normal court of law that I've entered into and been able to defend myself and been able to do what I've got to do within that court and come out with fair judgment that I can consider being fair. My goodness gracious, I cannot consider what I just seen in the last 5-10 minutes or whatever, however long we were looking at that clip. I can't see that as being real judgment upon anybody's life. I can't. I'm not a Nnamdi Kanu's fan. And I feel he has a gripe, and he has something to say. I feel he's gone too far many times, but I feel he was justified in leaving this country. I feel he was justified in leaving this country. Him coming back to Africa, we all know how questionable today that was. He should never have come back to a country in a continent that is privy to being manipulated. Let me put it as politely as that. So we've seen all this go ahead, and now the whole country is in a position where we've got Trump in our back from some idiotic clause, in my understanding. We've got a government that we all know is illegitimate and really should resign. We've got a country where there is no law. We live in a lawless country. And I feel, upon what Big Brother Ivo Basic said, I think the balance in his spirit needs attention. It needs studying, because it is not just the Igbos that need to go back to basics, as it were, and understand which kind of country are we in, for goodness gracious sake. No matter what you think, Nnamdi Kanu is now pronounced a terrorist. Is he a terrorist? I don't know, but I've not really seen anything of him apart from utterances that is necessarily could be seen as terroristic. I have no proof or vision or view that he has killed people through any antennas he may have, through any influence he may have. But I've seen that from the north. I've seen that clearly. Killings, murder, slaughter, apprehension, people taking the law into their own hands, killing man, woman, or child. They don't care. I've seen that. So let's put that down. Now we have an illegitimate government from the west of the country. Now, if I can critique, because I feel a lot of times that we as Nigerians, we don't know how to critique ourselves, which is why the critique from others seems to come. I'm not like that. Me personally, I have to critique the West, the Yorubas. Because if they are the ones who are actually presiding over this issue of law, and they see what they've just given as being balanced, then I think we Yorubas have to stand up and say, no, we have to say we've had enough. This is no longer a country. We have to say it. Nigerians, Yorubas have to come out. They don't have to support Igbos. If you are so, I don't know, weak mentally, but you have to support law if we are going to have any country at all. You have to stand up and say, not on my watch. Not why you are saying you're a Yoruba president. You are not a Yoruba president. You are Tinubu by yourself in that house, and you are the person presiding over this, and we are against the law that you have given, and we are against you. If we're not saying that those kinds of things, we as the people who are suffering these shenanigans, I think we're done for as a people. We would have no land, we would have no country. We're just going to go further and further into the mire that the stench that we're already used to. We're still used to it in the diaspora because the stink of Nigeria comes and it follows us where we're going.
So, Dragon, what
would you take up so much time?
Good to have you on the show. So what are the short-term implications of this judgment in your opinion?
Well, I think I'm having to learn from what Igbo Basic said. Which is to say, before my emotion can erupt right now, think about the people who are suffering directly under this for one reason or the other. That guy in the court who was being told off by the judge for something or the other, all those proceedings there were so much, I didn't like looking at it. It seemed like a cartoon on TV rather than anything real. I believe the short-term effect is for us as a people to really think about what it is we can enter into, what it is we still have to lose. The fact that our patience, our diligence are holding back from going crazy completely, which we really have gone, to be honest. Our patience that we need to still, that me as an individual, I will tell you this about myself. As an individual, I lost my patience 10 years ago. My actual patience, especially where Nigeria is concerned, I lost my patience a good 10 years ago. What I'm using now is borrowings of patience from anyone I can find to have some pleasantry with. Any human being that I can find to have some sense of meaning, balance, goodwill, authority, belief in God, these things. If I don't find those kinds of people here and there, I will turn into a crazy person. I would, because what goes on in my life, just because I'm a Nigerian or in the world I'm living, I'm not living in Nigeria, but just because I'm a Nigerian, I'm how can you put it? Hamstrapped. I don't have full movement of my limbs, my full limbs, when I should be the freest person in the world. You see, we Nigerians, we behave and we act because we have some kind of engine. I don't know where we get it from. I don't know where we get it from. Most of us should have killed ourselves by now, just because of the trauma we've all been through. One trauma or the other. Or your trauma may be worse than mine. Mine may be worse than yours. I don't know. But I've been through trauma in my life. And in doing that, I still have a happy disposition, especially when I don't have to think about Nigeria. But I think about Nigeria because that is the only place that I have a growth pattern of some sort. Even though if I go 100 forward, I can come 500 back, which is what I've experienced in Nigeria. So short term, I believe we really, really, as people, have to think this time around. And I believe we have to talk to ourselves. within our tribes. I think we have to see if we can find it within ourselves to pull out some level of patience within ourselves, not even cross-tribal, within ourselves. We have to pull out patience within ourselves. We have to be able to mark who is who amongst us as individuals before we even communicate with each other. To say, this is where I've arrived as a Yoruba man. Because I don't believe there's any point in calling ourselves Nigerians. I don't, what is Nigeria? Nigeria should supersede what it is for me to be a Yoruba person. It should be better than what it is to be a Yoruba person. Why? Because, yes, sir.
I do have a question. I don't really care about what anyone's ethnicity is, but just based on the way you're talking, if you don't mind me asking, are you speaking as a Yoruba man?
I'm speaking as a human being who was born in Africa. In that space in Africa, they called it Nigeria. That's where I was born into. In that place, I had a good grafting in Ondo State between the East. So from Ondo State, my first happenings in Nigeria was Ondo State, what was Bendel at the time, and what was Anambra at the time. I knew these places. I knew them before ever coming to England. Then I knew Lagos before ever coming to England. It was the travels back that keep me in touch with the whole Yoruba land stronger. So I come from that empathy. But because I'm a global person and I see myself as a global person and I understand what it is to be a global person, I've seen too much. I've really seen too much. And what I've seen, I know Nigeria today should have been number 5 country in the world. No less. No less. It should have been the number 5th country in the world, if maybe a bit more. The thing is, when I analyze Nigeria, which I do often, I know Nigeria can get back there rather quickly, but not like this. I don't even want to see Nigeria there when it's a country like it is. I don't even want to see that, because all we're going to do there is make more calamities for ourselves. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to do anything. The country can hardly stand. That's what I've seen today in that court, and what I saw on the 2023 lets me know without law, we are living in a lawless country. And our politician group, our president, that arena, they're our best criminals. They're the best criminals in the land. We come down from there, the Senate, the next best. And then we finish with the judiciary, the best criminals.
Okay. So why don't you hang on, Jagun?
Yes.
I am going to move on to Tony, but I do have a question. So there was something I found interesting. The judge was talking about how people, be it of an ethnic group or some kind of identity, they have a right to self-actualization. Right? He said that. And so I was sort of following his thoughts. And then he moved on to talk about there should be, even though you have that right, you should follow the prescribed process. And obviously, he talked about the 1999 Constitution, of which there's no, and interestingly, he also spoke about referendum being part of self-actualization. But then he talked about the 1999 Constitution and talked about how what it allows is you going through the legislative means to get that, right? So referendum is out of a question, armed struggle, all sorts of things, right? And I found it interesting because on one hand, the judge is talking about self-actualization and what those means may entail, in other contexts around the world. But then he now moves quickly to the Nigerian Constitution, and you see all of those means sort of shatter. And the only one that's available to you is going through the legislative means to change the Constitution. So while the judge, in his wisdom, realizes that someone has the right to self-actualization, and there are various means which are all around the world does happen. The judge also sort of confessed that the Nigerian constitution doesn't have any of those mechanisms, and so you would have to go to do legislation to change the constitution to have that mechanism. And so the way he said it, all he's essentially saying is, yes, you have to do it if you were a citizen of a different country, but if you do it in Nigeria, it's illegal unless you go and change the constitution. So,
my brother,
how do you marry the
So,
spirit of what he's
let me
saying
make it easier for you,
and the
doctor.
actual reality? Because it seems like he's saying you have the right to self-actualization, but under our constitution, it's illegal for you to assess the right through all those means unless you change the constitution.
I've understood you very well, and I do thank you for giving me the prelude, because I didn't hear any of that, where it made sense or not. All I heard him is talking to someone, and when he said life, I heard that and I thought, what? But in your breakdown, I understand you very well. The thing is, we don't have a country, we don't have a constitution, is basically what he has said to you. For what you have just repeated to me, you are being told clearly that you don't have a country, you don't have a constitution. Whatever we write, by virtue of the using just mouth alone, we can turn anything we want upside down. That's what you've been told. That's what you've been told. Can you accept that? This is like saying, here is my hand. Now, with this hand, I can slap you. But because I have no right to slap you, I will not. Psst. That's what you're accepting. He said it, but he's actually slapped you. You got a slap in the face. He said he will not. So what if he said he will not? That's what happened. He will tell you that you need to prove it. Go to court. Let's go to court and see who can jump through roofs, who can become invisible in front of you. Let's see who can do that. You'll be there left guilty. That's the law. That's the law that we have. Look, there's got to be a time that we as people have to stand up. Nigeria, unfortunately, I see that it's not an educated place. It's a place of fear and victims. It's a place of chances. It's a place of threat. It's whether or not we're going to accept this. Me as an individual, I've never accepted such in my life, by virtue of me being most of my life in the UK, or in Europe, or in a Western country, or in an Eastern country. I've traveled.
Thank you, Jagun. If you can stay, I'm going to go to someone else.
Absolutely.
Igbo Basics has spoken, Ndubisi has spoken, Tony has spoken before, but I'm going to ask Tony a quick question. And then after Tony, I'm going to move on to Anele, Rubiafra TV, and Oti. If you can keep yours short, Tony. But one thing I want to just express to everyone, just to kind of help us with this conversation, is when you analyze this situation, and I spoke about this even when after the judge read the counts, but before the sentence was made, during that brief interlude. And the way I analyzed it is I analyzed it in three ways. The first one was, you can choose to judge this case based on its merit. Was this terrorism or not? You can choose to judge it from the perspective of what Nnamdi Kanu has been saying, which is, this is illegal. The court doesn't have any standing. And he says this because of the extraordinary rendition from Kenya, which the judge countered using the prosecution's arguments and said, there was a court case in the US. Even the US has done something similar where they extraordinary rendition someone and they still charge the person. And the third one is from the perspective of fairness. So whether or not what he actually committed is real terrorism or not, based on what's happening, based on the precedent that has been laid by the court, based on the precedent that's been that has been set by the society, the government. For example, repentant Boko Haram terrorists, giving 20 years to someone who has carried gun and killed people. Not, prosecuting to the full extent of the law people who have actually killed people and have shot guns, right? From the perspective of fairness. So there's that perspective. So what perspectives are you using? It can be more than one to sort of judge what's happening today. Are you judging on its merits? Are you saying he's a terrorist? Or are you saying this is unfair? Like, I'd like to hear people's perspective on how they are trying to understand and assess this situation. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and greetings to everybody on the platform. I just listened to everybody that have spoken, and I see a lot of sentiments expressed, and rightly so. But I think at some point you have to separate sentiments from reality. A lot of things that have happened, concerning this case is dragged on and so on, and there'll be trial and retrial and so on. But I think there's a point that you're missing here. The Supreme Court, which is the apex court, did not, in its judgment, discharge and acquit Nnamdi Kanu. It didn't. It made certain statements, concerning rendition that was wrong, but it didn't set Nnamdi Kanu free. I think he referred this case back to the lower court for trial. And so that said, what I feel really is that Dr. Dominic, you're a medical doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to give this scenario. Maybe it makes sense. A patient comes before you and you diagnose he has an issue, very serious ailment, and you make a recommendation. And the patient says, no, I don't. I'm not ready to go through that. I don't want that. I want to seek some other option. That's his choice. And so whatever consequence arises from his choice, he takes responsibility for that. I think that in this case, knowing how complex it is, how sensitive it is, knowing the issues and so on that are involved, all the dimensions, international and local, I think that, and I don't know why Nnamdi Kanu had to forego or let go his defense counsel. Formidable people in that team that I saw, SANS, particularly when you look at the other side, the prosecution had assembled some SANS and a lot of lawyers, and they have made clear the direction in which they want to go. So I don't understand why. As a layperson, I thought they were making progress, and so. But for me, the issues here are that there are charges that have been placed against you, and you need to respond to them and debunk them. If you fail, if you decide not to exercise the right to respond, then your case is fatal, because the charges stand against you. Facts are, the judgments are made based on facts.
Not to cut you off. Not to cut you off. I don't think Nnamdi Kanu expressly said he didn't want to make his allocution or give his counter or maybe plead for mercy after the conviction was read. It was the fact
I'm not talking about the conviction. No, I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about the defense, the charges that was made against him. There was no defense. I mean, he dismissed his defense counsel and said that he was going to defend himself, which I found as a person, I don't know why. I thought that that was a misstep. That was, a somersault, and he didn't. Even then, when he decided he was going to defend himself, we didn't see him debunking some of the claims that he made. And I thought that he lost that opportunity, and so if he didn't respond to the various allegations made against you, then he stands against you, before the court. That's one, too. But all that has gone, and I think looking forward, I think what we should be looking at, what are the options open to him? One is to appeal, go to the Court of Appeal, and ultimately also, if it doesn't have favorable judgment, go to the Supreme Court. Then the other option too would be, for a political solution, which I've always felt would be the ultimate, because if you look at it, this is more political than it is, legal. So, because all the other views that people have expressed about people who have committed all kinds of things, Boko Haram, insurgents, and Igboho and all that, if you treated them this way, then why are you treating this guy this way, and so on and so forth. So that would come under political, which the court is not going to make judgment on the basis of that. So I think that the lesson that we have to learn, and this is for Nigerians and particularly people from the southeastern leaders, that you see, there has to be a way, whether they like it or not, whether there were people who were not sympathetic to Nnamdi Kanu case. I think this is a time for people to say, listen, okay, you've gotten what you want. Now we have to prevail on the president, to let him go. Because what this just happened is to smear him and to say, oh, he's a criminal, which is what they have done, because IPOB has been proscribed and called a terrorist organization. But there are others who have done damage and doing even worse things have not been called, the same thing. So now they've gotten what they want. So how do we move forward? And I think that the Igbo leaders should sit down and see how, they deal with this way and get this man out. It's possible, for him to, we've seen it. This is not the first time Ojukwu was forgiven, quote and unquote. So if that's what Nigeria wants, and they want to say, okay, president wants to use it as a bargaining chip, let the man get out there. But it's a lesson for us, for the Igbos, to know that they have to look at their strategy, in dealing with marginalization, in dealing with injustice. What are the strategies that we now have to adopt, to deal with this situation? That's the way I look at it. But again, to summarize, I just said that I'm not happy with the way Nnamdi Kanu has handled this case. I'm not happy with what you call the belligerent attitude in court. I think that didn't help the case. But all said and done, I just pray and hope that there will be another option, another way that we can deal with this thing and get this man out. Because if you look at the drama and everything, I think it's more for me a mockery than reality. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go on to Road Biafra TV. If you can unmute yourself, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody in the house.
Yeah, are you driving?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Are you
I can
driving?
speak here.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I'm sitting. But I'm inside box.
All right, go ahead.
So I won't take much of time. This is Road Biafra TV. Today, I believe that what has happened to a freedom fighter like Nelson Mandela has happened to Nnamdi Kanu. I am happy today. How lawless Nigeria is, and how Nigeria is a mockery in the eyes of the whole global world. What happened to Nnamdi Kanu today was what happened to Rahman of Bangladesh when Pakistan arrested him after the invasion of Bangladesh. They sentenced him. He did not die inside the sentence. He come out as a man. What happened to him today? What happened to Juma, Kenya, heart of Kenya? Has happened to Nnamdi Kanu. Or Lex, if you don't understand what Nnamdi Kanu stand for. His different case of Nnamdi Kanu is quite different from the case of all these Boko Haram, ISWAP that are fighting to maintain one Nigeria. Nnamdi is that man who is fighting for a country outrightly. And the Biafra case is case that is over social media right now, whether you like it or not. You can't play it down anymore. What happened to him is what happened when Namibia gets their freedom from South Africa. What happened to him, though? What happened to when Ethiopia, Eritrea gets their freedom from Ethiopia, and the Soches and all of them. So in my own way of seeing things today, Nnamdi Kanu has become in that model, whether you like it or not, where Magandhi is today. where Nelson Mandela is today, all of them got into prison, and terrorists, common criminal, and all of them, they're all been in there. And what's happened?
So are you suggesting that he's are you suggesting that he's a matter of the freedom movement, and by that pattern that what he does is instead fuels the secessionist movement?
My own is that my question is this. I understand what Mazen Kanu stand for. Mazen Kanu stand for divide Nigeria. What they are judging him today is that he stand to divide Nigeria, not like to maintain that one name Nigeria. This is the fact that we all must know. That's why I said in the beginning that what makes you today read history of Nelson Mandela, what makes you read the history of Mahatma of India, Rahman of Bangladesh, and many of them is what is playing out today in Nigeria, and also prove how Nigeria is not a country because everything is happening in between. So for me, who stand on that name, Biafra, I am a Biafra before Nigeria, because I know in the interest of what was Nigeria made for, in the interest of economy, and whoever want to drown down the economy of those who are in Nigeria, they will see him as an enemy. Until today, Biafrans remain an enemy in Nigeria. Whether it's or not, before IPOB comes, all of us answer in Yamene. You can't change it no matter whatever you claim you are. When it's come to eat, they call you an Inyamene, and you will not. So Biafran people, it's time to stood up to put political pressure on the world stage to release our leader the way Magahandi was released, the way Rahman was released. I have seen above level of Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu, and even Simon Ekpa. I see them as those who are here to liberate their people out of a country. So they must first all the existing protocol. Today, I said it, when I said it was on October 10, I said Nigeria or Motocho will sentence Mazen Kanu, ask him to go to appeal court. Simple and direct. Now, October 10, I said on program that Nigeria Motocho come to sentence Mazen Kanu and ask him to go to appeal court. From there, we'll drag it out. So my people, those who believe in Biafra, I am a Biafra. I believe in what Mazen Kanu is fighting for. I believe in those that Simon is fighting for. That I don't want one Nigeria. Why is he by force that I must be there? So my leader, my president, Mazen Kanu, remain in Jesus' dungeon because he wants me to have a free country. Like this country where I am, where there is no police in the road, no army in the road, no military, nothing. That is what he's fighting for me, to have a chance of my life. So whatever comes, I have taken my faith today. Know that even at a key court, they will do what they want to. Nigeria remains a disgrace in the eyes of the global community, whether you like it or not. Thank you so much.
So if you can stay on for a few minutes, I just want to ask you some questions. So,
okay.
So in terms of just today, the court case, what is your opinion on the terrorism charges? Do you think these are trumped up charges? Do you believe he's a terrorist? Do you think he's being treated unfairly?
Number one, he's not a terrorist. He's a freedom fighter.
Given that the judge was talking about how his remarks were very pivotal to some of the terrorist acts which have led to loss of lives.
Please come again. I need some word from you. Come again.
So I'm saying, just based on this court case, do you think the court case is unfair? Do you think he's a terrorist? Do you believe in some of the charges and the way they've described him, saying that the fact that he was doing broadcast, saying certain things, that he was inciting violence, and violence actually ended up happening? They are tying violence, which led to loss of life, to some of what he said, and they give that as evidence of him being part of a terrorist group and encouraging terrorism, and that's enough for you to call him a terrorist and sentence him to life in prison.
So can I go on now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, number one, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is never a terrorist. Number one. Number two, on the all that happened in the drama happening in the court today has been planned already. So everything about the court for me, like the way Mazen Nnamdi Kanu never accepted it, is the same way I did not accept it, that the court has do what they want to do to prove that Nigeria is a lawless country. where people are dying over every blessed day, and we are judging a man who is just using a radio to do broadcast. In the question, let me answer with one thing. He was not the first who said Nigeria is not a country. Tafawa Balewa said it. Nnamdi said Nigeria is not a country. So I don't see why I will accept such a thing. And for me, I will be dull today. I am not, because I already prepare my mind that Nigeria will sentence Nnamdi Kanu today, ask him to go to appeal court, as if there is a narrow escape. So that is why I said, all the judge, whatever he said today is for me. I'm not taking it. And based on what they said, he didn't do. What of those carry AK-47? And the question is, if the army of Nigeria did not go to Nnamdi Kanu's house, somebody who came to your house looking for and did not see you, he killed a visitor who came to your house. What happened? Among the 28 men who died in the house of Nnamdi Kanu, where are those lives today? So if Nnamdi Kanu was available that day, they could have killed him, and by now, this is what we'll be saying. So they could have gone and sentenced that body. If that Chukwu Okadiama lift him and he run away from Nigeria to save his life. And today, after you kidnap him, break all the laws of international law, Africa's charters, and all the treaties, you come and tell me that he's a terrorist. My brother, Canada has declared APC, PDP as a terrorist group today. Nigeria is a terrorist, not Nnamdi Kanu. That is my stand.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Anna, I apologize. I actually ended up skipping you. Go ahead, and then afterwards I'll go ahead to OT. So Anna, go ahead. And thank you for your patience. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I'm talking as an Igbo man, and I'm talking as a Nigerian. One is, I am not surprised. That's why I didn't bother to waste my time listening to the sentencing, because it's a script I already know. It's just like movies. You know that the actor will not die, and the actor will not die, because after the movie, you see the actor act another film the next time. So the script is clear for me that Tinubu simply wants to use Nnamdi Kanu as a political tool for 2027. Because he has no reason to hold him. The laws are not there. Justifications are not right. Every parameters of judgment or an evaluation of this matter does not exist. Only that he said all manner of things he said with the mouth. In Igbo language, we say, that is, you're shooting the gun with the mouth. When you shoot the gun with the mouth, you haven't shot the gun. Now, as an Igbo man, I want all Igbos to listen to me as Igbos, like Fela would say, and non-Igbos listen to me with open mind. What has happened today is a script that has been written and a verdict that has been passed on every Igbo man. Whether you like Nnamdi Kanu or you don't like Nnamdi Kanu, this is a verdict that Nigeria has passed on every Igbo man. If you are valuable and you are not in the situation Nnamdi Kanu is, see yourself as one who will one day be treated as Nnamdi Kanu is being treated.
How exactly, if you can expand a little bit on that, if you're saying that this is a verdict on the Igbo man, can you expand as to why? Why? In your opinion.
Okay, that he does not have a right. That he is not a Fulani man. He is not a Yoruba man. That's just the verdict. So Ojo Kalu, Hope Uzodinma, and all the people in APC, including those idiots who moved into APC thinking that will make them Nigerian, they are wasting their time. To me, what all of them are house slaves. Nnamdi Kanu and the people in Nnamdi Kanu's situation are field slaves. So a house slave may one day become a field slave. It's as simple as that. So I'm not surprised that he will be convicted, but he won't serve life sentence. Tinubu will eventually pardon him. That's the script, and I see it as being done. Those who are advising him are not advising him right. They don't hit the polity for a 4-year term. because that's the thing he's negotiating for. He's only fighting a vendetta war. He has no need to fight. In as much as Nnamdi Kanu may have said one or two things against him, he's fighting for Buhari. He's fighting Buhari's war. And Buhari is long and gone. He's dead, long and gone. So he has no reason whatsoever to hold this guy. But Nnamdi Kanu shot himself in the leg, though, because he didn't defend his case by sending his, sacking his legal team. He made himself vulnerable for whatever he had justified the sentence and the conviction they passed on him. But nevertheless, they will have still convicted him, but maybe all the things that they reeled out will have been reduced. But that's the script, though. Now, I do not know what chance he has at the appeal court. Even if he goes to the Supreme Court, it will still be a script. Maybe by the time he gets to the appeal court, they may rewrite the script somehow so that he won't get to the Supreme Court. Then Tinubu will not have a latitude to say, I have pardoned you. After all, he pardoned criminals. So what has Nnamdi Kanu done that he can't be pardoned? So that's the thing. So now for every Igbo man, especially those who are agitating for Biafra, I think we need to have a conversation in the house. Every Igbo man should wake up, irrespective of what side of Igbo land you come from. We really need to have a conversation amongst ourselves and have some discussions that is not for the public consumption. We need to sit. We need to hold what we call Nzoko Monna. We need to hold it. Now, these ones who are fighting for Biafra, please, the Biafra you are fighting the Biafra for yourself. Be clear about that. You're not fighting the Biafra for every Igbo man. It is your right to do so, but it's also the right of some Igbos not to also be part of that. But at the end of the day, what we want is a functional Igbo land, a livable Igbo land, a functional Nigeria, and a livable Nigeria. Now, on the general level, every Nigerian need to ask yourselves, and we need to reason together. Is this country called Nigeria what you want? Is this a country you want to bequeath your children? Is it a country you want your children to be proud of? You as a father, you as a husband, you as an uncle, you as a brother. Are you proud of your country called Nigeria? If it is not, then we need to reset the buttons, because the trajectory we are on is shameful, is disgraceful, is everything negative. But this is a country that has been so blessed, so endowed. Perhaps I said this, and I have the bragging right to say this. Perhaps except America, I don't see any other country in the world as blessed and as endowed as Nigeria. America being the sense that America has everything you can think about because of the landmass, because of the population. Beside that, there is no other country I have seen that is as blessed and as endowed as Nigeria. Our greatness is being stifled by our pettiness. We are allowing people who are less of intelligence, with less intelligence, to decide our future and our fate. For how long would we allow this to continue? The judgment the judge passed today is a disgrace. It's a disgrace in the sense that you allow all this drama to go through. Sometimes certain things that are done, we go about, okay, look at what the APC is doing. They go about sending a bunch of propagandists to go and tell lies before the global stage that Nigeria is good the way it is. It makes no sense, because when you're seeing it, when they are saying it, they are seeing what you are saying as lies. You're just disgracing yourself the more. So I think what we need to do as Nigerians is to retrospect and pause the decay that is going on right now. Pause it. And then begin to rewind it and begin to retrace and begin to do Nigeria, do those things that will make Nigeria a better country. The way it is, no, it is not. The word Trump used is justified with his word because he's saying it.
All right. Thank you so much, Anna. I'm going to move on to Mr. Oti, but just to lay a bit of back, just to add a few words to what you've said, Anna. I've looked at the comments. I've seen commentary from panelists who are here, especially those who are of Igbo extraction, and some others who are Igbo who've made comments who support what's going on. And the overarching theme that I've seen is there's an equation of IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu to anything Igbo. There isn't any room for some people for any sort of dichotomy or separation. I think when I spoke earlier, one thing I did say before I saw the conviction was, and this Rudolph was there, I tried to make a distinction between Igbo marginalization and the secessionist movements. And here's the reason why I made that distinction. I think when you lump both together, what you end up suggesting is that Igbo marginalization or Southeast marginalization started after the military, and it started with the new constitution, 1999 or thereabouts, because that's when Mossab started much earlier in this current dispensation, this current non-military dispensation, and then from Wazirike suffered his fate, and then moved on from Mossab to IPOB. While if you want to deal with the question of is there Igbo marginalization, then you have to go back to the 20 pounds to right after the Biafra War, which makes it at least 30 plus years before the new democratic dispensation. So that's why I always try to first separate both situations. The second thing I want to mention is when Nnamdi Kanu started when Mossab started, there wasn't a lot of traction amongst the variety of Igbos. Some of us sort of saw it as, okay, there's a struggle going on. There wasn't any, in my recollection, any tag of like Igbo marginalization to it. It doesn't mean Igbo marginalization doesn't exist, but there wasn't any tag. It wasn't until IPOB that a very strong surge of sentiment about Igbo marginalization was tagged onto the IPOB movement. And I saw a lot of Igbos, even myself included, who were trying to tell people IPOB doesn't equate to all Igbos. The IPOB people are predominantly Igbo, but saying IPOB doesn't mean that you've met. Talking about IPOB and its movement and what they're fighting for doesn't equate to this is what all Igbos are fighting for, right? And then a lot of what Nnamdi kind of said was, to some of us, abrasive, and there was also the Sister at Home movement, which I think to a large extent, the methods that he used alienated a lot of Igbos. And so now, as we who may not necessarily be IPOBians are starting to realize there's a lot of injustice. Whether or not he's guilty, there's no injustice in the way justice is being meted out to this gentleman. As we're starting to see that unfairness, a lot of us are not necessarily ascribing or saying we are IPOB or we believe in what IPOB is fighting for. What a lot of us are saying is, hey, there's actually injustice going on to this guy. So I, as someone who is not a member of IPOB, doesn't support IPOB's tactics, can still say there's a women's organization and what is being done to Nnamdi Kanu is unfair. But does it mean I should also be part of the IPOB movement or agree to their methods or agree that all Igbos should, in unison, all of a sudden support what IPOB is doing? Now you can make an argument, and I heard you, argument that all Igbos should come to the drawing table and have a private conversation. But what conversation are you suggesting that the Igbos should have? Are we having a conversation about unfairness? Are we having a conversation about now we should all become IPOB people and support their movement and their tactics, which all of us disagree with, especially with the way the economy has been affected with the every Monday sit at home? So what conversation are you exactly asking for? I'm going to give you like 2 minutes and I'll address that, and then OT, you can expand on it. Go ahead.
Now, what Nnamdi Kanu is agitating for, except his the Biafra thing, what Nnamdi Kanu is agitating for, what gave breath and air to his agitation, is the marginalization, the obvious marginalization of the Igbo man. That's what gave legitimacy to his agitation. But do Igbos want to break away from Nigeria? No, we don't need it. That's the conversation we're going to have, so that we'll break away from Nigeria and be a Republic of Igbo land or a Republic of Biafra, as they call it. I don't even see relevance and meaning to it. That's what we need to discuss within ourselves. Now, the conversation we need to have, the problem we have as Igbos is that we have a bunch of people who we cannot elect in Omona leadership leading Igbo land in the political dispensation. And that's the truth. Just because the person has maybe put ego somewhere, stole wealth somewhere, or grabbed power somewhere, or connived, because that's actually what they're doing, because it does not make any sense to me that somebody like this Enugu's governor will wake up and say he's decamping from PDP to APC. Is that problem we have in Igbo land. We have people who do not believe in themselves, who are seeking relevance with the Hausa Yoruba, Hausa Fulani man, and now the new wannabe power, they block the Yoruba now. So we are quizzing to the north and now the west to be servants, so that we'll be able to get our legitimate rights. That's the conversation we need to have. Now, Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He might be belligerent, he might be stubborn. Yes, he is. And he is, based on the reality on ground, that if I want to raise my voice, I want to stand for the agitations he's having, I will speak louder than him. I will make more noise than him, because it is actually justifiable. The Nigeria of today, the Igbo man is marginalized, discriminated against, ganged up against by the rest of Nigeria. If you want to unite Nigerians, bring up Igbo man and Igbo question on the conversation. Everybody will gather. And the people I pity the most are the people from Niger Delta. If they finish the Igbo man, you will be next. If they will not look at the size of the Igbo man, the number of the Igbo man, the resources in Igbo land, and they are doing this to the Igbo man, they are frying the Igbo man, then you will be nothing at the end of the day. So now the point is, as Igbos, we really need to have a conversation on who we are projecting to lead us, to have our voice. If you, for example, own a company.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't want to seem as if I'm unfair to others. Let me give Mr. Oti the chance to respond to what I laid out. Go ahead. What conversation do you think we should be having, if any?
Oh, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Conversation. Well, I think as a people, okay, because we are people, we are a nation, and I think any people, any nation should be entitled to determine their destiny, their future, okay, what their life should be about. As it is, are we in control of our lives? So we have to have that conversation, and of course, in the context of Nigeria. Now, the thing is this, okay. The IPOB has been prescribed. Well, I didn't listen to the judgment. Okay, I mean, just part of it. So I didn't listen to the whole thing. No, but my understanding, my impression is that kind of is seen or described as a prescribed association. I don't know why that is.
It was prescribed in 2007, and I think it is still prescribed.
No, but then I think the court in Nigeria actually lifted that prescription. Okay, so that's to my knowledge. So is it the word Biafra that is causing the problem? I don't see why separatism or secession should be illegal in a democracy. After all, it's political. If any kind of movement, any kind of belief that is not, you want, okay, you can agitate to have autonomy, to have a self-determination. That shouldn't be a crime. That shouldn't be in a democracy. Okay, it's political campaign. It's political action. Okay, so that is that. Now, okay, coming to the sentence, well, I would say that I'm not too surprised, shocked by the outcome. But my first, if like, question is why was the proceedings today, the judgment, the handing out of the sentence, it was a broadcast, and then we should have had the whole trial, okay, to see how I don't understand. See, so now you see the law, they say is an ass, okay. Yes, there is a reason why they said the law is an ass. And even Dominic, you kind of hinted at something, but there's a phrase you used, full extent of the law, prosecution. Okay, so and that is where you find out that two people may do the same thing, depending on who they are and who is presiding. You may have different, and even though within the same jurisdiction, you may have different outcomes. So, and of course, you've made reference to the case of a non-terrorist, an actual terrorist. We're not talking about somebody inciting or promoting, but a real terrorist. Okay, and gunmen, people that actually kill and do all sorts of things, has been tried and sentenced to 20 years in prison. So perhaps that's where kind of a reference to the full extent of the law. Has or was the court in that case, did they prosecute this gentleman? Well, I wouldn't call him a gentleman, the criminal, to the full extent of the law. So here we have.
Let me add something real quick.
Sorry, go on.
Let me add something real quick, just to kind of give clarity, because I think right now a lot of people are some people are analyzing the situation from the perspective of secessionist movements. But let's not forget one thing.
Okay.
He was not convicted of secessionist movement. These are terrorism-related charges. So I have to go back and kind of read the details of it. So people are making sentiments based on the country has a right to defend itself. He's a secessionist, but he's not being charged with treason or secession. Right? Okay. He's being charged with terrorism. So
terrorism charges.
It allows, I think, in some sense, it becomes because if he was charged on secessionist or
treason or treason or somebody,
it becomes apples and oranges if you're comparing him to, let's say, the Boko Haram terrorist or the ISWAP terrorists who were given 20 years and the repentant, all those people, right? But you can compare apples and apples because he's being charged on terrorism, and the ISWAP, Boko Haram, Lakurawa bandits, these are also terrorists. So, and this is all judgment based on the same constitution. So it allows you to compare his case being, imprisoned for life and someone else being given 20 years who actually carried gun and committed terrorism.
Sure.
So that's what allows me, or at least in some sense, theoretically, to be able to compare those situations.
Okay. No, that's correct. That's correct. So, and yes. So again, also you've touched on the question of fairness. You see, justice ought to be seen to be done transparent, and the idea, the notion of fairness, also has to be a part of it. You see, so now, and you see, law and politics are not separable. We can't really separate them. But in some situations, you find out that you have some cases have more features of politics and more political, than legal. And this Nnamdi's case is one of them. It's more politics than the law. And it really should make someone wonder, for a country like Nigeria that is facing the situation it finds itself, a country that, America is almost, threatening to intervene to deal with the alleged genocide, or at least clearly a situation of insecurity, killings. So for this country, and those in power, they find it defensible and reasonable to invest all the resources, and human and emotional energy and prosecuting this one person, again, without minding, what it will lead to. Is it promotion of peace and stability in the country? I think this ought to have been what should be uppermost in the minds of people that really want to govern the country, want it to progress. Okay, so my understanding, the way I'm looking at it is this. Okay, look, they want to send a message, okay, to anyone, to the Igbo people, and so that is it. That is so. It's not the law we're dealing with. Okay, yeah, terrorism, legality. You can maybe under the. I mean, I've not read the judgment. I don't know what you have to read the judgment to understand, to be able to maybe critique it and say, okay, look, this not, it does not add up, it does not follow. The technicalities of the law, the whether the sections, I mean, that were cited and relied on in coming to the conclusion. But terrorism, okay, even if it fits the legal definition, but then the question becomes, again, put everything in the round. What the role he has played. Remember, all these things are kind of circumstantial, right? Nobody saw him with any arms. Okay, he made incitements. Okay, which I think he cannot deny, and I don't think even his counsel, even if he were to be represented, to the end, that would have made any difference, because I mean, these things are recorded on tape, so he could not really deny them, the statements.
You could also make the point that I actually was going to touch on. I think I may have touched on it before. He's been labeled terrorist, and he's been convicted as a terrorist based on verbal utterances.
Exactly. Circumstantial evidence.
And but also, if you can make such pronouncements, then just thinking about just societal judgment of everything that's happening, can you also use the same sort of analogy to talk about what happened during the election in Lagos and other places where people of Igbo extraction were being threatened? Mama Nkechi was gonna be thrown in the lagoon or whatever. All those things. Are those people who were some of them seen on videos, video coverage? Are those people also terrorists? Would you have brought them in and convicted them? Things like that.
Oh, that's correct. So yeah. So what is
I can move ahead to we are all victims. But go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So that's the other issue of fairness and the balance. So really, it's the question becomes what this government, what really, what do they want to achieve? It's not building up the country. It's not developing the country. It's not making peace, stabilizing the situation. Insecurity. I mean, the real terrorists are running amok. They're all over the place. Sacking villages, killing people, kidnapping. Not just I mean, not just individuals. They kidnap a horde of maybe classroom, of school children. So these things are going on, and there are no serious action, serious intent on the part of the government to arrest this situation. And we're here, So, but anyway, at least the good thing is this has come to an end. And for me, this is not the end of the situation. No matter where our problem has just begun. That's the way I look at it. Because this those that believe in Biafra, or even in a different country, or in a Nigeria that should not exist in the form it is now, it's not going to make them go away. So they have to. The struggle goes on. That's the way I look at it.
All right. We're all victims. Please go ahead. How do you analyze today's judgment? How do you make sense of it? Maybe unplug and plug back in your audio device. If you want, I can skip you and go to Kenneth for now while you try to resolve your situation.
Yes, please.
Let's keep
Can you allow me to go first? My battery is almost gone.
Are you driving? Go ahead.
No, I'm not driving. I'm parked, but I don't have my charger.
So go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I actually called in because of two people, Nigerian judges and my fellow Igbo brothers who are very clueless with this issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu didn't start demanding for separation. He started with calling for fairness and equity in the country by way of speaking against the marginalization against some certain groups in the country, not just Igbo tribe.
I've seen those videos. I've actually seen those videos. I was quite surprised. Go ahead.
Good. So this is how this guy started. And he pulled out from the then Masop because of the way the Masop then was handling the whole issue. He wasn't a violent guy, but Masop was trying to be a little bit violent. So he pulled out and started demanding for all this fairness and equity and all that. And then so talking about having a dichotomy between the marginalization of Ndi Igbo and the separation, I don't think there should be any of such. They are interwoven because at some point, when these demands were not forthcoming, but instead he was faced with serious resistance and maybe armed resistance. It kind of his house was invaded multiple occasions, lives were taken, and no apology from that, for that. And this guy has been very peaceful. IPOB, which Kenechukwu, is a member of IPOB, not even a member by default. I'm part of IPOB. I'm indigenous person of Biafra, which every Igbo person is a Biafran, indigenous person of Biafra.
Wait,
if we are okay,
to be clear, are you suggesting that if you are Igbo, you are part of IPOB?
yes,
Or are you
no,
actually
yes.
a registered member of IPOB?
By default, every Igbo person is an IPOB, indigenous person of Biafra. And this is why I say that if we should be okay with calling the North Arewa Republic and the Yorubas Oduduwa Republic, what is wrong in having indigenous people of Biafra? Just a few days ago or a few weeks ago, the Southwest governors sang, recited their Oduduwa national anthem. And nobody kicked against that. If I say Biafran anthem now, I will be seen as a terrorist. Some people will not be happy with that. And my fellow Igbo brothers and sisters that are very clueless will frown at that. What is really wrong with us, right? So Nnamdi Kanu did not start with calling for separation. He started with demanding for fairness, which will affect you and I positively. But these demands were not forthcoming. And our so-called Efulefu Igbo leaders were kicking against him because that was how they make their money. What is due for Ndibo is what these few hooligans will pocket and enrich themselves and better fix their families. And that was why they keep kicking against him, right? Now, a brother here stated that Nnamdi Kanu is not fighting for us. No, he is fighting for us, including you and I, because if not for Nnamdi Kanu, Fulani would have overridden the Southeast today. But he stood his ground to fight them off. And that is his crime.
Yes.
That is his crime.
Yes, that's the
now,
truth.
We have a country where laws are not spelled out. What? Our host, you stated that he wasn't convicted based on terrorism or based on what they call it. I've forgotten the first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying that from what I saw on the charges, these are terrorism charges.
Thank you.
Not
Good.
treason or
Good.
secession, like it's
So
trying to
for that fact alone, right? For that alone, what Nnamdi Kanu is asking is, you are charging me for terrorism. Where is it spelled out in the law? Where is the law? Show me the law that says that I can be prosecuted for terrorism based on what they are alleging. They could not prove it. You cannot just say you are convicted. Okay, what does the law say? Show me the law. Where is it spelled out in the law? They could not come up with that. All they do is summarily convict him. And before even the conviction, the useless terrorist judge has already started calling him a convict. Right? This shows that he has a preconceived notion already to target him. And before even the court sitting, the Nigerian army were stationed in his house in Ibeku, Abia State. It's so unfortunate that God created the likes of Ojuzo Kalo to be among us as Ndibo, the likes of Charles Chukuma Soludo, all those stupid, useless Igbo leaders. It's so unfortunate that they are part of us. The useless old man that will not die well. It's so unfortunate that we have these people called Ndibo. And any Igbo person, be it man or woman, that is happy today with this judgment, know it. I, Kenechukwu, call you a bastard. You are a bloody bastard. Sorry.
Just
okay,
remember,
I'm coming down. I'm coming down.
Host,
I'm coming down.
I saw how they used. You saw how they used part of the interview that.
Yeah. I don't care. You see,
at Safari. So
Nnamdi Kanu is just. I think Nnamdi Kanu is one out of many. Some of us are even more than who may do more than what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. So I'm not scared. I'm not afraid of Nigeria. I go to Nigeria once every year. So I don't care about whatever the outcome will be. Now this is it. You are happy that your brother is being convicted, but you did not call out the vice president of that disgraceful country. That a terrorist, Boko Haram terrorist leader that was arrested was seen in his house. He harbored him in his house. Your current Shetima, the vice president, you did not call out your so-called leaders that celebrate the birthdays of Boko Haram terrorist leaders. Whenever these terrorist leaders are having a birthday party, the governors, the northern governors, northern politicians celebrate their birthdays with them. If they are having more wives or their children getting married, they attend their marriages, their celebrations. But you stupid Igbo God-forsaken Efulefu is happy that your brother is being convicted. Right? Nnamdi Kanu did not engage the IPOB team into any form of terrorism. You know who brought terrorism to the southeast? Muhammadu, the late disgraceful, useless Muhammadu Buhari, was the one that brought insecurity in southeast in order for them to demonize IPOB and tag them terrorist organization. And IPOB always come out and say, we are not part of this. We don't know this. At some point, God touched the heart of hopeless Uzodinma, and Uzodinma came out and said, this killing in my state is not being carried out by IPOB. It is being carried out by politicians. He said it, Governor of Imo State. How you are convinced, how this talk of human beings that call themselves Igbo, how they got convinced that IPOB is perpetrating those evil acts in Southeast is what I don't know. Because sometimes I ask, I thought when God wanted to, for those that believe in God, when God wanted to create human beings, he has some sort of substance that he used to create the brain. You know, where you have the brain cells. Doctor, you tell us about. Now, does it mean that some of those ingredients were substandard? That was used to create some of these our Igbo brothers and sisters were substandard ingredients.
if I'm understanding you correctly, your analysis of, and I know you have a low battery, so I don't want to take up much of the time, but your analysis of today's situation, you analyze it from the perspective of there are Igbo leaders who should have done a lot more to see the freeing of Nnamdi Kanu, and the fact that it has turned out this way is perhaps their fault.
Exactly.
And not the fault of the government, not the fault of those who are prosecuting him, but the fault of those who didn't do enough and are Igbo politicians.
Already, we know our devil. Ndibo, we already know that we are being marginalized. We know that we are being suffocated. We know our direct enemies. Now, instead of us to come together and cover our asses and cover ourselves and fight together, among us, our own so-called leaders are selling us out to the enemies so that they will get emboldened in dealing with us. That is what I'm saying, the host. So we have a situation where we cannot come together as Ndibo and fight our common enemies.
Here's my last question to you, because I know you have little time, but corruption has always been part of Nigeria's existence, and even before even before IPOP, we've had Igbo leaders elected in Igbo states, Igbo constituencies, who have always cared about their pockets, and so their pattern of behavior has been the same even before Nnamdi Kanu came into existence in whatever is happening now. So would you say that what you are suggesting, the fact that they didn't care, that it's something that is intentional towards acting against Nnamdi Kanu, or are they just simply displaying the same pattern they've always displayed, independent of whether Kanu exists or not? Because it seems like this is the pattern before Nnamdi Kanu. So why should they care? If they've been corrupt and they've been caring about their family and their pockets, why should they care that all of a sudden Nnamdi Kanu has been fighting for Biafra and now he's in jail? Why should they care? It's just simple. So do you think this is intentional towards Nnamdi Kanu, or they just don't care?
No, this is it. Yes, as you said, it has been a pattern, right? It's just like asking an old woman to begin to learn how to do a shower work at old age. She cannot now. She doesn't even have the energy. So you can't ask these people to change overnight. It has been part of their life. We know them already. But my problem is, okay, so but the thing is, they were happy.
Them? So can you blame them?
I'm coming to the blame. Yeah, I'm coming to the I'm coming to the blame. Yeah, I'm coming to the blame. But they were happy when he was caught, right? From Kenya. This is when they were happy, when he was abducted from Kenya. And they were like, aha, our threat, our fears is now caught, right?
How did they express happiness? Was there like a TV? Was there like something
this useless former governor of Abia State, Ojus Okalo, he stated he was happy. He was boastful that day. And this number 6, the so-called number 6 that always rise like a rotten fufu. Ben Kalo, or whatever he called, Benjamin Kalo, right? They were all happy. But the thing is, Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB group, they made a mistake. I, for person one, I was like, if you want to do this kind of a thing, you should be very strategic, right? You should be very strategic, knowing that in your household you have saboteurs. And I'm on live TV saying it. In your household, you have saboteurs. How about start dealing with those saboteurs first? Silence them one after the other. Don't spare any of them. And then fight for what you are fighting for. Don't spare one of them. No, you cannot spare one. No.
I just want to make it clear. We do not.
Yes.
I'm not sure what
yes. This channel does not support whatever I'm saying.
We do not support any level of
I'm responsible for whatever I say.
Anything to that extent. So, because we want this platform to stay.
So, what I'm saying in essence, conclusively, Nnamdi Kanu cannot, because somebody said here that he wasn't able to defend his case. What are you defending? If you say that I'm a criminal, please show me what I stole. Show me how I stole this thing. In your constitution, does it actually stated that taking this thing amount to being a criminal? This is what actually Nnamdi Kanu is asking. You say that I'm a terrorist. Please show me how I become a terrorist. And in your constitution, does your constitution say that because I own a radio station, I try to sensitize my people through radio station, does that amount to being a terrorist? We all know, and we saw it during the campaign against bad governance, right? The federal government hired thugs. They deliver thugs with federal government vehicle to come and scatter the protests and cause civil unrest. This was exactly what they did in Lagos State and target to IPOB. IPOB, they don't have any group in called IPOB in Lagos. This is exactly what they did in Abuja, where car dealers, Igbo-owned car dealers, were set ablaze. And they said IPOB. And this is what some of you are falling for it. And that is why I ask, what did God use to create your brain? Now, Nnamdi Kanu still have an option, which is to appeal the useless conviction from one illiterate backyard judge that doesn't even know how to spell the sentence. God have mercy on you, man. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. All right. We're all victims. Is your audio now working?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. If you can speak a little louder.
All right. Thank you.
And I'll probably leave us on maybe for the next 30 minutes on who to share their opinion.
Okay.
And then we'll retire for today. And then KJ has a show that's going to come up later on today where we can continue to share our opinions. But we've been here for about 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, Dr. Dominic, I got to get back to work. I know it's somebody else's turn. If I could say a word or two and then head right back to work.
I think it's I personally I don't like cutting people off. We're all victims. Do you want to give me 2 minutes to talk?
The question I want to ask is if they say that Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, my question is which people was he terrorizing? Is he terrorizing Igbo people or terrorizing Nigeria? Because
I think from some of what was said in the courts, some of what was said was he's even terrorizing his own people, for which he's trying to gain freedom. I didn't hear all of it, but I think they were suggesting that some of the killings in the southeast, allegedly by ESN, some of them were all tagged onto him as well.
There is also a public record that Nnamdi Kanu has so many times talked about that the peace in Igbo land is highest priority, and that nobody should do any bad thing against the Igbo people that he's trying to protect in the name of IPOB. He has said it so many times. The question again you have to ask is, when actually did the killing in the southeast started? Was it before Nnamdi Kanu was ever arrested, or after when he was in prison?
That's actually good.
Because if those killings were not happening before you arrested him, and the thing started happening after you put him in dungeon, who actually was responsible for the killing?
The ESN was before or afterwards? I can't remember.
ESN was created after the first time he was released on bail. And the creation of ESN, I believe, was his highest crime that he committed against the vested interest in Nigeria. Because the Fulani herdsmen were busy killing people, vulnerable people in the southeast, in their farms, raping women. And the people of Southeast have been crying on their governors to do something about it, to save them. Each time it happens, the governors, together with either the DPO or whatever commissioner of police, will send people to go and make sure that the communities does not go on the reprisal attack. They will now, after killing the Igbo people, the governors will try to send a message to even apologize to the Northerners. You understand that we are not going to do anything about it. We just want to be one. So this was what had been going on. So it was a desperate call for help that Nnamdi Kanu yielded to. It wasn't, ESN was not created as a soldier to enforce the actualization of Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu have always maintained that actualization of Biafra is something that has to be done peacefully through referendum. Okay, if he's asking for referendum, does it make sense that he created ESN to enforce Biafra? How is EFN going to actualize Biafra to start with? How would it have been possible? It was to protect the people from the Fulani herdsmen. Some of us have been victims. I don't want to talk about my own experience today because I'm not in the mood and I don't want to cry for anybody.
Do you think it was his own? Do you think he set himself up by creating ESN?
No.
Given the fact, and also given what's later on ended up happening, because sometimes when there's a lot, when people are fighting, and you go in there, you may end up being beaten, and you become part of the whole madness that's going on. So introducing ESN, an armed security group, which is what he said,
he didn't
and also having unknown gunmen and making it easy for the government to pin all those killings to ESN, and also there being people who claim to be IPOB trying to enforce it at home and causing loss of life and loss of property.
The question is there any record, official record, that he armed ESN? I've not seen any, whether by video or by utterance, where he said that I've distributed 100 AK-47 to ESN to protect people. There was no record of him ever saying it or it ever happening, whether by video or whatever. Not on public record. That is number one. Then number two, when there is issue of unknown gunmen, like I said, he was already in prison by then. Who actually is the unknown gunman? Before IPOB was even formed, in the 1999s, during the first set of governors that came in, the kind of political killings in Igbo land, cultist activities, there have been killings. There have been cult wars most times happening. So when the python started dancing and creating havoc, and crocodile started smiling, those ones were just preludes to term IPOB as a terrorist organization in preparation for what have happened today. But the question is, before this man was arrested and the prosecution started, was there any evidence that he himself personally, have you ever caught him with a gun, whether it's a rifle?
They caught him with a transmitter / radio. That's all.
Fine, which I believe.
Not a gun.
If you feel that he imported it unlawfully, you give him the bill. So I don't know how that's what it's been a tough order for me to understand, of all things, how you can prove actually that this man is a terrorist. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And you are convicting him for life sentences for terrorism. Let me ask you, when the Benue state government passed the anti-grazing law, the head of Mayati Allah said that it is not going to happen, and Benue is not going to know peace until they reverse that law. It wasn't an empty threat, like they said, because they say he instigated violence, right? The head of Mayati Allah made that statement, and they followed it up with action. 200 and something were killed in the first instance. Subsequently, since that time till today, who have charged the head of Mayati Allah for terrorism? Have you been charged?
Not from my recollection, no.
Fine. There was a man, is it Wadume or whatever, in the north, that was doing all kinds of things, the kidnapping and stuff like that. And then the police force were able to arrest him. On their way to bring him back, the military went in, foiled the arrest, and some policemen were even killed, and the man was set free. That is not terrorism. The man is still free walking. Listen, I'm ashamed You don't need to love Nnamdi Kanu to understand that what is happening is great injustice. You don't need to love him. You don't need to believe he's fighting for you, even though he's fighting for you. He's fighting for Nigeria. Every Nigerian wants Biafra if they are honest with themselves. Because Biafra means different things to different people. The idea of Biafra is different from the idea of a geographical region. And if you want good governance in Nigeria, if you want accountability in Nigeria, if you want rule of law in Nigeria, if you want things to work in Nigeria, you're a Biafran, no matter where you come from. For you to know that Nnamdi Kanu is being mischaracterized. The last meeting that he had with the Eastern governors, what was the resolution? Were you aware of that meeting? They reached a resolution. And breaking up Nigeria was not part of the resolution. It was an official meeting. They sat down, he explained to them exactly what he wanted to achieve. And the core heart of what he wanted to achieve wasn't to divide Nigeria. It was just to make Nigeria work. And they agreed with him, and they drew up implementation plan, but it was a means of giving him up. Please, if Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, the person that led the troop or that gave the command of the people that went to his father's compound to kill more than 20 people and injure his father and parents, what will you call them? Were they acting based on court order? Are they not terrorists? So who is fooling who? You just want to give a dog a bad name, to be able to slaughter the dog. It's going to make more sense when we say he's a terrorist, if convicted him of terrorism. Let's look at the matters. It is quite unfortunate. I know of a retired general in this country that have called upon his people to arm themselves and defend themselves. They shouldn't wait on the government. He's not a terrorist. Nobody charging for terrorism. For any right reasoning or right thinking human being that witnessed NSAS, Lagos State government set up a panel of inquiry. There was nowhere in the white paper where the name of Nnamdi Kanu was mentioned. Nowhere in that white paper.
Yeah, that was quite a surprise when the judge started talking about NSAS.
Nowhere
was
his name mentioned.
Yeah.
And
Well, thank you for your
submission.
If you can round up, so I'll move on to KJ.
Yeah, in summary, the only thing I can say is that I want to tell the so-called political leaders of Igbo land that we are watching. Their children are watching. And posterity will judge all of them. That's just my conclusion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last speaker. Thank you, Doctor, for handling this.
You're most welcome. I would have a question for you. I probably would be here for the next maybe 10 minutes or so. I came initially because Rudolph is my bro. So whenever I see people saying stuff, I always try to tell them like, hey, this guy is a good man. He has a platform.
Yeah, so, my friends have reached out to.
People are saying the damage was mentioned and this and that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, they can, whatever anyone says in any online platform, any audiovisual platform, those words are their words, right? So whether they go and cut a clip in CNN or BBC, we'll just start blaming CNN or BBC for if the clip is used in court. Like, this is public forum. Everyone is allowed to express their thoughts. Like you saw some of the comments that Kene made. I had to sort of give a disclaimer. Those are his words. Those are not my words. Those are not the platform's words. So at the end of the day, I just want to make that clear. That's why I initially came. I didn't come to moderate, and then Rudolph was like, "I beg, because
I got you."
So KJ, I will do the same thing to you. Are you driving?
I'm packed, but I just want to make my comment and I'll move on. I'm packed by the street.
Before you move on, wait. Do you want to take over?
No, I'm coming back later in the evening. So those who cannot get the opportunity to speak now can just give us 3 hours. I will set up another broadcast that will go as long as people are there to make their comment. It's really a sad day, and a lot of people want to express themselves
So
openly.
what I would do, KJ, is I will allow Igbo Basics to speak real quick for like a minute or two. Is that okay? And then I will have you speak. Ikolala can speak. Comparable Fact can speak, and then we'll round up with OT and Jagun. And then everyone else can come back to join KJ's broadcast much later during the day. Okay. All right. Igbo Basics, 2 minutes, if you don't mind, sir. And then I'll move on to KJ.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Dominic, KJ, my brother, and all the panelists. To keep an old man waiting is part of the whole process.
Your mind is very sharp, sir. Go ahead.
What's going on here? First, was today's judgment and sentence a legal justice? To me, it was just a readout. Then again, in your presentations, Dr. Dominic, you had mentioned things about referendums and other ways of achieving the same process, which the judge himself had alluded to, that people have a right to exit if they so desire. And then we also talked about electronics transmission, transmitters as part of what they are charging Nnamdi Kanu with. First, on the issue of electronic usage, Demian Anyang, Radio Mbise, Abalijidea, he literally ran away from Nigeria. As a matter of fact, they were trying to pin down whatever that was going on that was on him, that he was using Radio Mbise, that was what was promoting IPOP, Biafra, anything else. Demian Anyang was in this house where I am, and we spoke at length. He's late now. He was invited to the White House as a result of some of his ingenuity. That's the man who made radio transmitters from herbs. He talked about referendum issues. Tony Nadi of Ninas, they pushed all the way to the United Nations and all the rest of it. And they are still pushing in the background. Nothing has happened, nothing's about to happen. Obadiah Melafia, Middle-Belt, the man was sharp and was pursuing the same things that we are pursuing. And in the end, what did they do? Of course, they got rid of him. On the case of our political leaders, if you observe in this forum, I don't call names. I try to be respectful to everybody. Ojo Zakalo, for instance, is my cousin. It's my brother. It's my kinsman. And anytime that he's mentioned in a bad light, I always know that he has also contributed positively. They were the people who founded PDP and the rest of it and everything else they've done. But I'll put it this way so that we all can learn before I touch up on Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's case and close out right there. What has happened today, like I say, is a readout. The question is not whether they are going to happen again or whether they are happening, or whether you can mention Atos and Ukbo, or you can mention any of these persons, or you can mention anybody. But I'll present us with the fact that we're all in a canoe, and that canoe has been set on a mission to go and rescue Adeze. And let me assure you that inside that canoe, we have the best of thieves. We have the best of carpenters. We have the best of peddlers. We have it all in that canoe. So, are we going to throw out the best carpenter in the canoe, or the best thief, who is supposed to, when we have the best Otomoko people,
the medicine people. We have them, like Dr. Dominic them. May we be able to get to that mission to be able to accomplish. The Jews, if you remember, Nnamdi Kanu at some point donned on his Jewish cap. Okay? He is still an Igbo man. So, in the end, put it this way, Nnamdi Kanu did not ask to be born an Igbo man. Neither were you, if you are an Igbo person, asked to be born an Igbo person. But that's who you are. And you cannot run away from your shadow. All of us, inclusive. So to me, the question we all should, there was a point in time when the West African region was being handled by Emeka's money. It was Biafran money. That if you came to trade and you didn't come with it, they won't sell to you. That is a form of ingenuity in the background that was happening. That was quickly shut down. So what am I trying to say in the whole? Both our political leaders, I heard somebody mention Benjamin Kalu and the rest, of whoever you mention, but you are still from the same town or from the same village or from the same home. If you have an opportunity, you don't realize what those people are doing, either in the background, they can come out up front in the open and shout, oh yeah, Ochebe, yeah, Ochebe, yeah. But when it goes back into the background, you don't know what abilities that they have to be able to penetrate certain places. So let us not condemn any of us. Rather, let us try to figure out a way to call any of us who has the wherewithal or the pathway to the so-called authorities. I recall that Alhaji Tinubu came to visit with Ojo Zakalo before he became president. There are links that we all don't know. People have, how do you call it? People have goodwill that have established among themselves. And where we all can channel our positive energy through one channel or the other. From Nnamdi Kanu's case, like I've stated here, he didn't ask to be born an Igbo person. He didn't ask to go into the road that he got into. Just like Ojukwu did not ask to get into the road that Ojukwu got into. After Nnamdi Kanu, what next? Today, are we going to stop sitting at home? All I am saying, and will continue to say, is that we should look inwards, both with our brethren, deal with ourselves at home, make sure that all the talents that God has given us don't come and go to waste. Let us try to employ all those talents that God has given to our own side. And all the other sides can also employ their own talents. If we have Okpuzo people, let's use them. Quietly. You don't accomplish a lot by making a lot of noise. If we accomplish things quietly, the world will hear, and Japan or Aba is still the Taiwan of Nigeria, whether you like it or not. So let's not beat ourselves down. May we please go forward and try to walk in the background and see what we can do. KJ, it's good to see you. Dr. Dominic, please send me your number because my telephone has been climbed over by a boss.
Oh gosh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you all, everybody. Please keep. I am still Igbo Basics. If I go to the Nigeria house, they used to think I was a Hausa person, but I'm still Igbo Basics. So whatever you need, to some of us who are older, ask. We owe it to you to give it to you in case you don't find us tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Igbo Basics, maybe I can make a few points. So, Kenneth spoke, and quite a lot of other people spoke. I look at the comments more because I always want to involve, what's going on in the comment section. Besides the slight banter and disrespect and all those things, there are truly opinions on here that I try to bring up the comment section. And I would always say this because I think I'm a student of philosophy. I did a little bit of philosophy in my undergraduate before I studied medicine, and I always want to make arguments very clear. As an analytical mind, I always separate being of Igbo ethnic extraction with being a member of Mosob. I also separate being Igbo, being a Mosob, being an IPOB group from being Biafra. If you go back, Biafra is a geographic expression of the eastern region, of which Ojukwu was a leader when the pogrom started, which included, a large part of the southeast, and which included the southeast and a bunch of other places. True. So whenever I hear someone speak about Biafra, that is what my mind always goes to.
That is true.
And it's interesting because I find people here, kids who are born here in the US, and they say my dad talked about Biafra and stuff like that. It's always good to teach history. I always point that out. So if I feel a certain way when people tag Biafra would automatically be an IPOP, or tag Igbo automatically be an IPOP, and Igbos will tell you this, which means the Igbos are democratic. A lot of Igbo towns and Igbo villages were governed by Council of Elders and Council of Chiefs. I'm not going to speak of my town, but my town up until now has never had any king. What we have is Council of Chiefs, and eventually in the modern times we started having town group with the town presidents. So I'm not going to go into it, but so just to say that democracy, a lot of people talk about democracy and talk about it being foreign. Democracy has always been part of the Igbo fabric. It's not something that's foreign to us, even though the way democracy is expressed now is a little different and is more the Western flavor of it. But why do I say that? I always say that because I always want to make a distinction. Every Igbo man is not a member or does not subscribe to IPOP and doesn't necessarily subscribe to MOSOP, but we may all have the same underlying expression of, I am marginalized. This is how I think it should be handled. The IPOP would say, oh, this is how I think it should be handled. And MOSOP would say, this is the way I think it should be handled. I don't think it serves the conversation to always suggest that if anything happens to IPOP, or if anything is happening to IPOP, that it means that every Igbo man who does not necessarily subscribe to that particular movement or the way they go about their activities is a saboteur. I just want to make that clear. A lot of us who don't necessarily ascribe to the way Kanu has handled things will always tell you we don't support marginalization. We think there are better ways to handle it. We don't support sit at home and things like that. So I always want to make that distinction clear, because I think it's easy to simplify things and say you're anti-IPOB or you're for IPOB. There is a lot of gray area in between. And the reason why I mentioned democracy and the Igbo saying Igbo Enweze, which means Igbo has no king, is to suggest that millions of Igbos, if you've seen one Igbo man, you've only seen one Igbo man. We're all very distinct in the way we think about things. Right? I always want to make that clear. And if you look at the historical how the British governed Nigeria, they governed the Igbo aspect with indirect rule, because they couldn't govern people based on saying, okay, I have a meeting with this sheikh, or I have a meeting with this sultan. If this sultan says this is a British this region is now under the British, all of a sudden it becomes under the British. No, that's not how it worked for us. Unlike in the north and in the southwest, whereby if the British negotiate with let's say the sultan, and the sultan says we submit under the British, all of a sudden everybody who is in that sultanate or emirate will all of a sudden be submitted under the British. That was not the case, which is why they had to appoint warrant chiefs and try to form all these towns into districts so they can be able to make Igbos cohesive. So I just want to make it clear, Igbos in their fabric have always been democratic and fragmented. Not fragmented in terms of culture, but fragmented in terms of their in terms of their political ideology. And so saying that Igbos are not united is forgetting a little bit of history. You can say that we should work towards unity, but I don't think it's fair to suggest that Igbos have always been disunited, because there's never been any time whereby we've been united politically. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, Dr. Dominic, let
yes.
us all bear in mind that in American television program, The Jeopardy,
Yes.
the name Biafra has come up quite a few times, and it comes up through the format of Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, half of a yellow song. If you follow Jeopardy, last week it was also there. I've seen it a few times. It will come up again and again in several circles. So let us try to positively, especially what is written, anything that is written. The Hajiaku lecture is supposed to be taking place. And Chief Zebuda Okorigongo has fought out the Chief Chineke Nyeriaka. He is supposed to be a part of the panel. That's a Hajiaku lectures. So let us try to, whatever we're doing, write down for the sake of history, which they are trying to stamp out from universities or from classrooms. Let us try the best we can to write the truth and nothing but the truth. Just like you have stated, Bite of Biafra, where that name came from, and we are stuck with it. It even included parts of Cameroon or wherever, the whole of that region that was called Bite of Biafra. But
they changed the name now to Bite of Benin for
well,
political reasons, but anyway.
That's okay. But all I'm saying is that for those who have the opportunity to speak publicly, KJ, I'm very proud of the way you carry these things forward. Exactly. I don't even know how else to say it, but I have said today, let us try to positively, in short form, and meet the children of today in their own format, which is this open. If you can shut down Radio Mbise, if you can shut down Radio Biafra, can you shut down this thing called WhatsApp? And if you shut down WhatsApp, X will come up. If you shut down X, something else will come up. But that's where the children of today are really based on, and they will come and ask you questions as their parents of things you'll be scratching your head to say, how do I have an answer to this thing? Including what they are trying to take languages out of, indigenous languages out of schools and colleges back in Nigeria. Those are fundamental things that we should be looking at. Lose your name, you lose who you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I make a bit of comments? Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Igbo Basics. Always a pleasure to hear you. Doctor,
AJ, are we all speaking English here? Are we trying to make a sense of what's going on? Now, I'm just responding to Chika's comment on.
I don't know whether I was speaking English. Okay. Now, Dr. Dominic, I think you again need to. I like your analytical mind, but in this case, maybe you need to re-examine again, because when Buhari was talking about IPOB, I'll quote him. He said that you in fact, this thing that you people are doing, you are just a dot. You don't know all these houses that these people who call themselves IPOB. We have houses everywhere in Nigeria, and they are thinking of and this thing. You are just a dot. In other words, the ordinary person out there believes that every man is IPOB. The word Biafra is a pain in their heart, because those of them who are older generation of people, they know the evil that they perpetuated. Some of them were partakers of that evil. They watch children die, being eaten by vultures. But let's not go there today. What I'm more inclined to speak about today is what is on the table. And I will start, with the last, the guy, what's his name? The guy who spoke before, Igbo Basics. I like the way he ended it, and I'm going to start from there where he ended it.
Oh, we are all.
Okay. Dan Sarch, Oriental Brothers International, they sang one song, Ogwadala, Onyobla is somewhere. That is where we are now. The Ogwadago, Onyobla Galado somewhere. You know what? Because when you are talking about a strong man, and when a strong man is standing, you don't know what is stopping from reaching your own end. Once that strong man is broken or taken out, the rest of the people are for the taking. Now, people play with this, and you see, I see some Igbo people celebrate, especially that one. I don't want to use the deliberate name. That one who calls himself whatever the Igbo people call him Udene. You see, the truth you are forgetting that when he eventually gets to the road hits the tire, nobody will separate you. Nobody will ask you, Igbo IPOB, Igbo Igbo. They won't ask. In my villages, in the Igbo land and the communities where they send their so-called repentant Boko Haram, who they put Nigerian uniform on, when they go there, these young men, they don't ask them who they are. No, they mow down everything they see. That is a young man between the age of 10 to whatever. They don't ask anybody any question. You have videos all around the internet. Before this judgment was delivered today, a friend of mine already sent me a text. Nah, the whole Igbo land have been taken over. There's the army, the police, secret police everywhere. Somebody's audio is on. So it makes it what? So we already know, because if you have sent all these troops to the east, what's your intention? So that anybody who comes out, he will go the same way that you used in taking all the rest people out, and nothing have happened. Nothing has happened, and nothing is going to happen. You see, I pity those of us who come and they are trying to speak, pander to what they think is a nationalistic approach. The nationalistic approach have not helped any of us. The nationalistic approach, for which some of the Igbo leaders claim they are doing, they have not helped them either. Ojus Okalo cried in the National Assembly because as one of the most senior senators serving, he should have been given the first, whatever offer to be Senate President. He didn't get it. Okay? Now, you see, let's look at this thing, because I know my thoughts are everywhere right now, because I won't say I was pained, because those of us who have been on Dr. Damage's show, I told people exactly what's going to happen. Is anything surprised? I said he was going to be found guilty on all the 7 counts. Okay, and they will sentence him to death, most possibly. The only thing I think I was shocked at is that they didn't go to that point to say pronounce him, death sentence. That's the only thing. Every other thing we have discussed one way or the other. So what's the way forward for any Igbo person who is still thinking that what you are thinking is what the Nigerian people are thinking? It's not what they're thinking. You see, I'm one of those. Come on. I serve Nigeria in many aspects. The North we're talking about today, the organization I work for, we must, if we didn't build any water wells in the North, we must have built over 100,000 water wells between the time I worked in that organization until I left. And these are, places that are now being ravaged. And people are telling me, and they come here and say, it is no, it is not. And if some of us are also following to say it is not this, is not that. My dear brothers and sisters, EFN was set up to operate in the bush. They've always been in the bush. If not for ESN, that right now the Igbo land will have been suffering exactly what Southern Kaduna, Benue, they are suffering. But it's coming. It's coming. And I keep saying this. Hey, wake up, smell the coffee. They are coming for you. They've taken down your thing. They are coming. And whether you Dr. Domi, that's why I kind of disagree with you. People say, come here and say, we don't agree with what Nnamdi Kanu have been locked up for 5 years. Have any Igbo person profiled solution on how it should be done? Has anybody come and say, okay, Nnamdi Kanu, your method is bad. This is the way we should follow it now. Or should we continue in the marginalization until we are now taking our slaves? Does any Igbo man think that at some time to come, KJ will be a Muslim? Or my descendants will be Muslims? It will never happen. I would rather lay my life down than to be a Muslim. And I say it on this open forum. Okay? Not because I am a Christian. My tribe, my culture was already set up in this direction before I even became a Christian. That's why if you come to my place, most of what is written in Leviticus is what my people practice. My great-grandfathers and whatever, my ancestry, weren't living in Israel before they wrote that. So even if I wasn't going to be a Christian, I would have still been a traditional Igbo person because it gives you dignity. It puts meaning to your life. Okay? So it doesn't matter what anybody think. What is happening? What is coming? You see, sometimes one of the things that why I say I don't like to talk about geopolitics is because we ourselves not being able to get our own small cocoons, get ourselves together in our small these things and be able to organize our people, organize ourselves and say, this thing we have been suffering for the past more than 60 years now because Nnamdi Kanu talked about, Nnamdi Azikiwe presented papers on this same marginalization as far back as 1948. Okay? These things are out there on why the Igbos cannot prosper in this direction except we take a different route. And I'm not saying, just like we're not saying that we must leave Nigeria. But if you want a people to remain with you, for crying out loud, treat them as every other person. If you want to have a first-class citizen, and then you think that we will be your second class or the slave, as they say, because I once had an argument with a northern politician, and he told me something. You Igbos are conquered people, and you expect us to treat you the same? I'm not saying that I read it. The person telling me face to face, you people are conquered. We conquered the people, so nobody can tell us how to treat you. In other words, you and I are already slaves for which we don't know about. I won't put my children. My father did it. I have gone to be with the Lord. Praise God for him. They fought as much as they can fight. The same saboteurs he told me about are still in Igbo land, sabotaging the system. They are still the same people who are saying nothing is happening. There's nothing to see here. Hey guys, just be good citizens, respect yourself. If they say stand, you stand. If they say sit down, don't ask any question. Don't ask so, because you ask question, we are not there to defend you. In the Igbo land, have you ever heard where elders, they are the ones who will give their children out and say, no, take him. Instead of anything to happen to the rest, just sacrifice that one. He's a troublemaker. Kill him. Let us all move on. Is that the country we're talking about? The same Igbo land where my elders tell me that if you can't challenge what is after behind the sky, you're not worthy to be an Igbo son. No, that's what we're told. We're told that the sky is not a limit. Challenge the sky. And then because we are fearless in the face of adversity, we are now the evil people, Abi? And we all like the West. The West that we run to, the America we run to, the West we run to, are people who challenge the status quo. And that's how they built their nation. And today, we are all proud of America. Hey, America said, we'll do this. They do it. They say, oh, we have built this now. Let us move to the next level. They do it. Because the people are ready to challenge. Hey, you said this is the limit. I said that's not the limit. So, because we challenge the status quo as Igbo people, we are the evil people. Because we say Igbo people, they don't have king, we don't bow to anybody, we bow only to God. We are evil. That's why we say we cannot coexist with people who think that you must be subservient before you can be given place of authority. We don't do that. And just like you rightly said, Igbo Basic said that my community is called autonomous. If you come to Uzwakle, we have autonomous communities. We don't have any community that's one is great, and we don't have any chief that is better than any other person. And just like you have explained, we don't have any single man who tell us today everybody sit in the house, don't come out. Nobody. Because everybody is a king in his house. We have communities, leaders who we elect, and it goes all the way from the youth to the elders. So what am I trying to say? So that I know that I have another, in the evening I'll be here. I'm just simply saying, if we all can't, especially those of the Igbo extraction, can't see what is coming up for you, I don't think you are following the development. And for those people who keep saying, let me tell you how this is started. Because Dominic, yesterday night I couldn't sleep. I woke up to do a lot of research. It's not today what is happening started. Go and check. In the writing and the putting together of Nigeria, how many people played any part there? In the creation of states in Nigeria, how many people played any part there? Do you know what they did? They discovered that there's those particular tribe that stood against Osman Dan Fodio. they made sure that they divided all of them. So now, in the East, instead of being a block, you have South-South. Is there anywhere in the world where you have a name like South-South? Is there any world in any country where you go to say today, this is South-South of this place? No, but you have it in Nigeria, created just to distort that map, that unity, that number. Okay, they took so in Igbos, for instance, you have Igbos in Cross River, Igbos in Akwa Ibom, Igbos in Rivers, Igbos in Delta, some Igbos in Kogi, some Igbos in Benue, some Igbos also in Benue. All right. Now the T people they know who are also one of those people who a force that can stand and say it won't happen. What do? They did the same thing to them. They divided them in 3 states or 4 states. You have T people in Nasarawa. You have T people in Taraba. You have T people in Gombe. So that there will be no unity. So that when they say, "Oh, we are going to do this," you can't form a unity. If you can't form unity, how then do you do it? So what's my pain? My pain is that in the face of this new generation we're sitting in, look at what the judge was reading. You're even calling Nnamdi Kanu in a white paper presented in Lagos State. Lagos State white paper doesn't have Nnamdi Kanu on it. There's no Nnamdi Kanu's name mentioned anywhere. But you are bringing it into judgment. You are bringing into judgment a hearsay. It's my first time in this world that I'm hearing a judge quoting hearsay that the D1 witness said that somebody said, hey, and then we will keep quiet because if you talk, they will carry you. It's coming, that's why I'm going to go. It's coming. It's coming for everybody who is living in Nigeria. You think it's Igbos now, but when they finish dealing with Igbos, they will come for you. And I'm telling you that. And I'm serious. Surely they are now in Kwara State. Remember, Nnamdi Kanu said they're coming. How far is Kwara from Lagos? So if we think that what is going to Nnamdi Kanu, no, the reason why they're prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu is because he found the truth. He decoded the truth. He told it. Look, being the broadcast this evening, I will tell you my opinion. Why I think that they are prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu. He found out the evil they want to do, and he put it out there. Is he the first person who owns a broadcasting station in Nigeria? Then the federal government buy broadcasting stations for them. Then they broadcast in Fufu. They do know what they're talking about. Are they not everywhere in Nigeria broadcasting in Fufu Day? Is that all the people carrying out? Which gun was he found? Okay, also all the Fulani people carrying AK-47, they are not terrorists. It's because you are broadcasting, you're a terrorist. Gentlemen, wake up, smell the coffee. Okay. So if this is what it is to be a Nigerian, then please excuse me. Can you spare me, please? Can you spare me? All right. Every nation look for people like Nnamdi Kanu because they have something to offer. Every nation look for the people who can turn around and ask, if this is the place that we have all stopped, how do we go from here to the next level? And if a man asks that, it becomes that he's evil and he should be killed. And the judge is quoting the scriptures. He's quoting scriptures.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't want to be more arrogant than that. Please, thank you.
You have a lot to say, and I hope some of us here and those in the comment section will join KJ later on today to keep expressing their opinions 24/7. So, well, thank you, KJ. I can see it on your face. You're ready for this afternoon. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I'll catch you at the other broadcast later on. Ikola, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. I think you've done a good job in your moderation. You actually gave everyone
I'm not trained for this, but I try.
Yes, I mean, that's why I had to commend you, because you're a journalist and you've done very well in giving people a chance to express their view. And
I can tell everyone has pent up opinions and emotions, which is why it may seem like I'm giving people a lot of time, but I'm allowing them to express themselves.
Yeah. I mean, in my view of the whole situation, you see, there's something I read a very long time ago when I was in the secondary school. It says Jack has gone to school to learn to be a fool. You listen to some people and you you can really tell they've gone to school to learn to be a fool. So and why do I say that? You see, some people come here and say that they need to see the judgment before they know if it is. I think they're implying they need to see the judgment before they know if it was right or wrong. But I mean, do we forget the fundamentals? And I'll read it out. It says the phrase "justice must be seen to be done" means that legal proceedings must not only be fair and impartial, but also appear to the public to be so. Appear to the public to be so. So you don't really need to know the nitty-gritties. And a layman should know that, okay, whatever has been passed there is justice. And you see, what has Nnamdi Kanu done that some people have not done worse of it? That someone now needs to see the court judgment to be sure whether its justice was carried out or not. I think it's just someone trying to show. I'll borrow the word of Ekene. I think it's someone just trying to show stupidity out of ignorance. There's some basic things.
Or is it just playing safe and trying to be factual?
No. Look, this is another thing KJ has said. And Tupac said it because I listened to a lot of things. He said, "Why are we dying to live when you are only living to die? What are you playing safe for? When they were coming for you anyway. If it doesn't affect your cousin, it will affect your uncle. If it doesn't affect your uncle, it would affect someone related to you. What's the point? What are you playing safe for?" And to be very honest with you, if you see my position, I don't know the nitty-gritties of Nnamdi Kanu's case. But from what you can see, you don't need to know the nitty-gritties to know that something is wrong. You could see on Facebook, you could see on YouTube, some people carry grenades, launch pads, and go to meetings. And nobody has arrested these people and called them terrorists. But you're calling a man who I've never seen a gun in his hands. You're putting him to... Where does that make sense to the public? Why do I need to see the proceedings of the court? Why do I need to see the documents to know that justice wasn't carried out here? So I think it's been... it's trying to demonstrate being smart out of ignorance. There's something, what's his name? Noam Chomsky called it. He said, when you want to be willfully ignorant, you know that something is wrong, but you want to be willfully ignorant. You want to act like you're ignorant so that you don't face the facts, So I think this is what is happening. Whenever I hear anybody say, "Oh, I haven't seen the proceedings to know if you are just being willfully ignorant. You know something is wrong, but you want to act smart." It's stupid, in the words of Ekene. I think that is where the man is coming from. So when Ekene was saying some people are acting stupid, I think it's basically stupid, because in physics tells you that common sense is still the basics of all the complexity. So if you want to start adding complexity to what is basic, to see justice being done by the public, I think it's basically unrealistic. That is my addition to the whole thing. And thanks for your moderation. You've been wonderful.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for sharing your opinion. Comparable facts. This one, you changed your name today. I know you with a different name. I just can't remember what it is.
That's okay. That's my name right now.
What is your usual name?
Yeah, it's good to be on this platform shortly. I'm Dr. Dominic. Thank you for anchoring this platform. I have not been following the what's good. I even forgot today was the sentencing day, so I've been busy until luckily I just came back home. I'll be leaving soon, but I just wanted to comment briefly. I didn't, like you said, this the judgment was read today. I think I'm not gonna prolong my statement. I think what this shows me, how Nigerian law is, there's an application of law combined with political factor that make Nigerian court uneven. What am I trying to say? There's a judgment for different people, different tribes, different ethnicity, and different factors. That's where we end Nigeria. That is why we are not having what I call a nation. Nigeria is not a nation by any standard. We can't even go about what's going on right now. What's very much paramount in this country. So, from what I'm gathering, this man is being charged for direct terrorist acts, inciting of terrorism, providing instruction for bomb making, causing loss of life by sit at home. But I didn't even know he's the one that did the sit at home. I thought it was done by on the airport. Can somebody tell me that? I thought that was initiated by someone, but the last one, the sit at home.
I think he started it before he got arrested, and then Eba continued it. But don't quote me up.
Okay. So, in a nutshell, like I said, Nigerian law is very partial. Okay, we know how it happened. Nothing will happen without any kind of judgment coming from the executive. So let's just make it clear. Nigeria doesn't have any kind of judicial system. We can even go on our own. The way the Nigeria, is being dispersed in all angles. Everything has to come from executive. Somebody can't come here and tell me that this judge actually pronounced what he did today without consulting their so-called president. What is they going to do? I mean, it's just my own, opinion. There's no way. You have to. Oh God, what do you want us to do? That's exactly as even some legal expert has come and make the same point that I'm making right now, and I believe that's true, because this is more than just terrorist act. So are you going to tell me somebody who perpetrated of killing of people is different from? Okay, they didn't charge him for treason, right? Okay, that's a different. He's been charged for terrorists. Okay, how about the terrorists in the northern part of Nigeria who have been, reintegrated into society, provided a reintegration, re-eradication program and reduce sentence, and giving this man a life sentence for the act of terrorism. Even I thought some of them may be like the Lagos State something, the NSAS. I don't know how he started that. He just made a statement when this was happening. But that notwithstanding, you just get to tell me where we are in this Nigeria. The people that actually, I think, Dr. Dominic, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to rationalize my mind. You don't have to be too emotional, okay? Somebody that kills somebody, and somebody, I'm not saying, and somebody that perpetrated or the act, telling people to do something or whatever you may say, you're going to receive a more stiffer penalty, life sentence than 20 years, which I've seen a lot of them have received, reduced sentence. At least the most I've seen is about 20 years or less, or they reintegrate them into the civilian life. But you're giving this man life sentence. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, Nigerian law, the application of Nigerian law, is uneven. And that has some political factor. Let's call it what it is. Whether you're going to say, like somebody was saying earlier, the Hausa man is the #1 citizen in Nigeria, followed by the Southwest, #2 citizen of Nigeria. Then the rest, middle belt or South is the 3rd citizen of Nigeria. The Igbos are the 4th citizen. I mean, you can reason it like that. I can understand, where the people from the South are. I feel very marginalized. I'm not even talking about government something, but I'm talking about when it comes to political narrative, how they are being subjected in that country. I mean, I'm someone who believes in one Nigeria. Maybe I'm looking at it from a business perspective because I have some business in Nigeria. But at this stage of my life right now, I'm beginning to feel like we don't belong in that country. Okay, that's not the way I'm feeling right now. I think I've crossed that, I've crossed that threshold of saying, okay, maybe not. Things will be better. I don't see it. I don't see it. So what is going to be what's going to be the final analysis? What is going to be the outcome of what they just did? In a short time, they have created more unrest in the Southeast. If you say you're going to solve a problem trying to unite the country, why are you going this way? I'm saying this. What I'm saying, Dr. Damley, is that whatever that was pronounced today has to come from the president. Make no doubt about it. The judgment, they wouldn't pronounce any judge without consulting the executive. That's just the way the Nigerian society is being run. So, I mean, I'll come back later, maybe later on this evening. But thank you very much for just giving us this little time to talk. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it again.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right. Thank you so much.
All right.
So we're going to round up. If anyone has any quick thoughts to put out before I end the stream, and then you can wait much later and join KJ. You can go ahead now, like a minute or two to round up.
Right. Okay. Right. Let me just kind of if like a response to what KJ said earlier. I mean, he's made the point often, that when people criticize Kanu, for example, I mean, we can all agree in maybe the cause he's fighting for and share in the vision, but equally, it's not unreasonable or impossible to say that. I mean, having to agree or to critique some of his actions. I mean, it's not. It doesn't mean that he's still a human being. He can make mistakes. There are missteps. So really, and asking the question, could things be done differently? Of course, there are so many respects. A purpose could be pursued. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So,
Mr. Oti, I'm going to stop up for a quick second. Once you're done, where all victims can talk, and then Ikolala and then Iwo Basics. If you guys have a thing or two to say, I'm going to stop up for a quick second. Go ahead.
Am I done now? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
I'm going to stop for like 2-3 minutes.
Right. So that's the thing is okay. Look, I come back to the point that we have to now sit up. Every one of us really, because we can't just carry on like this. So this is a kind of what was the word? So what has happened with IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu is a wake-up call, and we find ourselves in a crisis, and we should not allow this crisis to go to waste, because this yes, we have to sort of there has to be a lot of reflection, so searching. We're finding ourselves, in Nigeria, as well as other Nigerians. It doesn't really apply to Igbos, quite frankly, because I don't see any people that are enjoying Nigeria. So this what has happened has brought so many things to the fore. The inequities, the injustices. Some people use this term marginalization. I'm not a fan of it. That's not to say that there are no obvious cases of deliberate marginalization under development, but the country is not for an average Nigerian is not a good place, and there are no prospects. Something has to give. That's to me, and what has happened has kind of made that even more glaring. Is brought it to the fore. In as much as we as Igbos are reflecting, thinking about our futures, Nigeria and then the rest of Nigerians also should be thinking seriously about their futures. Okay, because as it is, there's no future, there's no prospect. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oti, for your submission. But it's a very glaring for some of us who really thought Nigeria is who never believed that there is a case of a level of citizenship. I don't see what this judgment tell us any different. It's we try to circumvent the issue by trying to use words that doesn't describe the issue. But if I am not being fed, if I am not being given water, if I am not being given what I deserve. I don't think there's any other word to describe it that other than I'm being starved. Then to start saying, oh, I'm just being maltreated, I'm just being not looked after, it's circumventing the issue. And I've noticed this with many of us. Someone came here last weekend, and was trying to use the word nomenclature to say, hey, if what is happening in Benue, if you come and say your people are being killed, you could describe it as genocide. It doesn't mean genocide. But if 172 individuals of a particular culture in a particular region is being killed, and an ethnic, cultural, language is being wiped out, what other word do you use for it other than genocide? Or do they think genocide means when the number of people has reached 1 million? You see, people come sometimes and try to be... The only way I can describe it is willfully ignorant. Or maybe they just don't know what they are saying anyway. And the man came and, he was speaking eloquently, softly. Oh, you cannot call it genocide. You might describe it as genocide, but because he doesn't see it as that, because you don't see it as that, doesn't mean you should deny it is genocide anyway. So the clear-cut issue here is that the judgment today clearly demonstrates to the blind. It doesn't matter if you are Igbo. It doesn't matter if you're Yoruba. It doesn't matter if you're Hausa. It clearly demonstrates to everybody that some people are valuable more than others. Because if what is his name? That man that was agitating in Yoruba land is walking around free. If the people I see carrying launch pads in the north are being only given 20 years, and someone from one particular region, and this particular region actually came about these actions by claiming marginalization, and the best thing you can do is to still suppress them and show them you are nobody. I don't think it says any other thing than marginalization. So let's stop. I think this is what angers some of the people that has come in here to speak, because when our people try to I don't want to offend anyone.
Yeah, true. But it's not. See, it's not a matter. It's not anger that will solve the problem. So a bit more of if like understanding, restraint, and thinking, organizing. See, because that also brings me to this issue of which looking up to politicians. I don't really place much premium on that as individuals. Okay, so that's where it has to happen. Whatever change that's gonna come about.
Give me a second, Mr. Oti. I want Ikola to finish, and then
sorry,
we'll so we can all speak once. Because
yeah,
let him go. Let him go on. I think I have. All I'm just trying to say is this. Let's call a spade a spade. It's an English word. Everybody says it. When it affects us, you hear someone say, let's call a spade a spade. But when it affects the other man, we try to circumvent calling a spade. We want to call it shovel, or we want to call it a flat
double standards.
Exactly. But when it comes to us, call a spade a spade. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to allow Mr. Oti to finish what he was saying.
Okay. Look, just kind of round it off. For me, look, today is kind of the crowning. Okay, but from the start, this whole thing, the whole effort, made by the federal government to kind of prescribe IPOB and persecute the members, and then hunt down the leader, and go through this process of trial. Why is it worth it? Is that what this government should be doing? Okay. So, and again, we've seen is the kind of the glaring contradiction. I mean, it's quite obvious and to everybody. The real terrorism, the real insurrection, is everywhere, causing Nigerians pain, even leading up to international community. I mean, so and then this trial. So what all that this shows and it tells us is that so you guys are not you're special, of course, in a bad way. You're not okay, you've not been forgiven. You have not been fully integrated. So, and that is where we are, the point where we are, and therefore this kind of a watershed. We can just go on as if pretending. So something
Yes, but
has to
this is
give.
I totally agree with you. We cannot go on pretending, but let's
Yes.
use right words. Let's describe it for what it is. Let's say it, because I don't know where you would be. You might be lucky to be at the United Nations tomorrow and give a speech. But the people there will take you for what you say if you don't use the right words. If you say, oh, it is not marginalization, you don't want to call it that. You just want to, you've watered down the problem. So whatever the problem is, let's say it for what it is. This is all I'm clamoring for. And I think we're saying the same thing,
Yeah.
So let's always use what it is rather than trying to paint, to call white gray. That is all. I think we're saying the same thing, Mr. Roti.
Yeah, we are. We're not
Mr. Roti, do you have more to say? I have like 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So I want to make sure we're all victims can talk as well before we end.
Who is it? We are victims. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, he's there. All right. Okay. Let him go ahead then.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. We're all victims. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think
concluding thoughts.
Yeah. In conclusion, all I want to say is that there is a systematic injustice or discrimination or whatever you want to call it against the people from the Southeast. It couldn't have been the way it is today if we are fair to ourselves. I mean, the people from the Southeast themselves, but because of greed and selfishness, the political leadership have over the years continued to reinforce that marginalization. So far, you're able to get along and get something for yourself. You pretend that everything is okay and you want to cover it up. And when you come back to the house, you also pretend to be fighting for them while you're actually fighting for yourself. If you understand what I'm saying. So that's what gave the rest of the people that actually planned and are orchestrating that marginalization to keep on doing it. Had it been, there have ever been a consensus where we say enough is enough? You understand? Enough is enough. Maybe we could start addressing it. And that's the reason why I don't like, I feel I'm uncomfortable ever saying that I don't like the way the person who have decided to go about it the way you want to go about it is going about it the wrong way. If he's going about it the wrong way, who is going about it the right way? Who is going to go about it the right way? And if I have not really done anything to go about it the right way, the way I believe is the right way, why should I criticize him? The only person I can take serious is somebody who's actually fighting it in a different way, who will come out and say, I don't like the way he's doing it, it's the wrong way. This is what I'm doing. You people should team up with me. Let's do it this way. That's the right way. But nobody's doing it the right way. And we are quick to point out that he's doing it the wrong way. I don't know. It's not fair. It's not fair. So that's why even if I have some reservation, I have to swallow it. I can't say it. Because I know I can't do anything at all to help.
Hold on, sorry. We are all victims. The Nina's guy, for example, is doing something different. So just like for the sake of
like I said, he have saved lives. No matter what anybody says, he has saved life.
All right.
He's coming into this scene have saved lives.
Thank you gentlemen, for today. Thank you for everyone who's joined us. We've been doing this for the last 6 hours and 58 minutes, so call it 7 hours. I just want to do a recap of what has been happening. So earlier today, Nnamdi Kanu was in court. He was before the judge, him being his own defense. His prior team was there. Allegedly, I don't know if this is the case, but they were being referred to as his consultants. Before the judge started reading the conviction, there appeared to have been some belligerent behavior or that was said to have come from him, and so the judge ordered him to be taken out. And then the conviction was read, and later on the sentencing, Nnamdi Kanu was not allowed to come back to court because of that earlier behavior. That's what the judge said himself. He was convicted on 7 counts, all of them terrorism related. From my recollection, there was no mention of secessionist or treasonous charges. So these were all terrorism related charges. Counts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The maximum punishment is death penalty. Count 2, the punishment is, I believe, 20 years. And count 7, the punishment is 5 years. So the judge read all of this, and then some of what he read, in some sense, seems circumstantial. It seems a lot of it was, convicting him based on comments that he made, some of which appeared to be inflammatory, incendiary, and the connections that were being made is he made these comments, and so these actions happened after. Therefore, he was the one that incited these things. They went to the extent of mentioning some of the things that he said during the NSAS protest and some attacks that happened to law enforcement, and they were trying to make a link between his comments and saying that that's what incited some of the actions that were perpetrated. So I think, I'm not a lawyer, but some of these sound circumstantial. We also went ahead to break down some of these ideas. Here, we're not lawyers, but some of us have tried as best as we can to express our opinions on what is happening. I had earlier suggested that, we all try to assess this in terms of, is there, regardless of what the merits of this whole argument, what happened today, is it fair to him, considering what's happening with the Boko Haram and ISWAP and all of the terrorists who are actually killing people, and some of which are being given less jail time. So look at it in terms of fairness. Look at it in terms of, are these actually terrorism acts? Yeah. So, well, thank you all very much for everything. One thing, let's not forget, after the prosecuting counsel gave their suggestions about what should be done for each count, the judge went on to lay his final judgment as life imprisonment. So for now, we know that Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted of 7 terrorism-related counts, and that as of if today's judgment stands, he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison. I can't recall if the judge mentioned the possibility of parole or not. And then I think the next steps are if Nnamdi Kanu has a right to appeal. So we'll continue to follow everything that's happening. I believe Mr. KJ, our good friend, will also have a reaction coming up sometime at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which should be in 2 hours and about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So 4 p.m. New York time. Okay. Thank you all, everybody. Continue to follow the show. And most importantly, don't forget what's at the banner below. Dr. Damages has been doing this for a couple of years now. 24, share your opinion 24/7, 90 Minutes Africa. Our ability to run this platform is dependent on donations. This platform can actually allow more than 10 people to be in the studio at the same time, but we don't we are restricted with 10 people because for you to expand to more than 10, you actually have to pay. So most of what we've been doing is depending on some of the free services, wherever we can. So please continue to support the show. Dr. Nnamdi may not say it himself, but I will say it. Zelle, Cash App, support us any way that you can. If you can't support us in terms of financially, keep supporting the show, keep coming up here and sharing your opinion. For those in the comment section who are not able to join us, thank you all for sharing your opinion. I hope at least today we're able to express some of your sentiments here as well. I was going to say I'm your favorite host, but I haven't been here for quite a while. But I am your humble host, Dr. Dominic, and I hope that you continue to follow us. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
You did well.
Those on Facebook, Iroko TV, on different platforms, thank you all for supporting us. And thank you to Ninja Media as well. Some of our broadcast was done through Ninja Media. I do apologize for some of the technical issues that we had, but we'll make sure that we don't have any issues like that in the future. Okay. All right, gentlemen.
Okay. Good night.
See you guys next time.
People who feels the pulse. Now everything is increasing like mad. Things places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery,
what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
From Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host,